Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had OPM system quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku wants nothing more than to be a great hero. He wants to be like All Might, to help others, to save people, to do so with a smile and provide hope for all who see him. At 4 years of age, he dreams, and he waits anxiously for his quirk to manifest. It fails to do so. He is devastated. In some universes, he clings to his vision, and it leads him to All Might's tutelage. In some, he is taken in by Sensei and becomes a villain of the likes that no one has ever seen. In others, he fades into obscurity, gives up his dream. However, in this universe, Midoriya Izuku refuses to let his lack of a quirk dampen his ambition. He can still help other people. If he works hard, he can still fight. Izuku enrolls in a martial arts class. On the dojo floor, he is equal to his opponents, quirk or no quirk. Here, it isn't a chance twist of genetics that determines how far he can go, but his own determination. And Izuku is very determined. This alone is enough to earn the respect and help of many of his fellow students. For the rest, all it does is earn jealousy, as Izuku learns when one of them tries to target him on his way home. He calls for help, but it's quiet and no one comes. Izuku is hurt, but it's not much of a surprise. No one ever stops to help when Kaken is pushing him around, either. Izuku gathers his strength and everything he's learned so far and fights back. He doesn't win, but he doesn't lose, because his assailant backs off and runs away when it becomes clear that Izuku won't go down easily. His teacher and the owner of the dojo, Tamanaha Chiaki, is furious when she finds out. "I'll kick him out and make sure he won't be able to come back ever again," she vows. It's too late to change anything or heal any of his injuries, but all the same, he's weirdly touched. That may be the first time anyone besides his mom has ever been so determined to protect him. It's a rare gift, and so, it's a gift that he never counts on. Kaken bullies him now that everyone knows he doesn't have a quirk. It hurts, that his lack of a quirk was all it took for him to be cast aside. Well, it just goes to show. Izuku stops waiting and hoping for someone else to step in. The next time Kaken tries to destroy his books, Izuku shoves him away and punches him. Izuku doesn't win this time, either, but he won't ever make it easy for Kaken to bully him or anyone else again. Izuku still tears up during their altercations. He does not tell the teachers or his mom anymore. He just swings, and ducks, and hits the floor. He wipes his tears and gets back up again. Kaken and his group of new friends are taken aback by his change in attitude. After a particular vicious fight that leaves them with black eyes and broken noses and Izuku with a concussion, most of them tone down their confrontations. Now it's just insults and mockery and occasionally being knocked around. Kaken usually ignores him, unless he wants a fight or he's particularly vindictive. Those fights usually leave Izuku staggering home with new bruises and burns. Well, it's nothing he can't bear. Izuku goes back to smiling and being friendly, but he's still ostracized for his lack of a quirk, and it seems like it's too late to repair his friendships. Kaken is distant and aggressive. Izuku always jumps at loud noises, now. That's how things stay for a long time. When Izuku is 10, he begins a new routine, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of running every single day. At first, it's the worst sort of torture. His arms make weird clicking noises as he does his push-ups. His muscles feel like they are going to melt off. His feet are lead and don't want to move. But Izuku, when he makes a resolution, has an iron will. The best part of his day is usually the 10-kilometer run, sometimes in the mornings, sometimes at night. It takes him to different places. Izuku sees a lot of things, and what he sees is this. Villains are everywhere. Heroes are not. Sometimes Izuku is there when the heroes are nowhere to be seen. Izuku has always had a penchant for self-destruction, and it is the easiest thing in the world for him to start stepping in. It is hard, and at first he is constantly injured. His unreal levels of pain tolerance are perhaps his only saving grace. But the first time he helps someone and prevents a simple back alley stabbing, even though he's slumping against the wall and clutching his bleeding arm and trying to breathe around the pain, he can't help the happy grin that stretches across his face when the woman he helped thanks him from the bottom of her heart. She calls the ambulance for him and pays for his treatment. She also introduces herself as Uemura Arise, and she gives him her business card. As it turns out, she runs a local cafe. He stops there the next day on the way home from school, arm stitched and wrapped in gauze. She gives him a free cake and tells him to come visit. He will always be welcome here. The warm glow from that is enough to carry him through the week. He helps others wherever he can. Not everyone thanks him, but most people do. He has a drawer at home full of business cards and a growing number of helpful contacts. He's been given volunteering opportunities that otherwise would have been closed to him. It feels strange to be greeted by friendly faces in the street after all the bullying he suffered in school. He mentions this to Tamanaha-sensei. She raises an eyebrow. It's as I've been telling you, she says, you deserve kindness and respect. It's good to see that there are people who are finally seeing your worth. Izuku ducks his head and clutches his water bottle. It's a nice compliment, and he really wishes it were true. Now finish up your water and run through that kata again, Tamanaha-sensei orders him. I want to see that last butterfly kick performed perfectly before you leave today. He runs into an aspiring villain when he's 2 years into his new training regimen. They're on the edge of town, as Izuku is on his daily 10-kilometer run. Izuku sees the villain because he is in the way of an oncoming train, and the railroad itself is rising up and bending to catch the train and wrap it in an iron cocoon. Metal manipulation, Izuku's brain whispers, not magnetic field manipulation, or every magnetic material in the vicinity would have been attracted to him at near-fatal levels, judging from the strength it would take to warp iron to this extent. This is an unfortunate quirk, because that means that the villain could probably squash everyone in the train like a bug if he really wanted to. Izuku doesn't pause to process the screams or the train windows opening or the conductor trying to appeal to the laughing villain. He needs to take out the villain before he can do any damage to the civilians. And somehow, he does. The villain is knocked out cold, a bystander is calling the police, and Izuku with some volunteers is doing his best to untangle the railroad from around the train. It's going surprisingly well. He had no idea he could bend metal like that. It's sort of terrifying. That's an amazing quirk, young man, says an older man with a sprinkling of gray in his hair. Your strength today saved us all from injury and fear. Oh, says Izuku, startled, and then, thank you. He wonders if he would be so thankful if he knew that Izuku doesn't have a quirk at all. Let me give you my business card, says the man. If you ever need an attorney at law, I would be glad to help. What's your name? Says Izuku, suddenly seized by an intense desire to remain anonymous and in obscurity. He spits out the first name that comes to mind, which is, unfortunately, Deku. He winces. Noguchi Harunobu. It's good to make your acquaintance, and thank you again, says the man, and then they shake hands and the man walks away. It's sort of bizarre. Izuku gets many more thanks before the police force shows up. They take away the villain and ask for statements from some of the train passengers, and inevitably, they ask Izuku to relay what happened, too. He explains, nervously, that he had been on his daily run and then he'd seen what was happening and, someone had to help, and I didn't have my phone, and, he looks down, too embarrassed to detail the fight with the villain. Everything had been so slow and clear, and he had been so startled that he took a couple wounds to the leg before he managed to end the fight. The police scold him for recklessly endangering himself, but they also tell him that he was very brave, and that he may have saved a lot of lives today. Tsukauchi Naomasa, the highest ranking there, also approaches him with a solemn face. He tells Izuku, with some measure of regret, that since public use of quirks is against the law, Izuku will have to face punishment. Izuku's never run into this problem before with anyone else, but it's still not much of a problem. Oh, that's all right, he says. I don't have a quirk. Tsukauchi stares incredulously at him, and then looks at the iron bar that Izuku is currently straightening with his hands. I really don't, Izuku insists. I just train a lot. You can ask Tamanaha-sensei, she's my dojo teacher, and my paperwork says I don't have a quirk, and my doctor has x-rays of the extra joint in my toe. Everyone knows I don't have a quirk. All right, Tsukauchi says, but I have to investigate to verify your claims. I hope you don't mind. It's fine, Izuku says. You're just doing your job. Later, as he's being bandaged up by some paramedics, he ends up talking to an officer with a cat head whose name is Sancha. If you ever decided to be a hero, you'd make it, Sancha says. And if you did, we'd be happy to work with you. Izuku suspects that Sancha is just trying to encourage him, or butter him up, because of sympathy or a devotion to nepotism in the heroics community. He's not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, though. If that's the case, he says, and looks down at his shoes. Could you help me with something? Sancha briefly raises his eyebrows. What is it? If the story, and Izuku wrings his hands a bit, if the news manages to get a hold of it, is it possible to keep my name out of it? He looks up at Sancha hopefully. There is an expression of surprise, maybe, or respect, on the officer's face. I'll see what I can do, he says at last. The story does get out. It's pasted all over the news for the next 2 days, train of passengers saved by local middle school student. The news stations say they do not know who the student is because they wish to remain anonymous. Tamanaha-sensei smacks him upside the head when she next sees him, because Officer Tsukauchi came and visited her and nearly gave her a heart attack, but then she tells him, good job. You did well. Izuku beams. Her praise does not come lightly. A week later, Izuku sees the police force arresting a villain while he's on his way to school. Sancha is there. Izuku waves hesitantly, and tries to convey the full force of his thanks through his smile. Sancha pauses, and nods, and they go their separate ways. Izuku decides to bring Sancha some cake as thanks. Uemura-san is more than happy to give him a free cake from her store. It's a reject cake, but only because it got squished a bit in its box during DLVRY. Izuku doesn't have much money of his own, so he takes it and walks to the police station and asks if Sancha is there. The Catman looks startled to see him, but accepts the cake. A few weekends later and Izuku stops another minor villain. The police force shows up, and Sancha is there. Izuku waves. Sancha approaches and gives Izuku an entire pouch of coupons to different food vendors' stalls. It's a treasure trove. Izuku is so startled and grateful that he gives Sancha a hug. Izuku continues helping around the neighborhood and he keeps accidentally introducing himself as Deku. He needs to come up with a better alias, but he never gets around to it, so he resigns himself to the name. I just don't want anyone to know it's me helping them, Izuku tries to explain to Sancha one day. I don't want attention and I don't want anything connected back to me. He falls quiet. I know, Sancha says. That's why all of us have been calling you Deku in public. Izuku calls the attorney who introduced himself during the train incident and asks about all the legal technicalities that will let Izuku keep on with his unofficial hero work. The man mails him an entire packet of laws. Izuku makes sure he learns them inside out. The good thing is, most of the laws don't apply to him because they're concerning quirk use, and he doesn't even have a quirk. The other thing he learns is that he's technically a vigilante, unless he only interferes in situations that are already underway and have imminent risk of harm or death. It just means he can't do any investigating or preemptive strikes, which is just fine by him. He's not concerned with that, anyways. The police force becomes more familiar with him. His acquaintance with Sancha continues. He even has Sancha's number in his phone, now. They give each other sweets and pastries whenever they're having bad days and sometimes they go get food together. Tsukauchi tells them to remain professional while in public, and seems a bit worried and resigned every time he sees Izuku at another scene. Izuku's 13th birthday passes with little fanfare. He gets cake from Sancha, a one-on-one training session with Tamanaha-sensei, and some new books from his mom. Kaken blasts him through a couple trees and proceeds to pick a fist fight. Izuku punches him in the solar plexus and escapes by jumping into a nearby river, and the teacher scolds him when he arrives to school late. Deku, Tsukauchi says to him one day, why do you keep putting yourself in danger like this? Why can't you leave it to the pros? You're barely 13. Izuku gives him a quizzical look. I'm putting myself in danger because there are people who need help, he says. What other reason is there? Tsukauchi looks earnest and sad. Besides, Izuku rushes to assure him, I haven't broken any bones in nearly a year. Tsukauchi just looks sadder, and Izuku is about to try and fix whatever he said wrong when Tsukauchi hugs him and says, you're a real hero, kid. You know that? Izuku freezes, and then he cries a little bit, because it means so much to him. But I'm just doing what I can, he says. Yes, Tsukauchi agrees, and he gives him a pat on the head before being called away. At age 14, Izuku is stronger than almost anyone he knows. He has to hold back in spars at Tamanaha-sensei's dojo, and his blows can create wind strong enough to blow over a tree. Punches and kicks, and even Kaken's explosions, stopped affecting him a long time ago. There's even a day when he gets hit by a car, pushing a pedestrian out of the way, and instead of his bones breaking, it's the car that crunches to a halt. He apologizes to the driver, but the driver is too drunk to understand what he's saying. The pedestrian says thank you. Izuku goes home and does his homework. This year they're deciding what high schools to go to. Kaken wants to go to Yui, of course. No surprise there. Izuku's first impulse is to apply to Yui, too, but then he hesitates. For years ago and he would have said he'd do anything to get into Yui. But he only wanted to go to Yui because he wanted to be a hero. He wanted to help. And yet, Izuku is already helping, right here in the city. What would he get from going to Yui? Fame, attention, and money? He cringes at the thought of the first two, and while the third item would be nice, there are plenty of other jobs he can take. And yet, Yui has been his dream school for so long and surely he could make it in if he tried? I don't know what to do, he confesses to his mom over dinner one day. You would be paid well if you went to Yui, his mom points out. And after all your hard work, you deserve it. Izuku frowns. I don't help others because I'm thinking about what I deserve in return, he says. It feels so shallow and greedy to help, just because I want them to give stuff back to me. His mom thinks it over and he's not sure if she agrees, but she still gives him a hug and tells him, whatever you decide, sweetie, I'll support you the best way I can. You've come so far, and I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Mom, he says, and hugs her back. She pulls away and puts her hands on his shoulders, looking at him in the eye. I mean it, young man, she says sternly. You may not be officially recognized by the Heroes Association, but you are a hero to everyone you've saved. You've made your dream come true. Now all you have to do is find another dream to keep you happy. It brings tears to his eyes, but it doesn't bring him any answers. He asks Tamanaha-sensei for advice. She thinks for a moment, and then she says, You've been working so hard these past years, all for other people's sake. Find something for yourself so you don't burn out, and so you can be happy. Izuku furrows his eyebrows. That sounds selfish, he says, tentatively. Don't be stupid, says Tamanaha-sensei. You won't do anyone good if you wear yourself down to the bone, saving others. You gotta learn to be kind to yourself too. When's the last time you did something unrelated to heroics just 'cause you liked it? Says Izuku. See, that's what I mean. She raises an eyebrow at him. Take a break, kid. You need space to rest. Heroics is already taking up so much of your time, make sure it doesn't eat up all your personal life too. Izuku thanks her for the advice and spends the next 2 weeks thinking about it. He picks up some old notebooks and reads through them. He tries his hand at sketching, again. He makes some trips to the library. Kaken is cheered on when the class learns he plans on applying for UE. After class, Kaken asks him what kind of stupid nerd school Izuku is going to go to, and Izuku says he wants to be an engineer. What, not going to go for UE like you always said you would? Kaken sneers. Kaken, if I didn't know better, I'd say you cared, Izuku says with a straight face, and then he ducks the following explosion. Now you won't have any competition, he shouts, pivoting on his heel and delivering a kick to Kaken's side. Kaken howls, so apparently Izuku said the wrong thing to defuse the situation. I never had any competition. Kaken yells, throwing a punch. I've always been better than you. You fing assrag. They brawl right there on school grounds until a teacher sees them and yells at them to stop. Izuku dutifully breaks away. Kaken glares at him, snarls, This isn't over, Deku, and storms away towards the rest of his waiting friends. Izuku scrambles for something to say. He really didn't mean to make Kaken upset. Good luck with your application, Kaken, I have no doubt you'll make it in, he calls after them. Kaken turns around. Is that sarcasm, motherfucker, are you making fun of me? I'll fing show you, he yells. His friends hold him back, probably not wanting to get into another fight. Izuku decides it's for the best to make an exit. There's a tunnel that Izuku passes through on the way home, sometimes. He takes that route today, humming a cheerful tune to himself to try and cheer himself up. Something clinks ominously behind him. The hair on the back of his neck stands on end, and he turns around just in time to see a seething, roiling mass crash into him like a wave. The muddy, rancid thing engulfs him with a triumphant hiss. Izuku thrashes around, but the mud only flows back around him again. It crawls into his mouth and nose and he wants to choke but he can't breathe, oh god he's going to die. Think, says the distant part of his mind that has helped him survive so many fights. Izuku stops struggling, he needs to save oxygen. How do I get out of this? His eyes are clear. Izuku looks up at the muddy thing's face. He has a hand free, he could just punch its eye. He panics, what if I kill it? No. The villain has a body mostly made of some kind of mud. If he separates the head from most of the mass. Izuku curls his left hand into a fist and punches. The shock wave blows the villain's body apart, mud splattering everywhere. Izuku falls to the ground and bangs his knee. The villain himself goes skittering out the end of the tunnel, separated from most of the sewage-like stuff that it had gathered for a body. What is this? The face hisses, and Izuku notes with some hysteria that the face has shrunk to fit its diminished size. Liquid body, his mind helpfully supplies, face size proportional to volume. Could contain in a bottle. He latches onto the idea like a drowning man to a lifeline, eyes casting about for a bottle. He has one in his book bag, doesn't he? He grabs his book bag and hurries to pull the half-empty water bottle out, unscrews the cap and pours out all the contents. There's a disgusting suctioning noise as the villain begins to ooze towards some of the mud splattered around the tunnel, presumably to rebuild a larger body, and Izuku panics again. He pulls his right hand back and punches, and the resulting winds peel sheets of droplets from the villain's body. Izuku shoves the bottle into the villain's face and scoops the gelatinous mess into it as best as he can, even as the villain screams at him and tries to crawl up his arm. You can't do this to me, it yells and nearly tips the bottle over. Izuku shouts wordlessly and rights it, and scrapes the villain back into the bottle, even as it clings to him and his clothes and his skin. Get off me, Izuku hears himself say, get off, get off, get off. He grabs the cap from the ground next to him and slams it on top of the bottle with a squelch. The villain's yells are abruptly muffled. The sewage-like mud dribbles to the ground. Abruptly, Izuku is aware of his harsh breathing and his heartbeat thundering in his ears. He gulps down air in an effort to calm down. The taste of the sewage monster still lingers in his mouth and it hits him full force again, along with the memory of gagging and slowly suffocating. His heart speeds up again, his breath comes faster, he clutches his stomach and folds in on himself. He throws up on someone's bright yellow shoes. "Whoa there, kid," says a deep, and deeply familiar, voice. "What is it?" Izuku grabs at his school uniform. It's slimy and damp. He can still taste sewage in his mouth. "Panic," he forces out, and gulps in more air. "Panic attack." He throws up again. The stranger bends down next to him and rubs his shoulder comfortingly and rumbles something inane that slips out of Izuku's mind like water. "Breathe with me," the other person instructs when Izuku finishes with his dry heaving. "In, 2, 3, 4, 5, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5. In." They do this for a few minutes before Izuku finally makes it past the hyperventilating and the tears in his eyes. He immediately feels embarrassment sweep through him. "Sorry," he says, and looks up at the person who helped him. He shrieks and flies backwards. "All Might?" Izuku gulps down more air and almost goes into another panic attack before he closes his eyes and makes himself count to 10, forwards and backwards. He opens his eyes. Yep, All Might, the hero himself, is still there and still smiling at him. "What are you doing here?" All Might lets out a booming laugh. "I was hunting this villain," he says. "But it seems you have done a fine job yourself. I could not have done better." "I just threw up on your shoes," says Izuku hysterically. Then to himself, again, "I just threw up on All Might's shoes." All Might laughs again. "Perfectly understandable," he booms. "Do not trouble yourself over it." "Oh God," says Izuku, and makes an aborted move to bury his face in his hands before he remembers that his hands are covered in disgusting gunk. All Might ends up taking the bottled villain, leaving when Izuku assures him that he can walk to the police station fine on his own. Before he goes, though, Izuku sheepishly asks him to autograph his school notebook. He does. He even writes Izuku's actual name. It's the most amazing moment of his life. The hero leaps away and disappears. Izuku clutches the notebook to his chest. Then he gathers his scattered belongings and makes his shaky way to the police station. When he walks in, he sees Tsukauchi holding the bottled villain already, talking to an emaciated man with peculiar blonde hair and very strange eyes. Tsukauchi turns to look at Izuku when he walks in. "Izuku, what happened to you?" Izuku, knowing his uniform is a mess, points wordlessly at the bottle. Tsukauchi's brows furrow and he calls for a paramedic. Izuku dutifully makes his way to the room set aside for emergency treatment. The nurse checks his nose and lungs, then gives him a couple pills and antibiotics and tells him to avoid strenuous activity for the next couple days. When the nurse leaves, Tsukauchi and the blonde man come in. Tsukauchi asks Izuku if he'll be alright. He will, and if he's ready to give a statement on what happened, he is. Izuku has been through these questions before, so it's nothing hard. He relaxes at the familiar routine. The only non-standard thing to happen is that the blonde man interrupts and asks a question. "Why did you choose to keep fighting the villain, instead of calling a professional?" he asks, a little chiding, a little scolding. Izuku frowns a bit. "The villain could have escaped while I was gone, like through the sewers it attacked from. Leaving it alone wasn't an option." He paused. "And well, the heroes don't always make it on time. If you had left, you would have been safe," the man points out, though this time he sounds more curious than anything else. "I would have," Izuku agrees, "but what about everyone else? We were in a suburban neighborhood, anyone could have been attacked. If I have the power to prevent another attack, then it's only right I do." He sets his jaw and meets the blonde man's peculiar eyes. The man looks at him, and then nods, apparently satisfied. He leans back against the wall and doesn't say anything else for the rest of the interview. As Izuku leaves the room, he hears the blonde man ask something. Tsukauchi replies, he doesn't have a quirk. Izuku ducks his head and moves away, not wanting to hear any more. Sancha gives Izuku a ride home in a police car, even though it's against procedure. Izuku says thank you. At home, he peels off his uniform and washes them, and then he collapses into bed. The next morning, he stops by the police station before school and drops off some cookies for Sancha. He applies to some of the better, science-focused high schools. Between his high grades, his time at Tamanaha-sensei's dojo, and the community service hours he's amassed over the years, he makes it in. Izuku stops by Masaki Tashiro's real estate office to check in on him, because the day before, Izuku prevented him from being held hostage. Masaki offers to rent a high-quality apartment to him and his mother for a low price, at least for the next 3 years. "I'll think about it," Izuku says, "but I should ask my mom first." I think she's happy where we are. They talk some more. Izuku tells him about his acceptance into a good high school and asks how Masaki's work is going. Masaki complains about an unfortunate investment his company had made before he had been promoted an apartment complex near the beach, but the beach is covered in trash and no one wants to live there. The view would be great, if not for the stench, he tells Izuku. Izuku has never been able to resist helping. I could help clear the trash, he offers. I mean, it'd be slow, but I'm pretty strong. Masaki waves him off, but the more Izuku thinks about it, the more he thinks it's a good idea. That beach has been a terrible sight for almost his entire life, and someone's gotta do it. It's slow work, but by the end of the year, he's cleared the beach, and he's gained so many community service hours from Masaki. And more than that, the beach has given him ample space to test the limits of the strength and ability that his training regimen has given him. He experiments with different attacks and effects until he's satisfied he can control them all. He demonstrates his strength for Tamanaha-sensei one day. They stand facing the ocean, a pile of unwanted trash in front of them. She watches as Izuku breathes in, breathes out, and then punches forcefully at the trash pile. His fist doesn't even make contact, but the trash pile is obliterated, and in front of them, the water has parted in a large wake halfway to the horizon. Tamanaha-sensei raises an eyebrow and says, I need a drink. She looks at Izuku. I suspected you were strong, but this is a surprise. Why are you even at the dojo? Because it teaches control, and that's what I need, says Izuku honestly. It would be terrible if I couldn't adjust my strength to hold a fork or turn a doorknob. And besides, he adds, and looks at her sideways, I like learning from you, you're a really good teacher. Brat, she says. She starts drilling him twice as hard at the dojo, and she teaches him precision above everything else. It helps. Kaken is accepted into Yui, to the surprise of pretty much no one. Izuku says congratulations. Kaken tells him that he should stuff it, because he doesn't need congratulations, since there was no doubt he'd succeed in the first place. Izuku says to make new friends and make sure to stop by sometimes. Kaken, no need to be a stranger. Kaken says to F off. Izuku is about to do so, but then Kaken yanks him back and stares at him intensely. He looks angry. Izuku tries to figure out what he did wrong this time. Kaken, he asks. Hesitantly. Fight me, Deku, he says, shaking Izuku by his school uniform's collar. Why? Izuku asks, confused, and backtracks at the stormy look that descends on his friend's face. I just mean, we fight all the time already. We can fight if you want, but why is this time different? You usually just kind of start swinging. Shut the F up, Kaken snaps. It's really pissing me off that a quirkless wonder like you can keep up with me. I'm going to be a hero, and I can't do that until I beat you once and for all. But, Izuku says, trying to understand. You already win our fights all the time? Do you think I'm stupid? Kaken roars. You've been holding back for months. And with that, he attacks, leading with his right like he usually does. Izuku twists and uses his momentum against him, throwing him against a wall, and then Izuku shamelessly starts running away. He hears explosions behind him and senses Kaken propelling himself forward to catch up with him. Deku! It's a long, drawn-out growl of a howl. Get back here! Make me! Izuku yells back. He dodges to the side as a fiery blast shoots past him. Kaken manages to engage him a couple more times before he can make an escape. It's only a temporary relief. At school, Izuku can feel Kaken's glare drilling into his head almost everywhere he goes, and Kaken keeps trying to corner him into a serious fight. Izuku's days become occupied with finding increasingly creative ways to escape that are still plausible for a quirkless wonder like him to achieve. Kaken becomes increasingly irate, but when it becomes clear he can't force Izuku into a fight, he starts taunting him instead. Figures a cowardly little prick like you would hide, he yells up at Izuku one day, as Izuku is currently hiding on the top of an apartment building. What, are you FING scared that I'll grind you into the dust, because that's exactly what will happen. More like I'm scared you'll find out about everything, Izuku thinks. Maybe that does make him a coward. Yes, he calls back. Please stop trying to murder me into a little puddle of blood. He tries throwing a fight with Kaken once, but Kaken notices, of course, and becomes even more set off. Izuku distracts him by throwing his water bottle at his head and runs away again. School ends. It does not stop Kaken from still trying to hunt him down. Kaken somehow gets wind of his daily run and starts trying to ambush him while he's working out. Izuku starts randomly varying the time of day he goes outside. Kaken starts lurking with his friends near Izuku's route and derails some of Izuku's runs into high-speed chases. Izuku starts randomly changing his routes, too. One morning after Izuku gets out of the shower, his mom calls him into the front room. You've got a guest, Izuku, she says to him just as he steps into the room. He freezes, still holding a towel up to his hair. Kaken is sitting there sullenly. He lifts his gaze to Izuku, and then his expression changes. Izuku suddenly becomes very conscious of the fact that he's wearing nothing but his boxers. "Oh dear," his mother says. "I have to go," Izuku blurts and retreats as fast as he can to his room, feeling the heat rising in his face. He pulls on a t-shirt, shorts, and socks. The shoes are all by the front door, so he'll have to go barefoot. Izuku opens the window, removes the screen, and climbs onto the windowsill. His door is yanked open. "Deku, what the F are you doing?" Kaken yells, just in time for him to jump out the window. He lands on the fire escape of the building behind his apartment building. Glancing back up at his window, he winces at the shocked look on Kaken's face and hightails it before Kaken can recover his senses. Thankfully, that doesn't happen again, but there is a memorable incident when Kaken runs across him in a grocery store and tries to make him fight right there and then. The employees thankfully shoo Kaken out, and when Izuku finishes paying for the groceries, one of them offers to let him use the back exit. "We're not technically supposed to do that," she confesses, "but everyone hates abusers, we're all in agreement about it." Izuku flinches at the word abusers. He's not that, I mean, we're not even boyfriends or anything, and he's not doing that, he's just like that all the time. She pats his head. "Sure," she agrees, "but you don't have to be dating or a family member to abuse someone." Probably sensing his discomfort, she shows him the exit and lets him leave. Izuku makes it home without incident, feeling unsettled, and decides not to think about it anymore. The last straw comes when Izuku wakes up to the sound of rocks hitting his window. He rolls out of bed, turns on the light, and slides the window open just in time to be hit in the forehead with another rock. This is getting out of control, he thinks. "Kaken, what are you doing here?" he demands, as much as he ever demands anything from Kaken. His friend scowls. "I'm not letting you run away from me again," he growls. Izuku sighs, closes the window, and climbs back into bed. He lies there with his eyes open, looking at the ceiling, listening to Kaken throw more rocks and yell insults at his window. It only takes a few minutes for Izuku to wear down and throw the window open again. "Kaken, get in here," he snaps. "You're going to wake the neighbors." Kaken scowls extra fierce. Izuku walks away from the window and starts looking through his drawers. A few bright flashes and firecracker sounds later, Kaken is climbing in through the window like a grumpy cat. Izuku greets him by throwing a clean t-shirt and shorts at him and telling him to take his shoes off. Kaken pulls the t-shirt off his head and scowls some more. "What is this?" "I'm going back to sleep, and if you're not going to leave, you might as well sleep in here too," Izuku tells him. "The bathroom is down the hall to the right. Good night." He turns the light off and crawls back into bed. Kaken seizes him by the shirt and hauls him back out, then pins him against the wall. "Is this some kind of FING joke to you?" he snarls. "Kaken, it is 1 a.m, Izuku says, and makes a cursory attempt at shoving him off. Kaken shakes it off, and Izuku doesn't want to use more of his strength because it would be an abnormal amount for a quirkless wonder like him to have. "I'm tired, and I want to sleep, and I am not going to fight you just because you have something to prove." Kaken's grip tightens. "Why not?" he says finally, and he's never said anything like that before, but Izuku supposes that he must be tired of this cat-and-mouse game too. Izuku tries to string together a plausible reason that doesn't involve saying something like "I'm pretty sure I could kill you if I tried and that's pretty terrifying all on its own, and I don't want you to find out about everything I've been doing, and also you'd never leave me alone if I did beat you, so there is literally no way for me to win in this situation. Because it's a stupid reason, and you're just trying to reaffirm that you're at the top," he settles on. Kaken narrows his eyes, disbelieving. "You're the only person from our school to ever get into UE. What more do you want?" Izuku says, frustrated. "Do you seriously think that I could beat you, even if I went all out? You're not using your full strength either. Stop trying to pick a fight and just go to sleep." Kaken considers this, and seems to be on the verge of letting go. His grip is loosening and then the door creaks open and Izuku's mom says in a sleepy voice, "Izuku?" Izuku realizes what a compromising position he's in. It's night. Kaken is in the room. Kaken is pinning him against the wall. He makes a strangled noise, his mom looks over, she lets out a gasp. "It's not what it looks like," Izuku says, but his mom is already apologizing and backing out of the room. Kaken steps away and Izuku hurries after his mom to do some damage control. "Mom, I'm sorry, I didn't know he was going to show up," Izuku says. "Aha," she says blankly. "He just wanted to talk," he goes on desperately. "Aha? Really? There was some stuff we had to work out." "Aha? Mom, please, it's not what you're thinking," he says in a rush. She doesn't say anything. "I promise it's nothing untoward, and can we talk about it in the morning?" Izuku begs. "Okay," she says. "Okay. I don't know if Kaken is going to stay or go, so he might sleep over. I hope you don't mind. I'm sorry, good night. He rushes out of the room. Kaken has apparently taken him up on his offer to sleep there for the night, because he's changed clothes and sprawled himself over Izuku's bed. Izuku hesitates at the door, wondering if he should maybe go sleep on one of the couches in the main room, but then he remembers they don't have any extra blankets, so he creeps over and eases himself under the blanket. Kaken doesn't scoot over. Izuku stays on the edge of the bed and tries not to breathe or fall off. Eventually, Kaken turns over, looks at him, and says, "You're going to fall off, shitrag." Izuku startles, and then he says, I'll survive?" Kaken rolls his eyes and then pulls him onto the bed until he's in no danger of falling. Go the F to sleep. Kaken has no problem taking his own advice, but Izuku is tense. It's hard not to be, with Kaken so close. Skin pressed to skin. Izuku's within grabbing range and he's having trouble relaxing enough to sleep, still half thinking a fight will break out any moment. So he lies very still and listens carefully to Kaken's breathing to assure himself that Kaken is asleep. Izuku doesn't know how long he lies there, wide awake, but at some point Kaken turns over in his sleep and flings an arm and a leg over him. Izuku envies Kaken and the deep, restful sleep he's apparently having. It's nearing 4 in the morning before Izuku finally admits that he won't get any sleep, and 5 before he finally summons the courage to slip out from under Kaken. He goes to the main room and makes himself some breakfast, looks out the window and watches the dawn, and decides he might as well do his daily workout now. When he returns from his run, his mom is awake in the kitchen and making more breakfast. "Good morning, Mom," he greets hesitantly. "Good morning, Izuku," she says faintly, and smiles at him. "I'm sorry about last night," he says. I can explain now." He explains, over his second breakfast, about Kaken getting into Yui and being determined to prove that he's stronger than Izuku once and for all. He explains about Kaken's attempts to fight him. It just sounds worse and worse the more he tries to explain, so he just ends up burying his face in his hands and trying not to despair. It's okay, Izuku," his mom says, "I understand, there's nothing going on between you and Katsuki." She pauses. "But it does seem a little untoward." "It's fine," Izuku hastens to say. "I'm used to it." His mom looks a little sad. It's almost 11 before Kaken wakes up. "Good morning," Izuku greets. Kaken just rolls back over and says, "F off." "Oh, okay." Izuku pauses at the door and says, "Lunch is in an hour, if you want to come." Kaken grunts. Izuku leaves. Lunch is a quiet affair and Kaken doesn't come to join them, which seems to make his mom quietly relieved. She also takes this as opportunity to say, "I know you told me you two aren't in a relationship, but are you sure neither of you are interested?" "Mom," Izuku says, face flooding red. I know. She waves her hands around. "But Katsuki seems very determined to interact with you." Izuku shakes his head. "He's just stubborn when there's something he wants. There's no way he's interested in someone like me. If he's even able to be interested in anyone would be stupid not to be interested in you," his mom declares. Fiercely. "You're cute, intelligent, and a good person." Izuku flushes again. It doesn't matter. I'm not interested, either." His mom thankfully drops it after trying to defend his eligibility a bit more, and lunch passes otherwise normally. He checks his room when he finishes eating. Kaken is gone, the window is open, and there are scorch marks on the wall for some reason. Maybe from last night while he was talking to his mom? Why didn't he notice them? Izuku shakes his head and puts it out of his mind. Kaken stops hounding Izuku for the rest of the break. He only sees him again once or twice. It's something of a relief, but something of a disappointment too. Izuku busies himself with some reading math and physics to get a head start for high school. He also spends more time wandering the neighborhood, and consequently gets into more incidents. But still, I know it's probably just the fact that I have more time to run around now, but I feel like the number of incidents is increasing, he confesses to Sancha over sushi one day. "It is," says Sancha in a low voice. "So take care of yourself, and don't blame yourself if you aren't always there to help, alright?" Izuku tries, but his panic attacks get a little more frequent, not enough to hinder his daily activity, but enough that his mom notices and seems a bit more worried. The school year starts. His new school is a town away, and he only recognizes a couple other people from his middle school, none of them the main instigators of his bullying. They stay far away from him, which is nice. In fact, the utter anonymity of the whole thing is nice. No one knows or cares who he is, and it is such a relief. Izuku introduces himself to some of his classmates, and it goes surprisingly well. He has new contacts in his phone and people who associate themselves with him without mocking him. He almost mentions this to Uemura when he visits her cafe, but it's such a pathetic sentiment that he feels bad just thinking about it. Uemura celebrates his new school with a box of cookies. Occasionally, he sees Kaken walking home. Izuku is tentative. Still, he greets Kaken, and when he doesn't get any over-the-top challenges or death threats, he starts asking after his day. Kaken usually snubs him, but he's used to it, and he gleans some information from their interactions anyways. IFING owned the training exercise today, for example. Kirishima is a FING idiot, for another. F off and die when something has irritated him, especially that day. The day that Kaken comes back later than usual, Izuku is sitting on a bench, sketching. Izuku looks up and asks if something happened. Kaken scowls. Villain alliance, he snaps. Go look it up on the news or something. I don't have time to waste on quirkless screw-ups like you. Izuku nods. I'm glad you're okay, he says. Kaken gives him a weird look and walks away. Izuku watches the news anxiously that night, absorbing information on the villains that attacked Kaken's class. It's a worryingly audacious move. Years ago, he might have worried about All Might and the other heroes who fought, but they have healers and resources and allies, they don't need his worry. His first thought, instead, is what will happen if the Alliance attacks someone in his neighborhood. Uemura-san, at the cafe. Tamanaha-sensei and the dojo and all the students who go there. Tsukauchi and Sancha, and the police force they work on. Masaki and all the residents he looks after. Even everyone at his new high school. He isn't arrogant enough to think that they're under his protection, but sometimes the heroes don't arrive on time and he's the only protection they have. What if he can't protect them, though? What if he doesn't make it on time? What if they turn out to be too strong for him, and what if someone from the community he cares for so deeply is killed? Villains, after all, don't care about civilian casualties. The first thing Izuku does is ask around for a motorcycle or some kind of fast transport he can use. Fujimura Shuko, a mechanic whose grandson Izuku saved from a rampaging shark villain a year ago, volunteers to fix up his old motorcycle for Izuku. Give me a couple days, and she'll be good as new, he tells Izuku cheerfully, and then I'll teach you how to drive this motherfucker proper. He stays true to his promise. Izuku is mildly terrified as he steers his new motorcycle down the highway, screaming, and Fujimura sitting behind him and laughing wildly as they careen to the side. Miraculously, the motorcycle survives. Izuku thanks him. He grunts and says, if you need anything else tryin' ta keep this city safe, you call me, alright? The second thing Izuku does is seek out Kobayashi Ruma, whose husband he helped 2 years ago, and ask how heroes are able to arrive on time to stop villain attacks. It's hit and miss, the electrician tells him. There's surveillance cameras and social media, and high-visibility news coverage, too. They've got dispatchers combing through those things 24/7, or police officers to receive calls, but human error and the time it takes to call and dispatch heroes means it's hard to arrive before anyone gets hurt. It doesn't help that the pro heroes have their own agencies. It's uncoordinated and inefficient. Kobayashi sniffs. It's no secret that Kobayashi despises the entertainment-driven and competitive nature of the hero industry, which sometimes comes at the expense of civilian safety. Izuku personally agrees with her. Okay, he says. You saw the news about the villains who attacked Yui, right? Who hasn't? Yui is worryingly close to here and I wanted your advice on creating a more efficient warning system. He bites his lip. I don't want to be too full of myself, but if anything happens near here. I know, she says. You want to help. I still think you're too young to put that kind of responsibility on your shoulders, but I'll see what I can do. She pins him with a glare. And if anyone gets hurt, it isn't your fault, okay? She crosses her arms. Izuku gives her a smile. Yeah, I got it, Obasan, he says, even though they both know that Izuku will feel guilty anyways. Good. She uncrosses her arms. Her eyes slide to the wall and he can practically see the gears starting to turn in her head. I've been thinking about this for years, she says. However, I need some funding, or at least people who can work with metal. Better if they've got factory machines. Got anyone you know like that? Izuku thinks about it. I think so, he says, but they might not help until you have a plan and maybe some contingencies first, so let me know when you figure that out, okay? At school, he talks to one of his friends, Hirata Mitoki. He is brilliant at coding and everything computers, but school doesn't interest him much, and his grades don't truly reflect his intelligence. Hey, Mitoki, he says, I've got a project for you, if you're interested. Mitoki looks up. Izuku, he greets. What ya got? First, there's someone I'm working with to create a more efficient alarm system in case villains attack. I think it would be useful to make a smartphone app for that, too, one that can sync with her system if it's within range. Mitoki looks intrigued. What are you thinking for the app? Izuku shrugs. Something next to the emergency button on a lock screen, you press that button, and it automatically sends an alert to a list of contacts that you choose. It also contacts the nearest hero or hero agency. Says Mitoki. I've got some radio towers to hack. Maybe even a satellite. He looks delighted. What's next? Second, and Izuku takes a deep breath. It's time for his first foray into vigilantism. Can you hack into the UE security system and get me footage of the villain attack? Mitoki's eyes widen and he lets out a whistle. When you take something on, you sure go the whole way, he says, but he's smiling. What if I get caught, what then? You're too good to be caught, says Izuku. But if you were, they should be hiring you or at least, paying you a little for finding breaches in their security. He looks earnestly at Mitoki. His classmate laughs. I love this, he says. I'll take on your challenges. I'll even do it free of charge. But I won't say no to bribery. Mitoki winks. Izuku smiles. Thank you, he says. Then he adds, during the yearly UE Sports Festival, I can slip in as a spectator, so if you need me to plant any bugs or machines physically, we can do it then. DMN, you've really thought this through, says Mitoki. You are so illegal. This is why you're my favorite. An hour before Izuku goes to sleep that day, he gets a text from Mitoki that says, might have to take you up on that offer to plant a bug plus hook me up WUR friend, im down. Izuku sends back a couple smiley emojis and Kobayashi's phone number. He texts Kobayashi to tell her everything he set up, and she texts back, okay. He lets out a sigh and sits back, closing his eyes, trying to ease his anxious thoughts. Everything will be fine, he tells himself, and he retires to bed early. The next day he adds another 10 kilometers to his run to work off his nervous energy. A week passes. Kobayashi texts him, saying, meet me at Uemura's cafe tomorrow with that friend of yours. I've got plans laid out. Izuku and Mitoki go to the cafe, where Uemura hugs Izuku and plants a kiss on each cheek. Izuku. It's been a while, she says. I've got a new kind of cake, want to try it out? Izuku smiles shyly. If you don't mind, he says. Of course, says Uemura, and bustles away. Izuku and Mitoki spot Kobayashi at the back, and they sit down, exchanging greetings. Uemura slides a cake in front of them. On the house, as thanks, she says with a wink. Izuku reddens and ducks his head as Uemura twirls away. DMN, says Mitoki. What did you do to get that kind of thanks? It's not important, says Izuku, determined to ignore Mitoki's curious stare. Kobayashi, you said you had plans? The electrician is smirking at him, but nods and pulls blueprints out of her bag. Mitoki and Kobayashi have been collaborating, it's clear. In the end, they settle on simple buttons that can be stuck to walls, signs, lampposts, and other surfaces. When the buttons are pressed, they'll send out a signal to the nearest Wi-Fi network and contact a server that Mitoki will set up. The server will notify all phones within a 2-block radius of the button that a villain is near, and it will also contact the police and nearby heroes. The buttons can be sustained by batteries that won't have to be replaced for at least 6 months. Mitoki will create an app that effectively does the same thing, but it can piggyback on any cell phone signal, regardless of the availability of Wi-Fi. We'll need to create prototypes first, of course, says Kobayashi. Now's the time for you to put me in contact with any metalworkers or mechanics or engineers you know, Izuku. Izuku nods dutifully, even as Mitoki laughs and says, how many people do you know, man? The next day, Izuku puts Fujimura in contact with Kobayashi. They get along like a house on fire and it's a little bit terrifying. He also calls Sancha and persuades him to collaborate with Mitoki on the app. Izuku assures him that he only needs to help Mitoki when the testing stage comes around. Sancha reluctantly agrees. Mitoki is worryingly ecstatic about the news. Izuku is accosted by a tense Kaken on his way up the steps to his home. Kaken? Izuku says carefully. Deku, Kaken growls, like his name is a personal affront to existence. Where the F were you yesterday? Yesterday? He casts his mind back. Why would Kaken ask, oh? His meeting with Kobayashi and Mitoki meant he didn't see Kaken and ask about his day. I was meeting some friends, about something important, he explains. Sorry I wasn't here? Kaken growls and shoves him against the railings, and then goes storming down the stairs. Izuku has the faint suspicion that he was worried that he didn't show up. Wait, he yells, leaning over the rails. Kaken turns back, glowering. How was your day? Izuku finishes, and grins sheepishly. None of your shitty bud business. Kaken yells back and storms away. After his daily run, Izuku retrieves the leftovers of yesterday's cake and walks the short distance to Kaken's house. When he knocks on the door, Kaken's mother welcomes him in and gives him a hearty slap on the back, before yelling for her shitty son to get FING down here. A friend has come to visit and for once don't scare him away. Kaken skulks down and tenses when he sees Izuku. "What are you doing here?" he demands. "I have cake," says Izuku, and holds up the offering. Kaken glowers at him for a moment more, before snapping, "Give me that," and swiping the box of cake from his hands. They go to the kitchen, where Kaken's mom makes him get out plates and cutlery for the guest. Izuku is witness to another argument between the two before he steps in and tells Kaken's mom that it's alright and he can serve himself. As they eat, Izuku tells Kaken more about his friends and his school. Kaken listens sullenly at first, but slowly thaws out to his normal bad temper. Apparently even his dark mood can't stand against cake. Mitoki has been a good friend, even if his morals and views on the law aren't exactly conventional, Izuku is telling him, and he's been great to work with so far. He's even helping me to, he breaks off, and coughs. Do a school project. On history. Yeah. Kaken raises a disdainful eyebrow. Getting into something illegal, Deku, he sneers. Oh, no, says Izuku. Definitely not. I would never. I wanted to be a hero for years, remember? I can't do that if I'm breaking the law. Kaken clearly doesn't believe him. He snorts. Whatever, don't come crying when you F up. It's probably the most civil conversation they've had since the school year started. So how are your breaking and entering skills, is how Mitoki opens up conversation with Izuku the next day. Izuku pauses, spoon halfway to his mouth, and puts his food down. Why, he asks. Mitoki grins. Yui Sports Festival, he says. I got us tickets in from my cousin who knows a guy who works at a hero agency that's gonna be scouting, and the tickets will get us special entry permission IDs. I think I could hack into their servers, but I need to upload a virus to their system in person first. You in? Izuku squints. So what's the purpose of this, exactly? To get the footage? Mitoki waves a hand. I already got the footage. But I've got a USB with a handy bug, and I want to try and get the stuff on it into the server, and I think I might only be able to access the terminal in person. I'll give you the footage, but I hope you'll try this with me too. He flashes Izuku a brilliant grin. Okay, I will, Izuku says, trying to convince himself that this isn't a bad decision. But only if you use it as leverage to get paid or get hired, alright? Mitoki looks cheered. I will, he says. Now, here's the security plans I was able to get, and some other stuff, and here's what I'm guessing we'll have for security. You got a good mind, Izuku, what do you think? Izuku demurs, but he ends up making a couple solid plans before the end of the day. Mitoki looks incredibly satisfied. You're the best friend a guy could ask for, he says cheerfully. Izuku feels a thrum of foreboding run down his spine and smiles nervously. He tells Kaken a couple days later, I'm going to the sports festival. Kaken pauses, narrowing his eyes. I'll be there to cheer you on, Izuku says, and leaves before he can say anything incriminating. He hears Kaken scoff, but his pace as he walks away is sedate. The day of reckoning arrives. His nerves are beyond shaken, they're shredded, but he said he would help his friend, and so he will. He obsessively goes over the plan again and again in his head. It relies mainly on the fact that Mitoki can fool the Yui security system temporarily sending a false location through their ID cards and also that they have detailed plans of the school memorized. Hopefully, that will be enough. Izuku has dyed his hair purple, put makeup over his freckles, put on a large cap and thick-rimmed glasses, and brought a high-collar jacket. Mitoki has dyed his hair blue and brought a large pair of goggles. They fall in line with the agency they're supposed to be accompanying, and the two of them let themselves fall back duck under a curtain disappear into the latticework that supports the stadium bleachers. That guy who got us tickets will cover for us, he owes my cousin a favor, Mitoki whispers. Now let's find a weak spot. They eventually spot a metal patch job, big enough that if it were a hole they could crawl through it. Mitoki rubs his hands together. Oh, yes, I can't wait to see your Quirk at work, he says with a grin. Izuku sighs. He told Mitoki a while ago that he had an extremely versatile strengthening quirk, and Mitoki has wanted to see it in action ever since. Just be quiet. We're lucky the crowds will cover for the noise, he tells Mitoki. He grips the corner of the metal and clenches, enough to carve grooves into the metal and make a handle. Then he peels the metal patch away like one might peel a particularly stubborn sticker. Holy sheet, dude, says Mitoki breathlessly. Come on, Izuku says, and he picks Mitoki up and jumps out the side of the stadium to the ground about 2 stories below. He lands near silently and rolls, then pulls Mitoki behind some bushes. Can you tell where we are? Yeah, says Mitoki, still sounding odd, yeah, I can. He pulls uniforms out of his backpack and tells Izuku to change. Now put on these glasses and smudge some dirt on yourself, he adds, and Izuku does. The two of them emerge from the bushes. Confidently as maintenance workers, heading towards the Department of Support. They busy themselves at a manhole cover and then slip inside the sewers. Mitoki leads them unerringly to the manhole cover by their goal. Izuku moves the cover and gets the both of them out. Mitoki spends a good 10 minutes fiddling with some electronic box that Izuku doesn't entirely understand. I'm looping the camera footage in the classrooms, he explains, and then, leading them back to the classrooms, Mitoki proceeds to demonstrate a worrying proficiency with lockpicking. There, Mitoki whispers, and they get into the school computer lab. Mitoki logs in with one of the students' accounts that he hacked, apparently, and takes 5 minutes to upload the dubious contents of his USB. They retreat the same way they came in. Mitoki sets the lock before they go. They make it back to the stadium, but the hole has been discovered and there are people inspecting it. Izuku ducks down behind some more bushes. They are very convenient. Mitoki. They have to have vents for the below-ground rooms. Let's go. They find and wriggle into a vent, and Izuku pries away any inconvenient grates in the way. They drop into a waiting room. Izuku casts an eye around. The Yui kids must have been waiting here for the start of the competition, judging by all the stuff being left around. They shed their disguises and stuff it back into Mitoki's pack. Izuku pulls his hat firmly over his head and pushes the glasses up. Okay, there's gotta be a way back up that doesn't require us to go through the arena. I think I know the way. Come on, says Mitoki. They make it back to the stadiums and slip into the seats almost without incident. There's a point in time where guards make rounds, and Izuku grabs Mitoki and jumps up and hangs from the ceiling to avoid being spotted, but they make it out fine. Man, Mitoki says breathlessly as they sit down, your quirk is so useful. I wish I had something that I could actually use. Izuku shrugs and ducks his head, and wonders what Mitoki would say if he knew that Izuku doesn't have a quirk at all. The sports festival is amazing. The competition is cutthroat, and the obstacle course is interesting, but Izuku is most interested in the students participating. Kaken is going neck and neck with a boy named Todoroki Shudo. He has an ice quirk, but Izuku is fairly sure he's the son of the hero Endeavor. Maybe he inherited from his mother, then. Todoroki is so striking. Izuku is never going to be able to forget that face or that strange coloring, or the way Todoroki slid past the finish line backlit by the bright fires of Kaken's destruction. The light on his hair, the shadows on his cheeks. If Izuku was a better artist, he would try to draw it, but he's not quite there yet, and the best he can do is envision the painting he wishes he could make. Kaken practically glows with the fury of placing second to Todoroki, and the clash during the second event seems to shake the air. Shockwaves reverberate, and Izuku feels like a ringing bell in the howling winds of a hurricane. He's enraptured. He can't look away. He's utterly swept up and on the edge of his seat, eyes riveted, and there are so many things to look at, but he keeps looking back. Watching them, it makes Izuku feel like they could topple mountains or split oceans. The world could fall in front of their hands. Team Todoroki manages to keep the headband, in the end. Present Mike, in the announcing booth, declares the winners and the upcoming matches, and everyone breaks for lunch. When the third event starts, Izuku settles down and leans forward to study the quirk some more, because when else will he get the opportunity to study so many powerful and versatile abilities at once? He pulls out his notebook and starts writing as the battles continue. Next to him, Mitoki snickers and offers to get him footage of the festival, too. Izuku, eyes glued to the spectacle, agrees. When the sports festival concludes, Izuku goes home and washes off the dye and makeup before he walks over to Kaken's house. He knocks, and when Kaken answers still sweaty and in his Yui uniform, Izuku holds up a cake from Uemura's shop and says, "Congratulations on getting first place, Kaken." Kaken looks from the cake, then to Izuku. He wordlessly swings the door open and turns around and walks into the kitchen. Izuku follows him inside. They share the cake. Kaken doesn't say much, but then again, when he isn't being angry or mocking, that's what he usually defaults to. Still, it's nice to spend some time with Kaken that isn't based on Izuku being mocked. Mitoki sends him the footage of the Villain Alliance attacking Class 1A at Yui. Izuku takes careful notes on each one and develops as comprehensive a strategy for each of the villains as he can. Mitoki also gets him footage of the entire sports festival and Izuku practically has a field day. "Thanks, Mitoki," he sends. "No, thank you," Mitoki sends back. "Told Yui and they gave me so much yen for finding the holes in their system." Seconds later, Izuku gets another text that says, they were pretty impressed with the heist B, even though they did notice something slightly off. DMN it. That was such a bad idea. Izuku is about to type a reply when Mitoki adds, "ITS all good though. They're just happy to get their security patched. They even took my suggestions LMAO." The next text from Mitoki is a worrying set of diabolical emojis, along with the phrase "I love back doors B." Mitoki no. Mitoki yes. And you'll never guess what else, there's an awesome girl in the support department who somehow managed to find out about the whole thing and I have no idea how? Mitoki no. Dude relax, it's fine, she just wants to hang out and take advantage of my amazing hacker skills. Her name's Hatsum Mei. She builds the best stuff, we are going to be best friends. Okay, that is slightly better. After a moment of hesitation, he decides to relax. More best friend than me? Izuku teases. You, Izuku, are more than a friend, Mitoki sends. You are a godsend. You are my brother in arms. Izuku puts down his phone and goes for a walk outside because he doesn't know how to deal with that. Eventually, he texts back, thanks for everything, because he doesn't have a clue how to respond. No problem, dude. The next day, Kaken tells Izuku that he'll be going away for the next week to study under Best Genist for some kind of field experience training. Are you sure? Izuku says hesitantly. His focus doesn't really seem to fit you. Kaken glares at him. He holds his hands up placatingly. Okay, got it. Good luck, Kaken. I'll be waiting for you to come back. Kaken sneers. I don't need good luck, especially from the likes of you. Izuku smiles and laughs. Well, luck or no luck, I hope it goes well. It'll go well, Kaken says. I'll make it go well. Typical Kaken. Izuku bids him goodbye and goes home. On Monday, Izuku stops by Fujimura's place, and the mechanic invites him in for some tea with him and his son. Fujimura enthusiastically updates Izuku on the alert system project. He and Kobayashi have finished a prototype and a half, but they want to make a few tweaks. There's a shop in Hosu, Fujimura says. Got some good parts. Think you could stop by there and buy these things? He slides a shopping list across the table at Izuku. He picks it up and reads the items, some metals and parts, things he doesn't know. I can get them to you by Thursday, Izuku decides. Is that okay? Fujimura beams. I'll be waiting. Time passes quickly, and before he knows it, it's Wednesday and it's time to go to Hosu. His mom tells him to make sure he has his phone on at all times and to come home safe. I will, Izuku promises, and kisses her on the cheek before he goes. The train ride is fine, until it comes to an emergency stop and a hero crashes through the walls. Quickly following it is some sort of terrifying beast, large and hulking and its brain exposed to the world to see. It's a Numu like the thing that attacked Yui with the villain alliance. It silently roars and peels the roof off the train. The passengers are screaming. Izuku glances around. There's no one else, the hero who crashed through the train is nowhere to be seen. It's just him. Izuku runs towards the monster, yells at everyone else, stay back, and launches himself at the Numu. He crashes into it, carrying it away from the train and far into the street outside. They land, and Izuku doesn't hesitate, he hits the Numu's head multiple times, and keeps going until the Numu stops twitching underneath him. It vomits up a black, viscous goo on him, eyes unblinking, and it swipes him into a building. Hard. The building crumbles around him. He knocks the rubble away and launches himself full speed at the Numu. Everything around him slows. The Numu turns, it's too late. Izuku sucker punches it in the stomach, and a hole straight through its torso blooms. Blood and other things he doesn't want to think about spray over him as the Numu falls heavily to the ground. Izuku shudders, and steps away, and feels the vague urge to dry heave. His hand is dripping. The Numu's chest begins to regenerate. The creature itself shows no sign of moving. There are people yelling. Izuku tries to clean himself up a little bit, but it's not working, and with the weight of so many stares on him and all the screaming, he begins to feel lightheaded. Izuku takes deep breaths. Then he turns and focuses on his goal. The Numu is defeated, the passengers are safe. The train won't be starting again, and he's already in Hosu, he can just run the rest of the way to the shop. Wait, someone yells as he begins to step away. It's not safe. Izuku looks back. It's the conductor. I think, Izuku begins, and then he shakes his head to get some of the Numu blood out of his eye. I think I'll be okay, he finishes shakily, and there's stuff I have to do, I'm sorry. There's another passenger sticking his head out the window. At least let me give you a change of clothes before you go, he hollers. The offer is too much to resist. Izuku walks back to the train and stops outside the window. The passenger tosses him a bunch of tissues. Izuku gratefully wipes his arms down, and then guiltily drops the tissues to the ground. It's a terrible thing, and I was going to sell it to a thrift store, says the stranger, but it'll do to get you out of that ruined shirt. He presents Izuku with an eyesore. It looks like a yellow tracksuit, with a bulky red belt, red gloves, and a tacky white cape. I'll take it, says Izuku, and grimaces. He peels his shirt off and changes into the suit as quickly as he can, shoving his ruined clothes into his backpack. The cape gets in the way, so he rips off half. Thanks, he says. Good luck. Thank you, says the stranger, waving him off, joined by another chorus of people as Izuku turns and begins running. He sees the hero Endeavor in the distance, unmistakable because of the flames that dance across his beard and hair and skin. His arms are crossed, and Izuku can practically feel the force of his stare from where he is. Izuku shivers and continues on. His plans come to a halt as he considers the smoke rising to the sky, the screaming people running past him. His stomach sinks. Izuku pushes off the ground and leaps onto the roof of a nearby building to avoid the traffic, then begins following the flow back to its source. There, in the plaza, two Numas and the heroes desperately battling them. Izuku cringes at the destruction, at the wear that's showing on the heroes. Something starts to click in his brain. A wide-scale attack, drawing out heroes in multitudes. The villain alliance, who must be responsible for the Numas. And Hosu, the hunting grounds of hero killer Stain. Izuku has a horrible, sinking feeling that these facts aren't unrelated. Okay. Izuku. Think. What kinds of places does Stain favor? He's read this before, he knows he has, back-end alleys. Deserted corners. Oh god. Izuku pulls up a map on his phone, and then he starts circling around the plaza in increasingly large circles, checking the dead ends that he can. If his conjecture is false, he'll have left the heroes to deal with two Numas all on their own, but he doesn't want to think about what will happen if it's true, and no one is there to check. He'll just have to trust the pro-heroes to win this one. He has to. As he gets further from the battle with the Numas, it gets quieter. And quieter. And then, quiet enough that he can hear shouts. Izuku leaps over the rooftops just in time to see the hero killer himself standing over three prone forms in an alleyway. Todoroki Shudo Izuku recognizes him instantly. How can he not? The other two he doesn't know, but it doesn't matter that he doesn't. The hero killer is about to kill the black-haired one in an armor-like suit. Izuku takes a shuddering breath, sets down his backpack silently, and launches himself. He lands on the hero killer's shoulders and swings to the side, using the momentum to twist Stain to the ground in a chokehold. Stain swings at him with a knife. Izuku ducks and grabs Stain's wrist in one hand. He clenches his fist and hears the bone crack audibly. Stain yells, an ugly horse yell that grates on his ears, and somehow twists out of the chokehold. Izuku rolls backwards in time to dodge a swipe from the blade in Stain's other hand. The sword from the wrist that Izuku broke clangs loudly on the alleyway floor. "You're good," Stain says in his horrible raspy voice. "Real good. What are you doing here? Shouldn't a pro-hero like you be fighting elsewhere instead of looking for false heroes who aren't good enough to save?" Izuku grits his teeth. "I'm not a pro-hero," he snaps, tense. "And everyone is worth saving. I won't let you hurt them." "I won't let you hurt them," Stain repeats. That's a nice line. However, he flicks his blade. It gleams ominously in the light. "I have a duty to kill these men, and if you get in the way, I'll kill you too." Izuku feels himself tremble for a moment. Stain has incapacitated many heroes, all of them far more skilled than him, and he's killed others too. He's a true murderer. Izuku could very well die here. But he's faced mortality too many times to let himself back down now. He takes a deep breath. "That's fine," he says. "But you'll only kill them over my dead body." "No," shouts one of the people on the ground. Izuku leaps forward. Stain is smiling widely. He slashes with his sword, but Izuku kicks off an alley wall to change direction, and then he punches full force at Stain. The resulting wind force makes Stain stumble back into the alley, further and further from the three who are lying on the ground. "Don't let him ingest your blood," one of them shouts. "If he does, it'll paralyze you." Izuku breathes in deeply. "Got it," he says, and then Stain attacks. It's all Izuku can do to dodge the strikes, but he hasn't been spending years training at Tamanaha-sensei's dojo for nothing. It only takes one opening, and then Izuku slides under Stain's arm. With one hand, he hits the inside of Stain's wrist, with the other, he smacks the outside of Stain's hand, and the sword goes flying out of Stain's suddenly loose fingers. Stain kicks him away and sends an arsenal of daggers after him. Izuku dodges them all, only to be suddenly confronted by Stain pulling a katana out of a sheath on his back. Fast. Izuku can't hold back here. Izuku charges forward, low. Stain nearly stabs him with the katana, but he rolls to the side and kicks Stain in the back of his knees. Stain twists as he falls, katana slashing in a wide arc. Izuku jumps over it and kicks Stain's elbow. It breaks with an audible snap. Stain smashes against the alley wall, following the trajectory of Izuku's kick. Before he can recover, Izuku rushes forward and hits his temple. He sags and falls to the side. Izuku eyes the apparently unconscious villain and steps back. He notes, absently, that he's barely even worked up a sweat. And he just fought hero killer Stain. Izuku takes a deep breath, and then he turns around. The black-haired one and the stranger with the feathers are still on the ground, probably paralyzed from Stain's quirk, but Todoroki is pulling himself to his feet. Are you all okay? Izuku asks, and is proud of how steady his voice comes out. The black-haired one with the glasses looks shocked. How? He doesn't have the mental capacity to parse those words right now. Are you okay? We will be fine once the quirk wears off. Thank you for your aid, Todoroki says. Izuku finds himself under the scrutiny of his oddly colored, and very intense, eyes. Who are you? Izuku's mind blanks under the stress of today and the overwhelming need to remain anonymous and far away from the spotlight. I'm Deku, he manages, and immediately wants to kick himself in the face. Why didn't he get himself out of the habit of introducing himself as Deku while he had the chance? Who are you? Why did he just ask who Todoroki Shudo is, when he already knows who he is? Oh god. Todoroki Shudo, says Todoroki, and Izuku kind of wants to bury himself in the ground. My friend is Ida Tenya. And I don't know who the man in the feathers is. Good to know, says Izuku. I'm going to, he begins, taking a few steps away, but he sways to the side. He catches himself on the wall and tries to take a few more steps, and then he gives into the inevitable and lets himself sit down. His legs are weak. When he splays his hands over his knees, he can see them shaking. Deku, says Todoroki carefully. Give me a moment, Izuku manages to say. His heart pounds, his lungs heave. If you had a bag or something. Now would be a really great time. Then he has a full-blown panic attack right there in the alley, and Hero. Killer Stain's unconscious body a mere 4 feet away. It seems absurdly unreal, and Izuku is treated to a hysterical bout of laughter on top of everything else. Eventually the tears and the laughter wear down to ugly wheezes of air, and then to an undignified round of hiccups. Todoroki seems at a loss for what to do. By the time Izuku gets over the worst of it, Ida has been released from his paralysis, as has the stranger who is apparently a pro-hero. Izuku wipes his leaky faucet eyes and stands back up, and his eyes are immediately drawn to Ida. There's still blood on his arms, dripping slowly on the ground as he helps the pro-hero bind Stain with cords they found in the trash. His legs still feel shaky, but he forces himself to jump back onto the rooftop and grab his backpack anyways. Fumbling the zipper open, he feels slow and clumsy and foolish, and it feels like long minutes before he manages to find what he's looking for. Todoroki glances over at him curiously when he jumps back down, and Izuku tries not to fold under his attention. Ida, he says, as loudly as he dares, which, admittedly, is not very, so Ida doesn't notice it. Izuku hesitates, but he has a higher purpose. He approaches the other boy and says a bit more loudly, Ida, excuse me. Can you sit down? And tell me how to take off your armor? We need to treat your wounds. Ida straightens up, and his back is very straight. It almost scares Izuku more than anything else that has happened today. Do not worry, I will be fine until our backup arrives, he says with a smile. The light of the burning city casts ominous shadows over Ida's face until his smile is half-eaten by darkness. Like chiaroscuro, Izuku thinks as magnificent and vengeful as the paintings of old. You're bleeding, Izuku says. That looks like it might have been near a big artery. And ambulances can take nearly 15 minutes to arrive, especially in big cities, and the city is being attacked. It might take ages for anyone to come. You're not allowed to bleed out for 15 minutes when I have a perfectly serviceable first aid kit right here. The smile, faux, Izuku knows, as false as the one his mother uses when she wants him to think everything will be fine, is replaced by a serious look, all the more foreboding for the lighting. No, Izuku says quickly, because he doesn't want to be talked out of this. No. I can do something about it, right now. Please let me treat your wounds. He reaches out towards Ida, and then falters, his hand an inch from the white armor. Ida looks at him. A moment passes, and he bows his head, and wordlessly takes off the upper part of his armor. It's familiar routine after that. Izuku disinfects his hands, cleans Ida's wounds, and after applying pressure and slowing the bleeding, bandages them. Treating someone else's injuries is much easier than treating his own, so even though he's out of practice, everything still turns out fine in the end. Ida is silent as Izuku does his work, which he's grateful for. He's so tired, his bones feel like lead. His flesh feels strangely light and heavy all at once. There's a faint tremor in his muscles that persists, long minutes after the panic attack is gone. After that, Izuku helps Ida put his shirt and armor back on because his arms are a bit wrecked, and he doesn't want to leave Ida feeling exposed or unprotected without his armor on. Stain managed to stab through the armor anyways, so it must not be much protection, but at least it's something. The pro-hero calls them out of the alley. Ida strides out after him silently, but somehow, Todoroki falls into place next to Izuku and looks at him askance. Are you alright? He asks lowly. I'm okay, Izuku says. Todoroki frowns a little bit. You were having a panic attack. Izuku lowers his head, shamefaced. I know, but I'm okay now. I won't be a liability. Todoroki gives him a strange look at that last part, and Izuku can't blame him, because it's a ridiculous claim to make for someone who just melted down in the middle of a crisis. He left Ida untreated for so many minutes. Izuku can't meet Todoroki's gaze, he looks at the street instead, and tries not to think about the dusky fires that light up the skies. They follow the pro-hero for a while more, no sound but their footsteps on the pavement, before Todoroki speaks again. If you don't mind me asking, he says quietly, why are you here, if you aren't a pro-hero? I was running errands, says Izuku. He clamps down on the uncontrolled laugh trying to crawl out of the mouth. Todoroki's eyebrows do a strange thing. Then why did you have a first aid kit on you? Izuku shrugs, slightly embarrassed. I always take one with me when I go out, he mumbles. You never know when it might come in useful. And the costume? Todoroki asks. Izuku blinks at him, and then looks down at his clothes. The bright yellow costume and the white cape and his red gloves and red boots. Oh my god, I'm an eyesore, he says, mortified. He hears a quiet huff of laughter from Todoroki. That's kind of nice, compared to what's just happened. I just needed a change of clothes, Izuku mumbles, and someone offered this to me, and it was supposed to just be a temporary measure, and this is terrible. This is almost as bad as the time he threw up on All Might's shoes. No one needs to know about that, ever. It's all right, says Todoroki. Let's focus on the task at hand. There isn't a task at hand. They're just greeted by a group of heroes, who look shocked at their states and immediately ask what happened, and is that hero killer Stain, and how? Izuku feels dizzy with all these new, loud people and their questions, and he just wants to back away. Todoroki and the other pro-hero take the lead in speaking to them. Izuku hangs back and lets them bear the brunt of the attention with relief, and he jumps when someone puts a hand on his shoulder. He turns his head to see Ida with a serious, and honestly a little angry, expression. You shouldn't have interfered, he says stiffly, but thank you for everything. You got hurt on our behalf, and for that I am sorry. It takes a moment for Izuku to process that. I shouldn't have interfered, he says incredulously. It was not any of your business, Ida confirms woodenly. Izuku feels his face flush with frustration and the beginnings of anger, and it is terrible. Today has been too much. He doesn't want to deal with whatever this guy is so upset about. So I should have walked away, he says, and the anger that swells in him chokes him for a moment. Why? What is your business, that it should be more important to me than saving someone's life? What could it possibly be? His voice has risen. He realizes that the heroes are looking over, and he immediately looks away guiltily. Sorry, he says. I didn't mean to yell. No, you're right, says Todoroki, stepping into the conversation. There's a cold expression on his face. Ida is being unreasonably stubborn because he is personally invested. He left his post to get vengeance on Stain for attacking and incapacitating his brother. Todoroki, says Ida in a shocked and reproachful voice, probably for spilling the truth to a complete stranger. For vengeance, Izuku echoes, and it takes him a moment to realize the blank voice is his own. He blinks twice and focuses back in on Ida's face, trying to comprehend. Why? Was it worth it? Ida opens his mouth to say something, and then he frowns and furrows his brow. Duck, someone yells. Izuku drops down and looks up to see an enormous pair of claws bearing down like a clamp, and next thing he knows, one of the pro-heroes has been swept up by yet another Numu, staring down at them from under a great pair of leather wings. What? Izuku says weakly. The heroes are shouting. Uselessly. Not one of them makes a move to go after the Numu, and Ida is injured, and Todoroki's quirk probably can't reach the flying beast. There's no one else. Izuku takes a moment to let the sheer unfairness of it all wash over him, to let the tears prick at his eyes, and then he shakes himself off. Sometimes, the heroes don't get there on time, he reminds himself, and grits his teeth. That's why you're here. Izuku jumps onto the rooftops and bounds after the Numu, catching up in 3 easy steps. Then a crouch, and a leap, and he lands on the Numu's back. Then he grabs the front edge of one of the wings, feels the bone there, and snaps it. The Numu careens to one side wildly. Izuku jumps off and grabs onto the kidnapped hero right before the Numu lets go of it, and then they're tumbling through the air. Izuku gets a firmer hold on the hero and palm moves downward, the wind buffets against them and slows their fall. Izuku lands in a roll, and then he sets the hero down. Holy shit, the hero is gasping. How in the world? Izuku ignores him and turns to face the Numu, who is shaking off the rubble from the building it just crashed into. The Numu swings around, looks at him, and charges forward. He meets it with a punch to the jaw. It goes flying down the street, and it crashes into another building. It doesn't get up again. He lowers his fist, and then he makes himself go through some breathing exercises because this is entirely too much. The heroes come forward, shouting some more, and they are so loud and useless, his mind whispers accusingly. Izuku feels a surge of anger that makes his teeth grit together, and then he takes deep breaths and smooths it away for another time. He has other things to focus on. The anger subsides, but it buzzes at the base of his skull. There's a rasping laugh. A chill crawls up his spine, and he shivers violently. He turns around and looks at Stain, who is awake and looking at him and smiling as if he's found something so particularly pleasing, he'd just like to crush it under his boot. "You're an interesting one, aren't you?" he says. "Worth saving. But you don't even consider yourself a hero, do you?" Izuku goes cold, but the body doesn't move. Stain laughs. "This society we live in, you should be the one recognized. But instead." He indicates the pro-heroes around him with a jut of the chin. These fakes, gorging themselves on attention and popularity without so much as a selfless thought, they're lauded far and wide for their selfish acts. What a backwards world. "Be quiet," Todoroki orders Stain coldly. One of the other heroes echoes his sentiment and kicks Stain in the side, causing Stain to cough wetly. Izuku stares at the hero, unable to believe what he just witnessed. "You see it too, don't you?" Stain rasps with a grin. The corruption that crawls through the heroics industry. The cruelty, the shallowness. He shifts, and Izuku is suddenly hit by a bloodlust so strong, it makes him, and everyone else, take an involuntary step back. "Someone must stain himself with the blood of the unworthy," he hisses, and his aura presses down on them all like a howling black wind. "Someone must purge this society. So, stay true to your calling, little hero. Don't forget what it is you fight for." Izuku trembles, but the body is still. The body says, "I won't." The heroes turn to look at him, and some of them are yelling at him for responding to Stain, for his implicit agreement with what Stain said. Izuku closes his eyes and feels the tears welling up and wishes the day was over. And then Endeavor arrives, and emergency workers arrive, and everything moves very quickly after that. Izuku somehow finds himself being swept into an ambulance along with the injured Todoroki and Ida. He doesn't fight it. He drifts off briefly, but then jolts awake. He fumbles for his phone and finds he has 4 missed calls. Izuku dials his mom as fast as he can with his trembling fingers. His mom picks up within 2 rings. "Izuku," his mom says immediately. "Are you okay? Where are you right now? I've been so worried." She sounds as hysterical as Izuku kind of wants to feel, but right now all he can feel is sort of a numb and distant shock in his entire body, leaving his fingers and toes tingling. "I'm okay," he says, and is surprised when his voice comes out completely normal. "I'm still in Hosu. I fought 2 monsters and hero killer Stain. I have a cut on my shoulder and I'm tired, but that's all. They put me in an ambulance though, and I think they need a statement. I'm probably going to be absent from school tomorrow." His mom sobs. "Oh, thank God," she says. "I was so worried." Izuku calms his mother down and assures her that he will be fine. Then he tells her he has to go to answer some questions, he'll talk to her later. They say goodbye. Izuku drops the phone in his ruined bag and looks at it blankly for a while. Someone has put a shock blanket around him. That's nice. Izuku wraps it around himself and waits the rest of the ride to the hospital in silence, listening to the paramedics' fuss and avoiding the other 2 students' heavy gazes. The rest of the night passes in a blur. Ida gets a blood transfusion. He and Todoroki are bandaged by professionals. They're all put in the same room for the night. The police force stop by around 8 to pull them out individually for questioning, and then they all get some sedatives and are told to go to sleep. Izuku is out as soon as he hits the pillow. He's slowly pulled awake by the distant murmur of voices. "Let us live. If he wanted to kill us, he definitely could have." A moment of quiet, then a cold, "Ida, what were you thinking?" Izuku opens his eyes and stares muzzily at the ceiling. The bed and pillow are so soft, it feels like an out-of-body experience. Like he's not really there. He shifts and pushes himself into a sitting position, looking over at the other 2. They're awake, and apparently his movements have interrupted some kind of talk of theirs. Izuku takes in the subtle lines of anger on Todoroki's face and the quiet, strained expression on Ida's, and he immediately says, "I'm sorry, I'll just go back to sleep, please don't kill me." "No, it's fine," Ida begins, and that's when the door opens and conveniently interrupts them. Izuku looks over with relief, and then freezes when he sees a man with a dog head wearing a crisp suit accompanied by a couple pro-heroes, and All Might. "Oh God. Ida, Todoroki." All Might booms. Then, "Young Midoriya. You remember me?" Izuku says disbelievingly. Then, mortified, "Oh my God, you remember me." This time there's nothing to prevent him from burying his face in his hands. "Of course, young man. You made quite an impression, says All Might. Izuku thinks about what happened and whines a little bit. I must offer my congratulations, but first, you have a visitor, the chief of the Hosu police precinct, Mr. Tsurigami Kenji. Don't worry, you can remain seated, says the man with a dog head. I know you had it quite rough. Sancha is going to kill me for getting into so much trouble, Izuku thinks. So you're the ones who put a stop to the hero killer? You're real heroes, alright, the police chief goes on to say. Actually, regarding the hero killer, he sustained several burns, bone fractures, and other serious injuries, and is presently undergoing treatment for them. Izuku looks down. Wow, he never realized how fascinating the plain white sheets of his hospital bed were before now. He busies himself staring at them and not making eye contact with anyone, ever. Then Tsurigami proceeds to tell them why the police force has no quirk users, and why heroes are allowed to use their quirks in public, and then he says things like, those who aren't yet qualified might harm others using their quirks, if they lack the directions of their guardians or supervisors. Even if their opponent were to be, say, the hero killer himself, this is nonetheless a top violation of the rules. He also says, you three, and your supervising pro-heroes, must all be handed down an adequately impartial judgment. It's almost like the speech that Tsukauchi gave him when he was 12. Izuku feels a bit nostalgic. Wait, hold on, sir, says Todoroki. Todoroki, begins Ida. If Ida hadn't moved in, then Mr. Native would have died. Is that the name of the stranger who was paralyzed with them? If Midoriya hadn't arrived, we would have all been killed. Izuku winces at the use of his real name, and raises his gaze from his very interesting bed linens to look at Todoroki with wide eyes. So are you saying we should have followed the rules and let everyone die? So if the end results turn out alright, you think we should just fudge the rules, is that it? Saving people is what heroes are supposed to do. Good grief, says Tsurigami, this is why they call you, eggs. Your education at UE is hatching well. This doesn't placate Todoroki at all. You DMN mutt, he begins and stands up angrily, shocking Izuku with the sheer rudeness of it. Stop, he has a point. Ida rises after him. Todoroki, he's telling us this for a reason, Izuku says. If he was going to follow through on the punishment, it would have happened already. Wait for the rest of it. He's pretty certain what's going to happen. The police chief dips his head. Yes. That was my opinion as the police. As for the rest of what I have to say, well, at the end of the day, punishment and all that is only meted out upon official disclosure. A public announcement would invite the praise and admiration of the people for you, but it would also necessitate punishment. If, however, I were to fail to go public with the dirt of this affair, then it could be concluded from the hero killer's burns that Endeavor was the one who took him down, and I could back up that version of events. Fortunately, there were very few witnesses. What I am saying is, we can bury your violation like a bone in the yard. However, this means no one can ever know of your dog decisions and fetching feats. If it was just Izuku here, he would happily let the incident fade into obscurity. However, sir, I think there's a third option you didn't consider, he says quietly, and immediately feels everyone's gazes on him. He should not have done this. Mr. Native is a licensed pro-hero, and in that case, he's qualified to make emergency relief judgments. And quirks can be used legally to provide emergency relief, which is defined as providing life-saving aid in the event that one or more individuals are faced with life-threatening injury, danger, or potentially, death. Since Mr. Native was about to be killed by Stain, one could argue that he meets the conditions of being in need of emergency relief. If you went public with the events of last night, Todoroki and Ida could have a strong case in their favor and against punishment. In addition, since there were very few witnesses, Mr. Native could say that the emergency relief was under his request, in which case Todoroki and Ida's fight would be fully legal. Besides, as heroes in training, they can temporarily be placed under another hero's authority should their technical supervisors be occupied elsewhere. As long as Mr. Native is willing to back up this series of events, Todoroki and Ida can get recognition for their fight against Stain. There's a moment of silence. Izuku shrinks back a little, and hurries on with, and the Todoroki family is well off, thanks to Endeavor's status as the number 2 hero? If they're willing to provide a skilled attorney, the court case should be easy enough to clear. He looks down at his blankets and curls his fingers. Finally, Tsurigami lets out a chuckle. Well researched, young man. That may very well work. Of course, you will have to gain Mr. Native's cooperation on this matter. I leave the choice to you. At any rate, we need to take responsibility for our negligence, says one of the pro-heroes in the room with a wry smile. Ida bows deeply. I'm so sorry, sir, he says, which is such a complete turnaround from last night that Izuku can't help but stare. The UE students consult with Mr. Native, who is a couple halls away, and eventually decide to go public with the affair and go to a court hearing to make a case against punishment. However, I admit I am still concerned, Ida says, adjusting his glasses. Midoriya, you said you are not a pro-hero, nor are you a hero in training. How will this affect you? Well, he's quirkless, so most of the charges against him would be useless anyways. Not that he's going to say any of that. It's all right, you can go ahead with it, he says uncomfortably. Just don't mention me, please. Ida pulls himself upright. But you are the one who defeated Stain in the end. Of us all, you are the most deserving of recognition. Izuku winces. Maybe don't tell anyone that? He gets a serious frown in response. Oh, or you can tell them what happened but leave my name out of it? I don't want to be in the papers. Ida exchanges a glance with Todoroki. I suppose that is acceptable, he allows after a moment. We will not forget the large role you played. Izuku would actually prefer it if they did, but he just says, thank you, and lets that conversation drop. I guess it's settled then. He turns back to the police chief. Mr. Tsurigami, thank you very much for looking after our interests and being willing to go so far for us. He stands up and bows. Todoroki and Ida echo his sentiments, and when he straightens, he sees them rising out of their bows, too. For your sake, I hope everything goes well, Tsurigami says solemnly. I am sorry to cause so much trouble. However, as a fellow keeper of the peace, he then bows deeply to them, too. I thank you for your part in keeping this city safe. Tsurigami departs. Ida talks to his pro-hero supervisor and Todoroki talks to All Might. Izuku sinks back onto the hospital bed and thinks about how his life has spiraled out of control. He's roused out of his thoughts when he hears a chair scraping, and he opens his eyes in time to see All Might sit next to him. Young Midoriya, he greets. Allow me to offer my congratulations on your amazing feat yesterday. To take down the hero killer himself, with no major injuries, is quite an accomplishment. Too many exclamation marks is making Izuku's head hurt, but it hardly matters because this is All Might, his childhood hero. He says. Thank you? I'm sure Ida and Todoroki weakened him before I got there. Nonetheless, All Might says, and claps him on the shoulder. You have quite the penchant for taking down fearsome villains. Oh. This is edging dangerously into questioning Izuku about vigilantism territory. Does he, says Todoroki. We've only met twice, Izuku says. All Might nods. The first time we met, he captured the sludge villain, and now, he has defeated hero killer Stain. Sludge villain? Todoroki repeats, and looks at Izuku. He feels his face heat up. I don't want to talk about it, he mumbles. You have nothing to be ashamed of. All Might tells him. But your shoes, Izuku blurts out, and when All Might laughs heartily, he feels the heat spreading to his ears and neck. I have to confess, this is a story I would like to hear, Ida says, apparently done talking with his supervisor now. Please don't, Izuku begs All Might, but the hero tells the story anyways. He thankfully leaves out the part about Izuku having a panic attack and all the other stuff that happened afterwards, which makes Izuku sound a lot more competent and cool than he actually is. It's unbearable. I see, says Ida, pushing his glasses up. It seems you are quite the accomplished individual. I do not understand why you would wish to keep this story secret. Izuku keeps his mouth shut. There is nothing more he has to say on the subject. As it turns out, there's actually a reason that All Might wants to talk to him. He asks him to retell how he found Stain and the others and how he fought Stain. I was on my way to Hosu to buy some things, and the train came to an emergency stop, so I got out to walk to my destination, Izuku begins. The train that was attacked by a Numo? All Might clarifies. Yes, Izuku says. So I went on. While the Numu was rampaging? What happened? Izuku clears his throat a bit. He really does not want to take credit for that. I punched it a bit? All Might seems amused. And then I went on and the city was in chaos, so I went to see what it was about, and it was a wide-scale attack that was drawing out heroes in droves, and Hosu was also the hunting ground of the hero killer, so I was worried that the attack was being used to help Stain commit more murders, so I went onto the rooftops and went looking around just to make sure, and that's when I fought Stain. He quiets after that and fidgets with his hospital blanket. Ida picks up for him and he is pathetically grateful. The fight was very fast. Midoriya disabled the hero killer's arms and knocked him out, demonstrating a proficiency for martial arts. Ida's glasses shine in the unpleasant fluorescent lighting. The two of them moved so quickly that I could hardly keep up. Oh, well, you were lying on the ground, maybe that's why? Izuku says hopefully. No, he's right, says Todoroki. DMNU, Todoroki, Izuku thinks. What is your quirk? Strength enhancement? For some reason, he looks very intent. Yes, Izuku says. It doesn't sound very convincing to his ears. I'm not used to pushing to such high speeds during fights, he tries. That sounds better. And yet, you kept up, All Might says, congratulatory. Who taught you? This is more comfortable ground. Tamanaha-sensei. She teaches at East Dragon Martial Arts, he says proudly. She's been teaching me for almost a decade. But she can't push you to high-speed fights? Izuku shrugs. She's not as fast as me, he mumbles and picks at the hospital blanket. Why? All Might beams full force at him. He feels a little bit blinded. Young Midoriya, I would like to offer you the opportunity to study at UE. Izuku stares. His breath freezes, his stomach twists and sinks. What? You have a fine sense of heroics, All Might tells him. At UE, you would receive teachers who can help you reach your full potential and push you to achieve more. You could work with other students your level and build up a successful career as a pro hero. This is unreal. Are you giving me a recruitment pitch? Laughter bubbles up in his chest. It's halfway into the first trimester. I didn't even apply to UE in the first place. All Might nods. Then he says, last year, one of our teachers expelled an entire class of students. Izuku's jaw drops. Todoroki and Ida whip their heads around to stare at All Might, apparently equally shocked. An entire class? Izuku says, trying to collect himself back together. But UE only accepts the best students. How did an entire class get expelled? UE has high standards, All Might offers. Izuku chokes. However, if we have the resources at our disposal, it'd be a shame to let them go to waste. As such, Nedzu-sensei allows people to apply and transfer in part way through the year, should there be an open space. Like if someone had been killed? Izuku immediately thinks of Kaken and the villain attack, and the fact that if Kaken had died, UE might have accepted another student in his place. He doesn't know what to think. It just so happens that a student was expelled from Class 1A this year, All Might tells him. If you choose to apply, you will be competing against the general education students as well, since those who do well there have a chance to move into the heroics department. Either way, there is a spot open at UE, and it would be an excellent opportunity for you. Izuku thinks, 10 years ago, this would have been my dream. He says, I don't know. Ida looks at him, frowning. Do you not wish to be a hero? Izuku doesn't say anything about how he is already doing all the heroics work that he wants to, even if it is only barely above board by some tiny technicality. He also doesn't say anything about how he hates attention and UE is always in the spotlight. Just having Todoroki and Ida's curiosity is already bad enough, he can't imagine how terrible it would be if he actually decided to attend. He does say, I don't want to be part of the heroics industry. He can practically see the questions forming, and he doesn't want to answer any of them, so he barrels on defensively, and anyways, why are you asking me? You're the #1 hero, teaching at the best hero school in the country, and there's tons of other people who actually applied. You can do better than. Izuku cuts himself off and looks away. Better than someone who almost single-handedly took down Hero Killer Stain without receiving so much as a scratch? Todoroki says sharply. Better than a quirkless screw-up like me, Izuku thinks dryly, and wonders why Todoroki cares. Indeed, Ida says, apparently more than happy to back up Todoroki. From what I have seen, you have excellent judgment and combat capabilities. You would be more than welcome in our class if you were accepted. I, for one, would be honored to work with you. Izuku squirms uncomfortably and all he can think about is that he doesn't want anyone to know. About his quirklessness, about his saving people thing, about him. I'll think about it, he says finally, not meeting any of their eyes. When will I be released from the hospital? There's some errands I want to run. All Might is silent for a moment, and then he says, well, give it some thought. If you ever change your mind, you are more than welcome to apply. He puts a card in front of Izuku. It's a UE business card, but when Izuku flips it over, he's immediately confronted by 2 numbers handwritten in ink. While Izuku is still staring at the card, shocked, All Might says, Todoroki, Ida, you both have today off. Why don't you accompany Midoriya on his errands? Izuku shakes himself out of it. Wait, he begins, but Ida and Todoroki are already agreeing. All Might departs, and a doctor comes in and discharges them. Izuku gathers his things quietly, looks down, and sighs. Midoriya, something appears to be bothering you, Ida says. May I inquire what it is? The only clothes I have right now are the clothes I ruined, the costume from last night, and this hospital gown, says Izuku. I have no idea what to do right now. Ida laughs, and looks very startled that he did, which makes Izuku laugh too, and then they're both laughing. This is ridiculous, Izuku thinks, but he finds it hard to care. When they finish, Ida straightens up and says, Midoriya, I must offer my apologies. I have thought about your words, and your meaning is correct. When I fought the hero killer, I became incapable of rational thought, and heedlessly endangered myself and others, at their cost. I should have put my first thought to the safety of others instead. He bows deeply. Oh, Izuku says, startled. Thank you, and just call me Deku, please. The use of his real name is still making him twitch. And, apology accepted. But I wasn't hurt in the fight. I think it's your friend who needs the apology more. He looks meaningfully at Todoroki, who quickly schools his expression into something blank, but not fast enough to hide that he felt something. Ah, you are correct. Ida immediately turns to Todoroki and bows down. Todoroki. I humbly apologize. It's fine, Todoroki says in clipped tones, cutting him off. You already apologized once. Just don't do it again. Izuku looks at the two of them. Are you two okay now? They look hesitantly at each other, and then Ida smiles at Izuku. I hope so, he says, and Todoroki nods. Good, Izuku says decisively, and they leave the Hosu General Hospital behind. Izuku keeps the hospital gown on. Yesterday feels like an eternity ago already. Izuku looks up the address Fujimura texted him and gets directions, and then they walk downtown, about an hour away. The small talk mostly comes from him and Ida. They talk about school. What do you want to do, if not be a hero? I'm going to be an engineer, and the latest TV shows, I haven't had much time to watch them lately, haha, me neither. Studying to be a hero is hard work, before they hit upon a topic that Izuku can talk about for hours, pro-heroes and their quirks. Izuku warms up to the subject when Ida mentions one of his teachers at Yui, and it only snowballs from there. He's halfway into his analysis of Midnight's quirk and fighting style when he notices a thoughtful look on Ida's face. He trails off. Did I say something? Izuku asks sheepishly. Sometimes I get really caught up in things, I'm sorry. Oh, no. Don't apologize, Ida hastens to say. Please go on. This is very interesting. I was simply thinking. Okay, Izuku says, regaining his confidence, and their conversation doesn't falter until they arrive at their destination. Todoroki raises his eyebrows a bit when he sees the shop filled with metal parts and supplies, and all Izuku can do is shrug. You can come in, but it probably won't be very interesting, Izuku says to them, but they come in and look around curiously anyways. Izuku hunts down all the items on Fujimura's shopping list and brings them to the counter. The man there rings up his items. Interesting collection you've got there, he comments. Friend's project, Izuku explains. He pays, heaves the bag off the counter, and goes searching for his companions. They're conversing quietly outside the shop. There you are, he calls. They turn towards him. I know Ida has to get back to the hospital for the results of his checkup, but I wanted to know if you wanted to make a detour for lunch. The restaurant district is just a half hour away, and it's already 11:30, anyways. Ida hesitates, but Todoroki agrees easily enough, which is a bit strange, considering his thus far cold and aloof personality. They end up choosing a ramen shop. Lunch still manages to be a pretty merry affair, and between Ida's idiosyncratic personality and Todoroki's occasional remarks, Izuku finds himself relaxing and laughing as lunch draws towards the end. Izuku insists on paying for the lunch, even though it will put a strain on his wallet. Ida tries to protest until Todoroki points out that neither of them brought their wallets while on duty last night, so they don't have a choice anyway. Izuku grins. Don't look so triumphant, Midoriya, Todoroki warns. You've done enough for us. Next time, I'm paying. Everyone pulls up short. Todoroki suddenly looks wary, and Ida worried. Izuku blinks a couple of times, and then makes a decision. Only if you manage to beat me to it, he says, tossing out the challenge. And for the last time, it's Deku, not Midoriya. Ida relaxes and laughs, and Todoroki loses the wary look, instead choosing to arch an eyebrow. I'm not letting you call me Shudo, he says, and Izuku realizes that he must think his first name is Deku. That's fine by him, he'd rather keep his real name under wraps. I'll call you whatever you want, as long as you stop calling me Midoriya, says Izuku. Then he claps a hand to his face with a groan. That sounded like the worst setup to a pickup line, I am so sorry. Familiar with those, are you? Todoroki says dryly. What? No, I'm not. I just. Izuku sees the tiny spark of amusement in Todoroki's eyes. You bstrd, he says, and scrunches up a napkin and throws it at the other boy's head. Todoroki doesn't even have the decency to let the napkin hit, he catches it and tosses it perfectly into a nearby trash can. Izuku accuses him of being a show-off, and as it turns out, Todoroki is quite excellent at banter if he wants to be. They walk slowly back to the hospital, basking in the sunlight and the cheerful atmosphere. Izuku feels a bit sad when they finally get there. Hey, he says softly, slowing to a stop outside the main doors. I enjoyed today, and I'd like to do it again sometime. He bites his lip, but then musters up a hopeful smile. Can I get your phone numbers? Izuku departs for home with 2 new contacts in his list. He texts them to make sure they can save his number in their phones. Hey Ida, it's Deku. Let me know how your physical turns out. And hi Todoroki, this is Deku. And then he goes on his way. On the train, he checks the messages he has. There's one from Sancha that just says, I heard what happened from Tsukauchi. Izuku has a feeling of foreboding. I'm sorry, I will bring you cake, he texts back. You're okay? Sancha texts, almost immediately. Yeah. Good. That leaves me free to kill you. Izuku, wisely, does not respond. He moves on to a text from his mother telling him to be safe this time for real, and come home soon. He messages her that he's on his way back. There's a message from Mitoki that says, Dude, where are you? And stopped by your home today, Mom says you were in Hosu, are you okay? And give me a smoke signal to let me know you're alive, man. I'm alive and mostly unharmed, Izuku texts him. Mostly unharmed? What happened? A bunch of heroes made me stay at the hospital overnight for shock, but I'm fine. That sounds like the opposite of fine. What kind of life are you living? Izuku chooses not to respond to that either. When he gets back to Mizudafu, he drops his hard-earned bag of supplies at Fujimura's shop. The old man accepts the bag, and then he looks at Izuku appraisingly. Got into some trouble, did you? He says, and Izuku remembers that he's still wearing the hospital gown. I'm very tired, he confesses. Go home and sleep, boy, Fujimura commands. I can take care of things from here. Izuku thanks him, and then he goes home. His mom is tearful and relieved to see that he's in one piece and uninjured. She gives him a warm hug, and then she tells him to sleep. Izuku changes into his pajamas and discards the hospital gown, and then he falls into bed and passes out for 3 hours. When he finally wakes up, it feels like days have passed, he feels groggy, and his limbs heavy. Izuku pulls on a change of clothes and goes on a run to clear his head. Near the end, he's struck by the urge to go to Uemura's cafe, so he makes a detour. The cafe seems to be clearing out, the sun is slanting in through the glass windows. Izuku pushes open the door and pauses. Mitoki? His friend looks up from the back of the cafe. Izuku, he says, sitting up straight and grinning. You're alive. And mostly unharmed. I have never been so relieved to see someone in my life. Is that a cup of coffee? Izuku asks. At 5 in the afternoon? In the end, we only regret the chances we didn't take, Mitoki tells him wisely, and then looks him straight in the eye as he downs half the cup in one go. Oh my god, you're going to die, Izuku says, crossing the room and sitting down across from him. But what a good way to go, Mitoki says. Sheet, man, when your mom told me you stayed in a hospital overnight at freaking Hosu, I almost had a heart attack. He looks at Izuku closely. What happened? Izuku winces and rubs the back of his neck with a nervous smile. My train was grounded because one of the Numas. The what? Like the big beast that attacked Yui with the villain alliance, Izuku explains. One of them disabled the train while it was attacking. Holy sheet, Mitoki says. Who stopped it? Izuku takes a beat too long to think of a lie. Oh man, Mitoki breathes. No way. You punched it? There weren't any heroes around, Izuku says defensively. Not true, you were there, Mitoki says confidently, and then he whoops excitedly. Hell yeah, dude. Why haven't you been invited to Yui yet? Izuku, yet again, is too slow to come up with a response, and Mitoki's eyes widen. No way, he says, leaning across the table and grabbing Izuku's hand. Spill the beans. Izuku ducks his head and says, I have to go, goodbye. He stands up and walks hurriedly to the door. Behind him, he hears Mitoki yell, Hey, Uemura-san, put it on my tab. A moment later, he's caught up to him. Dude, he says, lowering his voice, does this have anything to do with you being Deku? Izuku's brain freezes. Mitoki's jaw drops. I was right? His heart is pounding. Where did you hear that name? Izuku says. Then, never mind, tell me when we're somewhere private. Are you, free for dinner today? There is no way I am missing this explanation, is Mitoki's heartfelt response, and that's that. They walk over to Izuku's house. His mom is a bit surprised but willing to accommodate a guest. At dinner, she seems a bit taken aback at Mitoki's, well, everything. Izuku has told her about him before, but apparently he didn't do Mitoki's character enough justice. They've finished dinner and gone to Izuku's room before he finally works up enough courage to ask, Mitoki, where did you hear about? Deku, his friend finishes. Heard the name a while ago, looked it up. Did you know you have a small internet following here in Mizudafu, by the way? Then you asked me to help make that villain emergency alarm system, and your quirk is strength enhancement, and you were worried about the villains that attacked Yui. I had my suspicions, but you confirmed them. Oh my god, Izuku says, and buries his face in his hands. He's been doing that a lot lately. He can't figure out if it's because he's developed a new habit or because his life is spiraling out of control. Also, you know what's hilarious? Mitoki says, because he has no pity whatsoever for his distress. There's a subforum I found called Middle School Kid who keeps saving people's lives, and there's a bunch of people there who keep arguing about who you are and what you look like. He pauses. Did you really save an entire train and straighten out an iron railroad? Izuku flushes. That was years ago. Why are they still talking about that? He shakes his head. Never mind, just please tell me they at least got some facts about me wrong. Calls himself Deku, is really strong, seems to frequent Mizutofu, kind of underwhelming at first glance, Mitoki says. People keep arguing about the relative handsomeness of your face, though, and also can't agree on your hair. Say, why Deku? And why the desire for anonymity? I don't really like attention, Izuku says, and Deku, because my childhood friend gave me the nickname, and I kept accidentally giving it out as a pseudonym, so it just stuck, I guess. It's a terrible backstory. Why'd your friend call you Deku? Well, it's an alternate reading of my name, and he kept telling everyone that it means useless, so, Izuku shrugs. Mitoki whistles. And then you use it as your hero name? That's the most incredible F.U. I've ever heard of. Izuku winces internally, but Mitoki doesn't notice, just tilts his head with a grin. So what happened in Hosu? How'd you get invited to UE? It's not an invitation, it's an invitation to apply, Izuku corrects, and he digs around in his wallet for the business card. Mitoki leans over as he flips the card to the back. No way, Mitoki says, odd. All Might gave you his number? Dude, you can't say no now, you have to go. Izuku lets Mitoki ogle the card and flops back on his bed. I can't. What? Why not? Mitoki bounces over. You've got everything going for you. You have the support of the number one hero himself. Izuku struggles with himself for a moment, and then he bursts out with, you have to promise not to tell anyone. He looks at Mitoki pleadingly, and Mitoki quickly sobers. I promise on my life, he says. What is it? I can't even be a hero, Izuku says. Did you hit your head or something? The hospital must have missed it. I don't have a FING quirk, Izuku snaps. Mitoki stares in disbelief, and Izuku barrels on before he can try and say otherwise. It's on my papers. It's in my blood. I have the useless toe joint in my foot to prove it. He shoots out of the bed and starts pacing back and forth. I'm just a fraud. Who'd ever believe me? Who'd ever respect me if they knew? I used to get bullied every day. I have freaking panic attacks every week. I barely have anything going for me. I don't know why I was invited. I tricked them somehow, or they need to fill up spots in their school or... Okay, that's enough, Mitoki says. Izuku whirls around, opening his mouth to argue, but his friend cuts him off again. No, you listen to me. I've read those stories. You've saved people. You are a FING hero. So you don't have a quirk, so you've got some problems of your own. So what? You're a hero in every way that matters. Izuku is shaking. I'm not. There's so many people I haven't managed to help. Every person I help, and there's another 2 or 3 I don't find, and 5 more I don't arrive in time to keep from getting hurt. Do you think you're the only hero who has that problem? Mitoki demands. Newsflash, no one expects you to carry the world, Atlas. You're only 15. You've already done so much, you've already made a difference. Because of training, Izuku says. Everyone trains. Even heroes. Where has your mind gone, Izuku? You're smarter than this. Your lack of a quirk doesn't invalidate all the good things you've done. It just makes them all the more meaningful. You overcame an obstacle no one thought you could ever surpass, and you got where you are today entirely through the force of your own effort and will. If there's anyone who doesn't respect that, they're a FING idiot. I'll punch them in the face. Mitoki glares harshly at him, panting from the force of his rant. Izuku breaks eye contact first. Atlas doesn't even carry the world, he's carrying the sky, he mumbles. Mitoki stares at him, and then he starts laughing helplessly. The tension breaks, and Izuku starts laughing too. Dude, Mitoki gasps, wiping at his eyes, I came here thinking the biggest surprise of my day was that you're Deku, but then you dropped this on me. What's next? I defeated Hero Killer Stain, Izuku says, and giggles hysterically. What? No way, Mitoki says disbelievingly. No way. The other 2 people involved have to go to court to make a case that they don't have to be punished for their public use of quirks, Izuku says. But, I don't have a quirk, so. I can't believe this, Mitoki says. You're immune to the quirk regulation laws. Holy hell. That's why the police have never arrested you, even though you're not a registered hero. Personally, I think it's just nepotism, Izuku admits, and it really isn't that funny, but they end up laughing anyways. The last thing he does that day is look up the phone number for the Hosu police force, call, and ask to speak to the chief. Hello, how may I assist you? Tsurugami's voice comes over the phone. Hello, Izuku says. This is Midoriya Izuku, and I wanted to know if I could keep my name out of the official reports? All my files say I don't have a quirk, anyways, and I'm still a minor. Tsurugami chuckles. No worries, Deku, he says. I have heard quite a bit about you from your friends in the police force. No charges will be filed since your actions were all technically above board, and your name will remain anonymous. Oh, thank God, Izuku says with relief. And thank you so much, sir. It feels like a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. He visits Uemura the next day, after school. She hugs him and gives him a cake and scolds him for worrying her. Then she tells him to take better care of himself. I'm not even wounded, though, he says, confused. She makes a tisk-ing noise and tells him he's missing the point. Tamanaha-sensei smacks him upside the head when she sees him again. Brat, you missed 2 days here. What happened? I was in Hosu, he says. Her face changes. What happened? Are you okay? I'm all right, I didn't get wounded. But there's a lot of stuff that happened, he admits, and he tells Tamanaha-sensei everything. She smacks him again for endangering himself, hugs him because she's glad he's safe, and tells him that she and his family are going to go to a dinner together tomorrow. What? I mean, okay, but why, he asks. She purses her lips. I have some things I want to talk to you and your mother about. Izuku's stomach immediately sinks, but she puts a hand on his shoulder and says, Izuku, I promise you're not in trouble, and it's nothing you have to worry about. I'd just like to set aside some time specifically for this, okay? He nods, feeling a bit better. Tamanaha ruffles his hair with a small smile. A batch of students are coming in through the door. The next class session is starting soon, so Izuku bids her goodbye and takes his leave. Last of all, he makes a visit to the police station. He sits down in the waiting room, and waits. It's a while before Sancha passes by. The cat-headed man does a double take, and then he almost runs over to Izuku. I've been worried sick, the officer says. I can't believe you. I'm sorry, Izuku says. I brought cake. Sancha's face twitches. Bribery will get you nowhere. I'm still mad. Izuku has learned that Sancha is only angry because he gets worried, so he sheepishly accepts Sancha's brief lecture. He still makes Sancha take the cake. He gets a text from Ida. My nerves have been damaged in my arms. I have some stiffness and limited mobility in my fingers. There is a chance a surgery can heal it, but I believe I will allow my arms to remain as is until I am worthy of being called a hero. Izuku looks at the text, solemn. He doesn't know how to respond. Eventually he settles on, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes well for you. Saturday, the news about hero killer Stain has broken, and it's all anyone can talk about. Izuku avoids the television for the day. He does read one article that features an interview from Todoroki and Ida. He learns what transpired before he arrived. Ida had attacked and been paralyzed. Todoroki arrived and held Stain off until Ida's paralysis wore off. The two of them had launched an offensive but were beaten back by Stain's quirk again, and that's when Izuku arrived. True to promise, none of Izuku's names appear, but he's still getting credit anyways. Out of respect for his wish for anonymity, we are not giving out the identity of the one who ultimately defeated the hero killer, is what the police force's official statement says. However, we thank him for his part in keeping the peace. He deserves the recognition, so while we cannot attribute actions to his name, we wish to honor his heroism, is Ida's statement. We owe him our thanks, is Todoroki's. It's kind of terrifying, all the speculation on the events in Hosu. There are articles on the official story, on Todoroki and Ida's upcoming trial, on who the anonymous helper might be. Izuku gets tired of looking at them and turns his computer off. That evening, Tamanaha-sensei takes him and his mom to a popular yakitori place. They order, and Tamanaha-sensei asks his mom, has Izuku told you everything that happened in Hosu? Yes, she answers. Good, because that's what I wanted to talk to you two about. His teacher turns to him. Izuku, I want you to consider going to therapy. He feels betrayed. Why? I've been thinking about this for a while, but the events of Hosu decided it. You're starting to fall apart with stress, and I mean that in the nicest way possible, she adds, probably because she sees something uncomfortably honest on his face. I think you would benefit from telling someone your troubles and worries, and it may help keep you grounded in reality as well. I know you suffer from delusions of worthlessness or some kind of nonsense like that. I do not, Izuku protests, but thinking about his conversation with Mitoki, yeah, he kind of does. Izuku has many secrets, though, his mom says, frowning. Heroes experience trauma and PTSD, like any other person, Tamanaha-sensei says. They need therapists, too, so there are lots of clauses to protect patient confidentiality, especially under the certain circumstances that heroes as well as Izuku meet. Trust me, I checked. Izuku can barely envision it. Talking about all his secrets to a complete stranger? He can't do it. Do you have any therapists you trust? Izuku's mom asks, echoing his thoughts. In fact, I do, Tamanaha-sensei says. She hands Izuku's mom a crumpled list of numbers. I myself have experience with these people and would recommend them. Please give this some consideration. Izuku, therapy is nothing to be ashamed of. Sometimes getting help is the bravest thing you can do. Okay, Izuku agrees. I'll think about it. She nods, satisfied. Good. However, that's not the only thing I wanted to talk to you about. She looks at his mom. You know about Izuku's invitation. His mom smiles. Yes, it's wonderful that someone high up is appreciating him and all that he has done. I'm going to offer my opinion on this, Tamanaha-sensei says, and waits a beat. Neither Izuku nor his mom object. I think you should go, Izuku. There's only so much I can teach you at my dojo. You need new opponents and new fighting styles, and more importantly, you need people who can push you and keep up with your abilities. I can't do any of those things anymore. That's not true. Izuku says indignantly. You're the best teacher anyone could ask for. When is the last time you've worked up a sweat under my teaching, she says, and Izuku doesn't have an answer for that. Exactly. However, she lowers her voice, All Might himself has expressed interest in having you as a student. She lets her voice rise again. I can't imagine anyone more capable of teaching you. Izuku feels tears pricking his eyes. You can't kick me out of your dojo, he says. I've been a good student. I've followed all your rules. She sighs. I'm not kicking you out. But I've taught you what I can, and as your teacher, I have the right to decide when my students are ready to move on. You are more than ready. Consider yourself a graduate. It feels like it should be a triumph, but Izuku just feels upset. Izuku, I only want the best for you, she says. And I can't give you that anymore. I hope you continue to visit, but I also hope that the student will surpass the master. Thank you, Tamanaha-sensei, Izuku's mom says. I think we both need some time to process this all. Shall we enjoy the rest of the dinner? They spend the rest of the dinner making small talk, but Izuku's thoughts keep circling back to everything that was said. On Sunday, Izuku gets a text from Todoroki. Midoriya, it says. There are things I'd like to speak to you about. Well, okay. Izuku's mind flashes through the 5 stages of grief. It's Deku. Where and when? After some thought, he adds, not tomorrow though. Tuesday after school at Yui. Meet me at the Replica City District. Okay, see you then. Izuku puts his phone down, but something's bothering him. It hits him. Wait, I need an ID to be allowed in. I spoke to Nedzu-sensei. He said he'd arrange everything, call him if you have questions. Izuku stares at his phone. Isn't that the principal himself? Todoroki doesn't respond, so apparently he is. Izuku puts his head in his hands and lets out a very small scream. Then he pulls himself together and calls one of the numbers on the Yui business card. It rings thrice, and then it picks up. Hello, this is Nedzu-sensei. And you must be Midoriya Izuku. Izuku nearly drops the phone. What? How did you? This is my personal office phone, and it isn't handed out lightly. Nedzu-sensei laughs. When an unknown number called, I knew it had to be you. Now, how can I help you? Oh, well, Izuku says, scrambling to get his thoughts back together. My friend wants me to meet him at Yui at the Replica City District, I think, but I need some kind of ID. What should I do? Ah, yes, young Todoroki. He spoke to me about this. Nedzu-sensei lets out another hearty laugh. It feels vaguely ominous. I have taken the liberty to send you a guest ID via drone, which you should receive soon. It will only work when I activate it, however. I'm meeting Todoroki on Tuesday, Izuku offers hesitantly. Yes, of course, Nedzu-sensei says. I'm looking quite forward to it. The vaguely ominous feeling turns into a sense of an impending train wreck. Now, was that everything? Izuku says. Yes? Excellent. Nedzu-sensei says. I do hope you will enjoy your time here at Yui on Tuesday. Have a nice day. The phone clicks. Izuku puts the phone down and lies down on his bed. A few minutes later, his mom pokes her head through the door and tells him that a small package has been dropped off for him. They open it, and inside is a guest ID for Yui. This is really happening, isn't it? Izuku says, holding the ID like it might burn him at any moment. It is, his mom confirms. Honey, I'm so proud of you. Look at you, growing up so fast. Izuku waits until his mom is done, and then he flees back to his room. On Monday, he runs into Kaken for the first time in a week, on his way home from school. It's sort of a relief. A breath of normalcy. "Hey, Kaken," he says with a smile. "How have you been?" Kaken glowers at him. Apparently, his time with Best Jeanist did not go over well. "It's been a pretty long week for me," Izuku tells him. "I mean, with everything that happened in Hosu, well, I'm glad you're okay." He smiles wryly. Kaken's eyes narrow. "Were you in Hosu?" Izuku shrugs. "I ran some errands." Kaken grits his teeth and his fists tighten. Izuku senses some pent-up frustration about to be released full force at him. "Fing Deku. Why can't you just stay the F out of the way, you and your stupid useless self? You don't even have a Fing quirk. All you do is get in everyone's way. Why don't you F off and die?" Kaken's hands ignite with explosions, and with a roar, he attacks. It's been a while since this has happened. Izuku bends backwards into a bridge to dodge Kaken's attack, flips to the side, and kicks Kaken further away. It looks like this is going to be another one of those days where Kaken won't stop until he's worked out his anger, so Izuku doesn't take the opportunity to run away. He sticks mostly to defense, with the occasional attack when Kaken gets too close. Eventually, Kaken winds down, panting. Izuku backs off. His school uniform is singed and charred. With a grimace, he takes off his tie and ties the jacket around his waist. His undershirt is missing half a sleeve and there are scorch marks, too. Izuku bites his lip, takes a deep breath, and settles back into a ready stance. Kaken is watching him with an expression he can't read. "Okay, I'm ready to go again," Izuku says. Kaken frowns a bit. "Or are you done?" That riles Kaken back up. "Fing Jeanist," he spits, "I'll kill you," and they're off again. Kaken seems to be frustrated by Izuku's dodging, so Izuku starts fighting back, just a little bit, and engages Kaken in a series of holds. Kaken seems to take a visceral delight in breaking them and hitting Izuku back. It dissolves into a graceless brawl as they roll across the ground. The fight concludes when Kaken releases an explosion right in Izuku's face. He reels back, blinded, and that's all the space it takes for Kaken to flip him over and pin him on the ground. For a few moments, there's no sound but their breathing. Izuku tries to blink the spots out of his vision, but it's slow to clear, and he can't make much out. "You really took me by surprise there, Kaken," he says. Kaken doesn't say anything. He just shifts his weight a bit, and Izuku becomes very aware of how close they are. He turns his head towards the sound of Kaken's breathing. "Kaken?" He can feel the hot breath puffing on his skin. "Kaken, you can get off now," he prompts. Kaken doesn't move for a moment more, but then Izuku feels the weight lifting and body heat disappearing. He sits up and blinks some more, hoping that it will clear his vision. It doesn't do that much, so he just stands up and heads towards where he last remembers there being a wall, sweeping his hands in front of him. "Deku, what the F are you doing?" Kaken snaps. "Making a good attempt at finding my way back home, I think." Izuku bumps into the curb and it takes a nerve-wracking moment to find his balance. Kaken snorts. "Get over here," he orders. Izuku turns his head towards his voice and starts making his careful way over, but apparently it's too slow for Kaken. He hears approaching footsteps. Kaken grabs him by the wrist and starts dragging him away. Izuku begins. "Shut the F up, Deku," Kaken snarls. "You're useless." Izuku shuts up and lets Kaken drag him off to who knows where. They breach a set of stairs. By the time they get to the top, Izuku's vision has started to clear, and he realizes that they're standing in front of his apartment. "Thanks," he says. That was a surprisingly nice gesture, coming from Kaken. Kaken grunts. "Oh," Izuku says, remembering. "I'm not going to be here tomorrow because I'm meeting a friend. I hope you have a good day tomorrow, and I'll see you on Wednesday." He gives a hopeful smile towards the blob that is probably Kaken. "What the F ever, Deku," Kaken snaps, and stomps down the stairs. Izuku calls a goodbye and doesn't get a response, but that's okay. The next day is Tuesday, so Izuku packs the ID and hides it at the bottom of his backpack. School goes by quickly. He takes the train home, then runs the few kilometers from the train station to Yui. It's a walk in the park compared to his usual runs, even with his extra burden. He gets in through the gates of Yui without any problem, but all the same, he feels like an imposter without a Yui uniform on. It's after school, so there aren't very many people around, thankfully. Izuku starts forward, then stops. He has no idea where the replica city district is. There's trees all around, carefully tended to. There's the main building. Izuku looks back and thinks about finding a classroom and walking in and hoping for the best, but his anxiety makes itself known and immediately shoots the idea down. Then he points out to himself that he doesn't really have a choice anyways, so he steels himself and walks right back in. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the courage to go into any of the classrooms, so he ends up walking around aimlessly while trying very hard to look like he knows what he's doing. The first few people he passes, he doesn't have the nerve to approach, but the fourth set of footsteps he hears, he steels himself, closes his eyes, and turns around. "Excuse me," he calls. "I'm a bit lost. Can you help me find the replica city district?" And then he goes into a bow because he's sweating and nervous and also incapable of looking at anyone in the face right now. "How lost are you?" says a mostly monotone voice. "Really lost," Izuku mumbles, straightening up. He looks at the other student. "Oh, you're Shinso Hitoshi," he exclaims. "You nearly made it to the final battle in the sports festival. Did you get into the heroics department?" Shinsu's eyebrows raise. "I did not." "What? Really?" Izuku says, and then flushes. "I mean, because I really thought for sure you would make it, because you did so well and your quirk is so useful, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be a bother. I'll go." "It's fine," the other boy says, cutting him off. He looks at Izuku a moment more. "You're a guest." "Yeah," Izuku says, looking down. "Why aren't you being accompanied by someone?" "I don't know," Izuku says miserably. Shinso looks at him a moment longer, then shakes his head. "Come on," he says curtly, turning around and walking down the hall. "Thank you," Izuku says, relieved. And then, "Oh, I didn't mean to be impolite, I'm Deku, it's nice to meet you." Shinso doesn't seem like the type to appreciate conversation, then. Izuku doesn't say anything else. Now that he has a companion, though, he feels more free to look around the halls and admire the building. Outside, too, a lot of effort has gone into making Yui clean and presentable. It feels a bit artificial, but all the same, the atmosphere isn't bad. Shinso takes him down one of the many paths. Eventually the trees ahead of them clear, and there's a large white wall with a gate set into it. Waiting there is Todoroki, dressed in what seems to be his hero costume, since it's the same thing he was wearing on the night they met. Todoroki looks up and sees Shinso. He straightens up, and his demeanor becomes colder than it already is normally. Shinso slows to a stop, expressionless. Izuku remembers that Todoroki was the one who beat Shinso in the end and winces. "Midoriya," Todoroki greets, not taking his eyes off Shinso. "You're late." "It's Deku," Izuku says reflexively. "I know, but I wasn't sure where the replica city district was, and there aren't any maps around, so I asked the he's about to say first, but then he realizes that's inaccurate fourth person I found." Shinso slides his eyes over at him. Izuku winces. "Todoroki, maybe you could just go ahead? I'll catch up with you." Todoroki gives him a measured look, and then a short nod. He turns around and opens the gates into the district and steps inside. As soon as he's out of sight, Izuku says, "I'm so sorry, I should have realized." "Why are you meeting him?" Shinso says. "I don't know," Izuku says immediately. "Then, he just told me he had something he wanted to say to me and told me to meet him here." Shinso looks at the district a moment more. "I'm sorry," Izuku says again, feeling mortified enough to give a small bow to avoid looking at Shinso. Also to show how sorry he is. "And thank you very much for showing me the way here. Sorry for causing such an inconvenience." "Midoriya." "Yes? Stop apologizing." Oh, okay, Izuku cuts himself off. "Thank you again for everything. There's a cafe called the Here and There Cafe. You can get a free cake there, tell the owner I said I'd pay for it." He twists his fingers together. "I hope you have a good day," he blurts out, and then he flees into the replica city district, flustered. This is a disaster. Todoroki is waiting there, leaning coolly against a wall. Izuku thinks about all the other people he knows and decides it's unfair how many cool and composed people he's surrounded by. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Todoroki," Izuku says. What did you want to talk about? And why here?" Todoroki straightens and steps away from the wall. "There's a hypothesis I want to test," he says. "I want you to spar with me." Izuku immediately regrets agreeing to meet him. "Rules? We go until one of us can't get up or surrenders, or until 10 minutes are up." Todoroki holds up his phone to show the timer set to 10 minutes already. No serious injuries, meaning no broken bones or internal bleeding. Anything else goes. "Okay," Izuku agrees hesitantly. "Call time." Todoroki nods. 3, 2, 1. Start. Immediately, a wave of ice crashes towards Izuku. He turns and leaps onto the roof of a nearby building. Todoroki summons a pillar of ice to bring him up to the roof, too, so Izuku mentally resigns himself to not running. When the next wave of ice comes, Izuku punches it, and it shatters around him like fine crystal dust. He uses the cover to charge forward at Todoroki and deliver a kick towards the stomach. Todoroki catches the kick, so Izuku uses that as a pivot point, spins midair, and aims another kick at his head. Todoroki's forced to let go and duck. Izuku lands and punches away another wave of ice. "Is destroying buildings fine?" he calls, leaping to a couple rooftops away. "Try not to," is Todoroki's answer as he comes in pursuit. Izuku spends the next couple minutes retreating. He considers drawing the fight out until 10 minutes is up so he doesn't reveal too much about himself. But Todoroki already saw him take down hero killer Stain. Well, he'll just go up to Stain's level, then. With the next wave of attacks, Izuku blows away the ice and slips under Todoroki's arm, aiming a couple blows to the solar plexus. Todoroki throws up another wall of ice. This time Izuku leaps over it and aims a kick at Todoroki from above. The blow is dodged, of course, and Todoroki follows up with some blows of his own. Izuku pushes him back, but slips. There's a layer of ice on the ground. Annoyed, he punches the ground, and cracks spiderweb across the ice until his boots can find a grip on it. Then he swings around and aims a kick at Todoroki. The air buffets Todoroki backwards until he creates ice footholds, which is all the time it takes for Izuku to close distance and plant a shoe in his gut. Todoroki bends over, wheezes. Izuku flips Todoroki onto the ground and takes a step back, watchful. "Do you give?" Todoroki doesn't respond. Izuku backflips out of the way of a sudden series of ice spikes. Todoroki stands up and launches another offensive. Izuku's growing tired of this, he wants to end it quickly. So the next time he sees an opening, he takes it. He kicks Todoroki in the jaw, obliterates the following ice wave with a stomp of his foot, and with a kick, rushes forward. Todoroki is bending his knees to meet him, ice already forming to counter his charge. At the last possible second, Izuku pushes himself up into a flip above Todoroki's head and kicks off a wall to land behind him. Todoroki spins, fire sparking on his right arm, but Izuku has already drawn back his hand and punched. Todoroki flinches, but Izuku stops his blow just before it hits his face. The displaced air blows Todoroki's hair back, kicks up a great cloud of rubble and dust, and leaves a large, shallow crater on the building opposite them. There's a moment of quiet as the dust settles. "Yield?" Izuku asks. "Yield," says Todoroki in a soft voice, and something about the way he looks at Izuku has shifted. If Izuku's being at all honest, it makes him a bit uncomfortable, but he just eases out of a fighting stance and forces a smile. "Let's go get your phone before the alarm goes off," he suggests. Todoroki nods. He does this little shake of his head almost like a dog shaking off water to get his hair back into place. It seems so incongruous with his serious demeanor and the fight they just had. Cute, Izuku thinks, and then is bewildered by his strange and fickle thoughts. They retrieve Todoroki's phone and turn off the alarm before Izuku asks, "So what was your hypothesis? Why the fight?" Todoroki tucks his phone into his pockets and starts walking towards the district exit. Izuku trails after him. He's silent for so long, Izuku half thinks he's going to ignore the question altogether. Then he says, "I need you to answer some questions first." Izuku really doesn't like this. He has a creeping suspicion that Todoroki's hypothesis has something to do with his quirk. But he's here already, so he might as well. Izuku lets out a short sigh. Okay. They've reached the district gates. Todoroki produces a key and locks the doors behind them. Then he looks at Izuku and says, "Who is your father?" Izuku is lost. His name is Midoriya Hisashi and he has a quirk that lets him breathe fire. "Your mother?" "Midoriya Inko, she can attract small objects to herself." Where is he going with this line of questioning? Who would you say you take after more? "My mom. We have the same hair and eyes. And face. But I've never actually met my father, so I wouldn't know." Izuku tilts his head to look up at Todoroki. "Why?" Todoroki starts walking down the path and does the thing again where he doesn't answer the question for a really long time. Eventually he says, "When the villain alliance attacked, I fought briefly alongside All Might. I saw him at his full power, up close." Izuku tries to make sense of the pieces he's being handed, and fails. "What are you?" "I had my suspicions when I saw you using your quirk against Stain," Todoroki goes on. "So I asked you for a spar. What I felt from you was similar." "I think you're imagining things," Izuku thinks. Todoroki looks over at Izuku and asks, "Do you think you could be All Might's illegitimate kid or something?" Izuku struggles really hard not to start laughing or spontaneously combusting right there on the spot. "Todoroki," he begins, and has to pause while his face does something weird. "That's ridiculous. I suppose it's possible your quirk evolved separate from All Might's, but it seems highly unlikely to me," Todoroki says. Both of you have quirks that give you unprecedented strength, speed, and resilience, enough to create winds and shockwaves or destroy entire buildings with a single punch. Izuku pauses to think about it, and to his dismay, from an outside perspective, there are a worrying number of parallels between them. Which is weird, and kind of terrifying, actually. It wouldn't be unreasonable to think that you two might be related somehow, Todoroki is saying, but Izuku is already questioning himself. What if All Might really is his father? It would make sense. After all, no normal human should be able to do the things that Izuku does. And their abilities really do have a lot of similarities. But then, if he is? Are you aware you're mumbling right now? Todoroki says. Izuku jumps and immediately feels embarrassed. It makes sense, but, he runs a hand through his hair, it doesn't make any sense either. Because, he has his toe joints. And quirks don't manifest late. Only their discovery is late, if the activation, circumstances, of the quirk. What if he has a strength enhancement quirk, and its activation circumstances require its wielder to meet a certain level of physical fitness? No one is exactly sure what All Might's quirk is, it could be true. Oh god, what if All Might really is his father? It could happen, if All Might had a one-night stand with his mother and left. But if that happened, then Midoriya Hisashi is a fabrication. A comforting lie. Has his mother been lying to him this whole time? And if he inherited a quirk, then, all these years, being told he was useless, working himself to the bone, doubting himself for nothing? No. He can't accept it. He's always been a quirkless, useless weakling. That's one of the fundamental pillars that his life revolves around. It's the reason he's been bullied and ostracized, and the reason he started training, and the reason he can go around helping people with impunity. There's no way he's quirkless, he has to be. At the rising panic in him, Izuku firmly shuts off his brain and makes himself go through a breathing exercise, counting numbers in his mind. When he finally feels ready to rejoin society, he opens his eyes and tells Todoroki, "I think you might have just made me question my entire life." It's supposed to be a joke, but it comes out far more honest than he would like, and there's an unsteady waver at the end. Let's talk about something else. Todoroki raises an eyebrow. Such as? Izuku blows out a breath of air. Why are you weaker on your left side? He never really noticed the quiet ease in Todoroki's expression until it fled. Why? Most of the openings I used were from your left side, Izuku explains. Your main offense and defense is your right. There's a lot of bad habits in that. Todoroki does the silent thing again. They're almost at the main building in Yui before he starts speaking again. I'm the result of a quirk marriage. My father, the hero Endeavor, married my mother so he could create a son to usurp All Might from his position as number one. In my memories, my mother is always crying. He falls quiet. Fists clenching slightly, before being forcefully relaxed. My left side can create fire. My mother told me it was ugly and poured boiling water on my face. He touches a hand to the scar over his eye. Izuku tries to imagine the consequences to a child when their parent hates part of who they are so much. It's terrible, and Izuku makes sure not to look at Todoroki right now because he doesn't know what expression he's wearing. I'm going to be the number one hero, Todoroki says. But I'm going to do it without ever using my left side. That is my total disavowal of my father. A hero? Without ever using that power? Something twists uncomfortably in Izuku's chest, alongside every other uncomfortable feeling that has been awoken today. It takes a moment to identify the feeling as anger. It sweeps through him, his blood is buzzing under his skin. Izuku begins. Todoroki looks over at him, face blank. Izuku tries to keep his words in, but to no avail. You've got to be kidding me. Todoroki's expression starts taking on the first stirrings of anger, but Izuku barrels on. I'm sorry to hear about your father, and your mother too. But becoming the number one hero? Don't make me laugh. The temperature around them is dropping. Todoroki is starting to say something. Izuku doesn't care. All these people here, determined to help people, aiming for number one, they're using all of their power, they're giving everything they have. And you're telling me that if someone needs help, you'll only use half your power to save them? If you're in a fight and civilian lives are on the line, you won't even give your all to make sure no one dies. You said it yourself, heroes save people. That's what they do. And if you're going to only save someone halfway, then maybe you shouldn't be training to be a hero at all. I don't need to use my father's power. This isn't about your stupid father. Izuku shouts. It's your power. Get over yourself. 5 years ago I would have given anything to have even a quarter of your power, and you're just going to let it go to waste for what? For pride? For anger? For a grudge? It's the look on Todoroki's face that makes Izuku snap out of it. He grits his teeth and looks away, breathing harshly, and tries to clear his mind. I'm going to go, he says abruptly. I stepped out of line, speaking to you like this. I'm sorry. He tries to say sorry for everything I said, but he still means every word. He takes a shuddering breath. I'm going to leave before I say anything else I regret. I'm sorry. F-. Wait. Izuku holds his backpack to his chest and runs out the school gate. Midoriya. Todoroki calls. Then, Deku. The last call is almost enough to make Izuku turn around, but he doesn't trust himself to say anything right now, doesn't trust himself to see past any of his anger. He turns the corner and leaves Yui behind. Izuku is in turmoil for the rest of the week, replaying Tuesday's events in his mind over and over again. He alternates between panic and anxiety about Todoroki's hypothesis, shame and self-loathing for his actions, and anger at everything else. His mom notices the mood swings, and she tries to help, but every time he looks at her all he can do is wonder if she's lied to him about his father his whole life. Realizing she's only setting off the cause of her son's distress, she stays away from Izuku, and it only makes him more miserable, knowing that he's hurting her like this. It's awful. His classmates have noticed it. Uemura has noticed it. Kobayashi and Fujimura try to coax him out of it by talking about progress on their prototypes, but he can't focus. Tamanaha-sensei doesn't know anything because he's been avoiding her dojo since the conversation on Saturday. Even Kaken isn't as aggressively over the top during their meetings. The worst part is, it's affecting his ability to go around the neighborhood and help people. He's becoming exactly the kind of person he accused Todoroki of being. Izuku has a small breakdown in his bedroom, and the most awful part of that is probably when his mom knocks on the door and asks if she can come in and he tells her to leave him alone, and then the sound of her slow, sad footsteps fading away. Friday is when Kaken finally snaps. Izuku is so tired he almost walks right past him, and then Kaken grabs him by the shoulder, spins him around, and barks, "What the F is wrong with you, Deku?" It's not the straw that breaks the camel's back, but to his horror, Izuku can feel the tears rising up. "It's not any of your business," he snaps, knocking Kaken's hand off his shoulder and hating the crack in his voice. "Leave me alone. Don't FING tell me what to do, Deku," Kaken snarls, shoving him. And then he throws a punch at Izuku's face, and Izuku's so miserable that he just lets him. His head snaps to the side. He doesn't bother writing it or even retaliating or running away. That must be what tips Kaken off that something is really wrong, because he grabs Izuku's jacket and shakes him and yells at him, "What's the FING problem?" Izuku's lips tremble, and the first tears rebelliously start slipping down his cheek. "FING spit it out already." To his horror, he feels his face contorting as the tears start coming faster. He keeps his mouth shut. If he opens it now, he's pretty sure he's going to start sobbing, and Kaken already finds him weak enough. He doesn't want him to see this too. Kaken's voice rises, but Izuku can barely focus on the words anymore. He just closes his eyes, trying to hold everything back, and it's not working, and everything just keeps spilling out. He's vaguely aware of Kaken shaking him some more, but Izuku just can't find it in himself to care. What does it matter if Kaken is roughing it up a little? Izuku's secrets are all poised to collapse like a house of cards. His father and his quirklessness might be a lie, and to top it all off, Todoroki FING Shudo can't be butted to give more than half an effort at everything he does. Then someone says, "Dude, what the hell, what the F, are you doing?" Someone shoves Izuku away from Kaken or Kaken away from him. Izuku opens blurry eyes to see Kaken kick Mitoki away and snarl, "None of your FING business, shitrag, what the F, are you doing?" "It's my business if you're making my friend cry," Mitoki snarls back, climbing to his feet. "Who do you think you are? Stronger and better than you'll ever be," Kaken sneers, rounding on Mitoki. "If you don't F off, I'll tear off your FING arms and shove them down your throat." "Ha, yeah, as if," Mitoki says. "Listen, pal, you mess around with my friends, and I'll mess around with you. Someone like you could never even dream of touching me," Kaken says contemptuously. It's exactly the wrong thing to say. Mitoki points his hand at Kaken, and small needle-like projectiles shoot out of his sleeve at Kaken's face. Kaken's eyes briefly widen, and then he blasts them away and shoots forward at Mitoki with a growl. Mitoki isn't a fighter, he isn't even entirely fit. It's no contest. In moments, Kaken has Mitoki flat on the ground. Mitoki thrashes and spits furiously, and somehow he releases another spray of those needle things from his mouth. Izuku tackles Kaken out of the way. Some of the needles catch in Kaken's Yui uniform. Izuku knocks the rest from their trajectory. "Stop," Izuku shouts as he rolls to a sitting position. "Stop it, you're not helping." Kaken rolls to his feet and pulls Izuku up, too. Mitoki gets up on his own with a glare. "This a-hole was making you cry. What else was I supposed to do?" "You're a FING idiot," Kaken snarls. "He's not an a-hole, he's my friend," Izuku snaps, furiously wiping away at his tears. Oh, yeah? Real bang up job he was doing. Like you could do any better, fucknut. Stop it. Izuku shouts again. They quiet down and glare sullenly at each other. Izuku takes a deep breath and says, Mitoki, this is Kaken. He didn't make me cry. He was just worried and wanted to find out what was going on. The F, are you saying? Kaken growls. I don't give a shit about you. Oh ho, looks real worried to me, says Mitoki. Shut your FING mouth. Deku, what the hell are you doing with some pathetic, two-bit loser like this? Mitoki immediately connects the dots, looking back and forth between Izuku and Kaken. Oh man. No way. This is your childhood friend? The same guy who went around telling people your name means useless? Kaken glares. Yes, he is, Izuku says, too tired to try and be diplomatic here. And he's going to go home, and you're going to go home, and both of you are going to leave me alone and let me sleep. He glares at both of them through his tears, and then he turns around and walks towards his apartment building, shoulders hunched as he rubs at his eyes. Behind him he hears, Where the F, do you think you're going, you piece of shit motherfucking asshat? He said to leave him the F, alone. Yeah, dude, like you're one to talk, says Mitoki. I bet you were totally going to chase after him and be a completely awful person, and the only reason you aren't is because you want to be better and cooler than me. Well, news flash, you're the worst FING friend ever and Izuku deserves someone better than you. Oh, like you? Kaken says, the disdain so deep it could make up an entire sea. Izuku takes a deep breath and turns back around. Mitoki, please stop provoking Kaken, and Kaken, go home. I'll be fine. I'll talk to you tomorrow, alright? Kaken glares at him, and then glares at Mitoki, and then very grudgingly storms away. Izuku watches him go. Mitoki, are you here for an actual reason? Because if not, I've had a really long few days, and I just want to be left alone right now. Yeah, says Mitoki. I wanted to apologize for shooting you with the needles. I didn't mean to hurt you. Izuku sighs. It's okay. He hesitates. Where did you even get those needles? His friend grins. I was testing out weapons for Hatsum and I kept them. Izuku opens his mouth, hesitates, and very deliberately decides not to ask. Thanks, he says, instead of contemplating the sheer disaster that is someone willingly putting Mitoki in charge of testing weapons. Is there anything else? Your mom called me because she's been really worried about you, and she asked if there was anything I could do to help. Izuku feels like the worst person on the planet. I'll leave you alone if you want, but I was thinking that maybe you could take your mind off things by helping me and my friend put together some of her inventions. It's pretty fun, and you're thinking about being an engineer, right? It'll be really fun. It does sound fun, but... Thanks, Mitoki, he says, but all I want to do right now is sleep. Yeah, I gotcha. Offers open through Sunday, though. Just text me, alright? Take care of yourself, dude. Mitoki leaves, Izuku finally makes it into his apartment and sleeps. Saturday morning he wakes up, drags himself out of bed, makes himself go through the motions of his workout. He eats breakfast and realizes right afterwards he has no idea what he just ate. He forces himself to take a shower and loses a span of time, staring at the wall in a haze of cloudy thoughts. After lunch he does his homework. He picks up one of his favorite books and tries to read it, then stops when he realizes he's read the same paragraph 4 times and it still hasn't registered in his mind. Outside, the sky is blue with some distant wisps of clouds. Traffic. Birds calling. Surreal, he thinks, and watches himself as he gets up, grabs his phone, and walks out the door. His mother calls goodbye. He isn't sure if he responds. Uemura looks up when he enters her shop. Izuku-san, she says. A look of concern appears. How are you today? Izuku walks up to the counter, and then looks down at it, puzzled. Why did he come here? Can I have something to do? He asks eventually. Uemura looks even more concerned. Sure, honey, she says. Today's restocking day. Why don't you go to the back room? You know the drill. He passes maybe an hour, losing himself in the work, but then he's finished and there's nothing to do. Uemura finds him standing aimlessly in the kitchen, looking at his hands like they're the strangest thing on earth. She pushes him into the front room and makes him sit down at his favorite table. Somehow, a cup of tea and a slice of cake have made it in front of him. Izuku looks at them blankly, then reaches out with a spoon and mechanically scoops up some of the cake. He doesn't bring the spoon to his mouth. He just looks at it and thinks about how distant everything seems right now. The bell at the door chimes. Someone goes to the counter and asks something quietly. That's me, Uemura says. How may I help you? Midoriya said I could get cake here. On his tab. Oh. Are you a friend of his? We've met. You've come at a great time, dear. Why don't you go sit down with him over there? He's in a bad spot right now, he could use some company. Go ahead and choose a cake, I'll bring it right over. Izuku raises the spoon. It hits him how much effort it will take to move the spoon to his mouth and eat. He puts the spoon back down. But Uemura got this cake just for him. Maybe he should eat it. Izuku raises the spoon again. Here you go, Uemura says cheerfully next to him. She puts a plate down on the table, but in front of someone else. Enjoy your cake. It takes a second to raise his eyes to Uemura's retreating back, then to look over at his companion. He rocks back slightly in his seat. Shinso, he asks distantly. Midoriya, the other boy returns. He scoops up some cake. You look well. The line has such a deadpan dlvry that Izuku almost doesn't register its meaning. Oh, he says. Then, I'm alright. Shinso looks at Izuku's spoon. Izuku follows his gaze. The spoon's starting to list, the cake in danger of sliding off. He should probably do something about that, but instead, he just watches as it creeps closer to the edge. Shinso sighs. Something washes over Izuku like a wave of cold air. Put the spoon down. The spoon is put down. Izuku looks at it in astonishment. Focus, Shinso says. With a rush, a quiet roar, his surroundings snap into sharp, painful truth. Everything is so immediate, so real, the colors are bright, the sounds are loud, and all of the fog in his mind is torn down violently into shreds. Izuku gasps, pained, and all the emotions of the past 4 days come roaring back, crashing through him like a tidal wave. He tries to JRK away, but he can't move, there's just a full body flinch and he can't make himself breathe, he's helpless, he's going to die. Sheet, okay, stop focusing. The world slips away like distant mist. His emotions don't go with them. Izuku's breath comes in short, jerky gasps, and his eyes are tearing up, and there's water spilling out. He's shaking. He can't make himself move. The feeling of cold air abruptly disappears, and Izuku immediately curls in on himself and shakes and tries not to cry too hard. Breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Izuku straightens up and scrubs at his eyes. Sorry, he says, gaze skittering around Shinso's face but never to the eyes. He sees enough to know that Shinso is looking at him kind of helplessly. Are you you want to talk about it? It couldn't hurt to vent a little, right? Todoroki, Izuku begins. Todoroki said he doesn't, the tears well up again. Izuku puts a hand over his mouth and rests his elbows on the table and tries not to cry more. I'm not sorry, Shinso says. Izuku takes a deep breath and sits back up. Why? You didn't do anything. Shinso looks at him disbelievingly, as if to say, did you or did you not almost have a breakdown because I tried to help you focus? You didn't, Izuku insists anyways. I'm just not doing that great, right now, and you came at a bad time. That's all. Shinso lets out a breath of air. If you say so? There's a couple minutes of silence. Izuku picks up his spoon and makes an actual effort at enjoying his cake. He feels bad that he interrupted Shinso's time, and he also feels uncomfortable and awkward. Then Shinso clears his throat and says, I don't know if this is true, but, he scratches the back of his neck, I hear ice cream is good for breakups. Izuku tries very hard not to gape. You think me and Todoroki? Is that? Shinso is turning a bit red now. Is that not it? No, Izuku says. For one, Todoroki is way out of his league. I mean, how did you come up with that? He told you to meet him somewhere but he didn't tell you why, Shinso says, and just now. Izuku is pretty sure his face is as red as Shinso's, at this point. Shinso coughs and starts to stand up. I'll just go. No, it's all right. Izuku hurries to say, reaching over and grabbing Shinso's wrist. Don't let me keep you from enjoying your cake. It's really good cake, too, Uemura-san runs a really good shop. Then he becomes extremely aware of his hand on Shinso's, and the surprisingly warm skin. He turns red and lets go of Shinso's wrist and fidgets with his own clothes. Shinso slowly sits back down. It is good, he concedes. The best, Izuku says firmly. I like coming here a lot. Sometimes I help in the back. Shinso dips his head. How do you know the owner, he asks. Oh, 0.5 years ago, there was this alley, and a guy with a knife, Izuku says, and looks down. She helped you, Shinso surmises, when Izuku doesn't say anything more. She was very kind, Izuku agrees. She technically did help him, just not in the way Shinso probably thinks. I visited her shop after that, and it's been one of my favorite places ever since. The here and there cafe makes him feel safe and loved. It's such a nice thing that Izuku still isn't used to it, still feels a little out of place coming in here, still rations his visits as though he might use up all his welcome. Izuku shakes himself out of his thoughts. What about you, Shinso? He asks. What are your favorite places? Shinso blinks. And then, reluctantly, the cat cuddles cafe. What is that? Izuku asks. They have cats you can play with. There's an hourly fee. Oh, says Izuku. Then, a bit wistfully, that sounds really nice. Maybe I'll try visiting. Shinso relaxes an infinitesimal bit. They're open every day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., but only to 7 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays, he offers. Izuku looks at the clock. It's only 4. The idea takes root in his head, and the more he thinks about it, the more it appeals to him. He doesn't have anything to do today, and there's no one he particularly wants to visit, and it would be really nice to pet some cats right now. Do you, know the way from here? He asks. Shinso nods. It's on block 62, he says. He hesitates, and then says, it's on my way home. I could show you. Would you? Izuku teeters between refusing to inconvenience him and letting himself have a nice thing, and for once in his life, the nice thing wins. Thank you so much. He pays for both their treats, even though Uemura tries to give him a discount. He just tips what she won't take. Uemura tells Shinso to take care of Midoriya. Now, he deserves to have good friends who appreciate him more. Izuku turns red. Shinso says he will. They take a bus to the other side of the city, and then Shinso leads him down a couple streets. They talk a little bit about Yui, then heroes, and then they hit upon the topic of vigilantes, something Izuku knows quite a lot about, and so they talk about it for most of the way there. Shinso holds the door open for him. You know a lot about this, he says, sounding in equal parts curious and impressed. Izuku smiles sheepishly and steps inside. Shinso speaks to a friendly woman at the counter and pays for an hour each for him and Izuku. The woman shows them through a door. And past the door is a large room, filled with cat trees and cushions and rugs, light spilling in from the windows at the far end of the room. There are people here and there, attending to the room or to its main attractions. And better than that, cats. This is amazing, Izuku breathes, eyes wide. Shinso laughs quietly next to him. Here, he says. He leads Izuku to a tortoiseshell cat napping in the sunlight. This is Fuku. He's the friendliest cat in the room. Shinso puts his hand forward for the cat to sniff, and once the cat lies back, he strokes him a few times. Izuku follows Shinsu's example. His fur is so soft, he says wonderingly. Fuku is a favorite here, Shinso says, and Izuku thinks he can detect a hint of pride in his voice. His favorite is chicken. He likes feathers. Once Izuku is done cooing over Fuku, Shinso picks up a gray cat with a cheerful golden bell on a pink collar. This is Tomiko. She likes napping on people's laps and attention. He hands her to Izuku. Tomiko looks at him, and then she starts licking her paw, right there in Izuku's arms. Izuku laughs. The beginning of a smile appears on Shinsu's lips. Try sitting down, he suggests, so Izuku does, and Tomiko settles herself down right there on his lap and imperiously accepts his attention. A gray tabby with long fur pads over curiously and sniffs Izuku. That's Taka. He's Tomiko's brother, and he's pretty active, Shinso tells him. Taka sniffs around a little bit more. Then he walks over Izuku's lap and over Tomiko and walks away, tail getting into Izuku's face. Shinso introduces him to the rest of the cats. They manage to persuade Tomiko off of Izuku's lap, and then they spend some time fooling around and playing with some of the other cats. As time goes on, Shinso relaxes and becomes more open, still quiet, but more willing to smile, more willing to laugh. There's a moment when they're sitting on the floor with a friendly cat named Isao, and Isao climbs onto Shinsu's lap. Isao's purring, looking around, kneading Shinsu's leg. And then he turns and licks Shinsu's cheek. Shinso lets out a startled laugh, and turns his head just so, and the golden sunlight catches on his hair and cheek and eyes like a summer shroud. And that moment of unguarded happiness is such a change, such a contrast from the tired and wary boy he first met. It hits Izuku in the chest and tangles his breath for a single, suspended moment, the way Shinso lights up from the inside and seems to glow with that mysterious, effusive joy. The moment passes. Izuku blinks. Shinso, still smiling, says, "He kissed me." Izuku thinks to himself that Shinso should have more happiness in his life. He's disappointed when their hour is up, but as he leaves there's still a new energy in his steps that wasn't there before. As they get further from the cat cafe, Izuku can see Shinso shudder himself away. It's a little bit saddening. So when they get to Izuku's bus stop, Izuku works up his courage and says, "Thanks, Shinso." He tilts his head up to look at the taller boy and smiles, trying to convey the full force of his gratitude. "I think that was the best hour of my life." There's a slight flush on Shinsu's face. "It's no problem," he mumbles, looking away. "If you ever want to hang out again," Izuku says, I wouldn't mind." Shinso glances at him, and looks away, and nods. They part ways. Izuku takes the bus home, and then he walks to Kaken's apartment. Kaken opens the door, and upon catching sight of him, glowers. "Hi, Kaken. Sorry for snapping at you yesterday," Izuku begins. Kaken slams the door in his face. Izuku is still blinking at the abruptness of it all when the door is yanked open again and Kaken throws a box at him. Izuku catches it, blinks some more, and registers the fact that the box is covered in flour. "F off until you're normal again," Kaken yells. The door slams once more. Izuku waits a couple moments, but it looks like that's it. He opens the cardboard box. Inside is cake? Izuku is touched, but he also feels a little bit unsettled. This is probably the single nicest thing Kaken has ever done for him. The cake isn't as good as Uemura's, but it's still pretty good. Izuku has a slice and saves the rest for when he's having bad days. Finally, on Sunday, Izuku calls Mitoki. "Izuku!" Mitoki shouts into the phone, over the sound of hammering in the background. "Are you doing okay?" Izuku can't help but smile a little at that. "Yeah," he says. "I'm doing all right. Sorry about everything that happened. I wanted to see you for a bit today, actually, and spend some time together, maybe? You mentioned something about helping with a project, right?" "Yes," Mitoki says immediately. "DMN straight, I'd love to see you. And also have your help. Hey, listen, we're working on the project right now, you want to come over?" Izuku gets an address from Mitoki. The house in question seems like a perfectly normal, perfectly mundane house, but when Izuku steps on the doormat, it sprouts what look like toothbrushes and starts cleaning his shoes. Izuku presses the doorbell. There's an audible thump from inside the house. The peephole in the door elongates into a telescope-looking thing that somehow manages to give off the impression that it's staring intensely into Izuku's eyes. "Hi. What's your name?" says a bubbly-sounding voice. Midoriya Izuku? Hello. Don't forget to take off your shoes." The door swings open of its own accord, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku steps inside. He half expected mayhem. It probably says something that he's more unsettled by the homey, cream decor than anything. There's also no one in sight. "Hello," he calls. He waits maybe half a minute, hesitant to explore the house. Finally, there's some muffled footsteps, and then Mitoki pops into sight. His hair is a mess, his clothes grimy, and he's wearing the same awful goggles from that time they broke into Yui. "Izuku, you came at just the right time," he declares. "Come on, and grab your shoes." Izuku blinks. But the door said not to." Mitoki waves him off. "Just ignore it. Come on." Izuku grabs his shoes and ducks as multiple tongues of flame shoot out of the wall. "Keep the shoes at the front door, please," the bubbly voice says. What is wrong with this house? Izuku flees after Mitoki before anything else can happen. Mitoki takes him into what might once have been a garage, if a tornado upended a mechanical workshop, an Italian bistro, and an arts and crafts store on the floor. This does not bode well. "Mitoki, where'd you run off to?" says the same bubbly voice from the front door. In the middle of the room is a large table and some kind of robot thing. The figure standing next to it shuts off the welding torch in their hand and flips up their mask to reveal an innocent-looking girl with a cheerful smile and short pink hair. "Oh, is that your friend?" Izuku finally connects the name Hatsum Mei to the support department student who made it into the final round of the sports festival using her inventions alone, and mostly using her match as a giant sales pitch. She scares him. He was not prepared for this at all. "I told you the doorbell rang," Mitoki says triumphantly. "This is Izuku, and he's great at heavy lifting. I'm pretty sure he's also mildly fireproof." "Mildly fireproof?" Izuku and Hatsum ask at the same time. Hatsum leans forward, looking interested, and Izuku is overcome by a feeling of intense foreboding. He can survive explosions from this one a-hole with no problem, and only at the expense of his clothes, Mitoki explains. "What?" Izuku is bewildered. "How did you know that?" "Thanks for confirming," Mitoki says. "Oh, that's wonderful," Hatsum exclaims. "I have just the thing for you to do." That thing turns out to be holding hot, heavy pieces of metal for Hatsum as she's welding together her newest invention. An anti-bird cannon she intends to attach to the roof, she explains. Also a prototype for anti-flying objects and people in general, she adds. Izuku fears for the safety of Yui. "We haven't found a volunteer for the controlled test of it yet, though," says Mitoki. He pauses, tilts his head back, and gives Izuku an earnest, wide-eyed smile. "Hey, Izuku, you're pretty resilient, right?" Izuku gives him as deeply suspicious a look as he can muster. "Mitoki," he says. He tries to assemble a metaphor profound enough to express exactly how he feels about this suggestion, but words alone cannot encompass the depths of his emotion. "Mitoki, no. You helped me break into Yui." Mitoki protests. This is barely anything. Finish that app, then we'll talk, Izuku says dryly. He passes the afternoon in the garage, losing himself in the easy rhythm and flow of work. Hatsum tells him what to do and he does it, and every now and then he gets a front row seat to Mitoki and Hatsum arguing. Half the time he doesn't even know what they're arguing about. The best way to fix the canon? The pros and cons of different programming languages? The existence of the Loch Ness Monster? Izuku is pretty sure they're just arguing for the hell of it. From what he's gathered, Hatsum only recruited Mitoki because she wanted someone who could help her debug things more quickly. The doorbell, apparently, was one of their first collaborations. Hatsum was the one who suggested it, but Mitoki was the one who wanted to add the jets of flame. Despite their bickering, it's clear that Hatsum is the one ultimately in charge, as she orders Mitoki to do this and do that and add a function to make a thermal map of the surroundings. Mitoki snarks back cheerfully, but he always does what he's told. He seems perfectly fine being treated like a subordinate. He doesn't have much ambition or direction on his own, but he loves a good challenge, which is probably why he gets along with Hatsum so well. As for Izuku, Hatsum starts calling him minion halfway through the day. Hatsum really seems to just plow right through social graces. When he finally leaves, Hatsum tells him, "We're working on this more next weekend, so come back soon, minion," and doesn't bother seeing him to the door. Mitoki waves goodbye from the front steps and tells him to feel better soon. Izuku says he already does, and he bids him goodbye. At home, Izuku gathers his courage and finally opens the texts from Ida and Todoroki he's been ignoring all week. 2 days ago, from Ida, a series of texts. Midoriya, Todoroki has informed me of Tuesday's events and would like to make amends. Are you amenable to meeting him again? There are a couple more texts in this vein. Izuku feels bad for ignoring them, and even worse now that he sees what they say. He opens Todoroki's singular text before he can back out of it. Midoriya, I would like to speak to you. If you are willing to meet in person, please let me know. Izuku imagines the upset and anxiety he might have caused Todoroki and Ida, and he winces. He tries to type a reply. The words don't come, he doesn't know what to say. He doesn't even know how he should feel about the entire thing anymore. He puts the phone down and tries to help his mom with dinner, but she shoos him away from the kitchen, so he just climbs to the roof and watches the drifting clouds. He doesn't want to think about this anymore. He keeps thinking about it anyways, returning to it over and over again like a dog with a bone. At dinner, his mom asks him what's bothering him. Izuku looks up, startled. You have that look on your face where there's a problem you need to solve, but you aren't sure how to go about it, and you're a little afraid, too, his mom explains. That's a really specific expression. He's kind of ashamed for being read so easily. Sorry, Izuku says to his plate. It's all right, his mom assures him. But I wanted to know if there was anything I can do to help. Izuku looks at her, and he thinks about all the questions that his day with Todoroki raised, and he thinks about how upset the questions might make his mom, and mostly he thinks about how scared he is of the answer. He puts down the fork as his heart starts pounding again. His mom, recognizing the signs, starts up a smooth and meaningless litany of things she saw, some coworkers she talked to, some neighbors she visited recently. Izuku focuses on her voice until his heart stops thinking he's just run a marathon. Sorry, he says again. It's all right, honey, his mom says, also again. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I didn't mean to upset you. She looks sad, and that's all Izuku ever seems to do these days, make her sad. He's just as bad as his stupid dad, he thinks, Hisashi, who left her alone as a single mom and never sent any money or letters and hasn't been seen for over a decade. And now Izuku's running off and doing all these heroics and putting an emotional toll on her too. He wishes he could be a better son. He doesn't want to ask her any of his questions, but he doesn't want to keep this from her any longer, either. And she deserves an explanation for how he's been acting this past week, right? Mom, he begins, and stops. Are you absolutely sure that Midoriya Hisashi was my father? His voice wavers at the end, and a flood of tears rises to his eyes. It's so unfair. His mom doesn't look upset, surprisingly. Just a bit taken aback, and then she looks concerned. Oh, honey, she says. What happened? The story of his fight with Todoroki comes spilling out of his mouth. She listens, she nods, she gasps when Izuku tells her about the theory that All Might is his father, and once the floodgates are opened, every single one of his fears that it might be true comes rushing out. He ends up crying again. It's awful. His mom rubs his shoulders and makes sympathetic noises as he tries to form sentences in his brain. It's okay, she says, after he apologizes for doubting her for like the 5th time. I understand why you were upset, and it's okay. I'll tell you what I can. She shows him his birth certificate and her marriage certificate, and she shows him some of her old photos of his dad. Izuku traces the worn photos and takes in his father's face and clothes. He doesn't look anything like him, but it's nice to finally have a face to label father. Still, is this really enough to say? His mom, seeing his lingering doubts, offers to set up a doctor's appointment to make sure that Izuku definitely doesn't have a quirk. He feels terrible that she's going to all these lengths for him, because it's such an inconvenience, but he can't stop himself from agreeing and feeling some relief, knowing that he will have an answer. The end result is just another ugly knot of emotions that sits uncomfortably in him as he goes to sleep that night. They go to the doctor's appointment on Wednesday. The doctor takes an X-ray of Izuku's feet and asks some questions about his parentage. She pulls up some of Izuku's records and looks over them for a couple minutes, and then she shows them Izuku's X-rays. There is no possible way Izuku has a latent quirk, she concludes. Izuku has many of the vestigial traits that preclude having a quirk. Nothing has changed since 10 years ago. Izuku is so relieved he tears up. His mom pats him on the back reassuringly. The doctor looks faintly concerned as they leave. At home, he finally replies to Todoroki. All Might definitely is not my father, is all he texts, because he has the social grace of a lumbering bear and doesn't know how to handle an apology. How is he supposed to go about this? He reopens Ida's texts and stares at them for a while, unsure of what to say, before he finally types out, I don't know. I feel anxious about meeting Todoroki again. He hesitates, then adds, he told you everything that happened, right? Yes, Ida texts back almost immediately. Izuku winces. He doesn't exactly want to get into a text conversation, but apparently that's happening now. I feel kind of awful about it, and I don't really know what we'd even talk about, he texts. I mean, he doesn't have to apologize, I'm the one who ended up yelling at him. It's not his fault. Nearly 10 minutes pass without a response. It seems to be important to Todoroki. Please give it some consideration, Ida finally texts him. Izuku pulls his knees to his chest and puts his head in his hands, takes some deep breaths, and tries to think around the buzzing anxiety in his head. It just feels so awful thinking about the incident, but he can't live with this forever, can he? He needs to find some closure for this. Or something. At least, get this over with so he can leave it behind. But he doesn't really want to face Todoroki by himself. He bites his lip, and then he sends the text before he can talk himself out of it. Would you be willing to come along and mediate, maybe? You don't have to, but it would be helpful, I think. Ida texts back very promptly. Of course. I would be more than happy to help. Where and when would you like to meet? They decide on Friday after school. Izuku hopes that the meeting won't sour all their weekends. The next day, Izuku crosses paths with Kaken for the first time since Saturday. Izuku waves, Kaken just scowls, shoving his hands into his pockets. Deku, he growls. Where the F have you been? Ah, sorry, Kaken. Izuku smiles wryly. I just decided to leave you alone until I felt better. I didn't want to get you caught up in that. And also, Kaken said to F off until he was normal again. Kaken gives him a hard look for a couple moments. Then, fine, whatever, he scoffs, turning his head away. And shoving his hands further into his pockets. Izuku blinks. Was Kaken concerned about him? No, IFING wasn't. I don't give a shit what you do, you can take care of your own DMN self. Oops, Izuku said that aloud. Thanks, Kaken, he says, still feeling a little bit bewildered at all. This. I mean, I really appreciate it. Did you even hear a FING word I said? Izuku shrugs, a bit listless. I always hear what you have to say, he says dully. Hard not to, with the way Kaken yells so much. It's trying to understand everything else that's hard. When there isn't an immediate response, he looks back up. Kaken has a strange expression on his face. Like his quieter moods, but more unsettled. Or maybe more shaken. Izuku can't tell, it's not a look he can ever remember seeing. Izuku opens his mouth to ask, but I'm fine, Kaken snaps, cutting it off. He grinds his teeth and turns his face away again, his spiky hair obscuring Izuku's view of his eyes. He seems upset, not quite angry or, if he is angry, at nobody other than himself. Something's changed with Kaken, Izuku can feel it down to the fibers of his bones. You're different, he observes. Kaken's lips peel back. What do you know, Deku, he says, too smooth to be a snarl, but threatening nonetheless. We aren't even in the same school anymore, how can you say what's changed? Kaken, I've known you practically longer than I've known my own name, Izuku says dryly. Do you think I'd really miss it? Kaken opens his mouth, and then shuts it with a click. It's faintly satisfying to know that he was right. It really has been a while, though, he says. And then, he offers impulsively, do you want to go downtown, Kaken? Just to catch up a bit. He doesn't know what he was expecting when he offered it. But he wasn't expecting Kaken to say, fine. Izuku blinks, speechless for a moment, but a hesitant smile creeps across his face. He can't help the hope that stirs in him. Okay, let's go. Neither of them have any money on them, so they just wander to a local park, where Izuku gravitates towards the swings hiding in the shade of the trees. Kaken joins him wordlessly there, sitting down on the swing next to him as he gives himself a few whimsical pushes. It might have been years since he was last on a swing. This is nice. Izuku tilts his face up towards the sky to feel the wind in his hair. What's it like, at UE? He asks. Kaken lifts his head to give him a weird look. You're being taught by actual pro heroes, explains Izuku. I always wondered if the experience would live up to the expectation. The hiring pool, pro heroes who are also willing to teach, has to be small. Are they as good as everyone says? He tilts his head. And how is the curriculum different? My high school isn't much different from middle school, aside from having harder classes and people who are interested in the same things as me. Kaken turns back to face forward, kicking at the ground. After a moment he says, almost thoughtfully, on the first day, the teacher showed up zipped in a bright yellow sleeping bag and rolled across the FING floor into the classroom. Izuku's jaw drops. Oh my god, he says, and starts laughing. It doesn't mean shit that UE's the top hero school, Kaken says. He seems to be getting warmed up to the subject. Everyone's still a FING idiot. The teachers are always saying crap like, you're the future of this country, but just FING yesterday Kirishima bet Kaminari that he couldn't eat 3 plates of tacos in 40 minutes and Kaminari ate so much he puked. Oh my god. It's exactly the same kind of FING shitstorm our middle school was. Only, the fights are better. Kaken rolls his eyes. Training exercises every other day. At least they're FING good at that. If he's calling anything good, it must be good. Despite Kaken's biting words, he still seems happier. Maybe more comfortable in his skin. It makes Izuku smile, but it also aches, that they're going different ways. Today seems to be a day for sentimental thoughts, and what a sentiment. He doesn't want Kaken to leave him behind. It's a thought that belongs better unformed and unnamed in the early hours of the morning so it can be quickly lost to sleep. What are the rest of your classmates like? Izuku asks, before he can get caught up in that train of thought. How should I know? Izuku bites his lips so he can keep himself from laughing. Kaken, we're a third of the way into the school year. You can't tell me you don't know your classmates. I don't FING care about any of them. You call Kirishima by name. He's such a FING annoyance, of course I'd remember his name. What about, Izuku racks his brain for names from past conversations. Half and half? Or, Angel Face, or Pinky. Are those even the right names? Kaken blows out an annoyed breath. Half and half's only got a nickname 'cause he's a beach to beat. Pinky won't leave me alone, she thinks she ought to be friends with me and Hair for Brains, which is FING dumb as hell. And Uraraka is, whatever, she holds her FING own. Doesn't mean I care. Right, Izuku says, which is why you know who they are, right? He grins. You must really like or really respect Uraraka if you've started calling her by name. Shut up, Kaken snaps. Then, begrudgingly, she fights well. And isn't that a story Izuku wants to hear? He thinks Uraraka might be the girl who could make things float, who nearly defeated Kaken in the sports festival. I guess things really are different at UE, huh? Izuku says. If so many people can hold Kaken's attention and tentative respect, well. He tilts his head. Is that what? What changed, I mean? Kaken is silent. Izuku wonders if he'll give an honest answer, or if he'll give an answer at all. No, Kaken says. Izuku blinks. Then what is it? It's none of your FING business, Kaken snaps, though with less bite and intent than usual. Still, Izuku can tell that this is one of those things he won't budge on, so he nods and doesn't press any further, despite the gnawing curiosity. There's a lull in conversation after that. Kaken isn't much of a talker when he's not angry or talking about something he's interested in, and Izuku is content to be quiet. But then Kaken mutters, what about you, huh? The F got you feeling so weird last week, and Izuku nearly does a double take. I got into an argument, he manages to stutter out, but internally he feels like he might have just experienced the human version of a blue screen of death. Is this still reality he's living in? Is this the actual world? We only met a while ago, and he said some things that upset me, and I said some things I shouldn't have either. He's obsessively played the conversation in his mind countless times since last Tuesday. This isn't about your stupid father. Get over yourself. It makes him cringe every time he remembers it, but there's also part of him who is still angry and up in arms about the whole thing. Izuku grimaces and decides to move on. He says he wants to, meet me and talk about it? I said yes, but he's a good person. But he really upset me. I'm still kind of angry, I think. There's a beat of silence. Then Kaken says, kill him. Izuku stares. Kaken, no, I want to be friends. Kill him only a little bit, Kaken suggests. Izuku lets out a startled laugh. And Kaken, he looks as sharp and full of fire as he always does, but the lines of anger perpetually drawn around his eyes aren't quite as harsh, and there's a slight tilt to his head, and, was that a joke? Izuku says incredulously. Did you just was that? It wasn't a FING joke. Kill him dead. Izuku tries to suppress his laughter, but his shoulders start to shake, so he turns away and puts a hand up to his face. It doesn't work. What the F are you laughing at, Deku? Kaken grumbles. He starts, and all of a sudden this all aches. Cradled by the soft shadows of the trees, and the summer heat starting to bloom, and the backdrop of people laughing and children playing, and most of all, just being side by side with Kaken in a way that hasn't happened since he first found out he didn't have a quirk. It's almost warm here. It's almost comfortable, and Izuku thinks he wasn't prepared for how much it would burden him. I didn't think we could have something like this, he says quietly, near inaudible, as though the sound of his voice might shatter this precious moment in time. Kaken is silent. Izuku mentally slaps himself. It was dumb, expressing that kind of sentiment. He can't expect anything from Kaken. Anyways, I don't think that will work, he says with a wry smile. I mean, I did win a fight against him, but that's not really the point. Kaken's expression abruptly darkens. You were fighting with him? Oh, Izuku says. The world snaps into sharp focus. He F'd up, he stepped wrong somewhere and Kaken's gonna get so mad. Yes? What the F does that FING piece of sheet asrag think he's FING doing? Kaken seethes. Huh, Deku? The F, you got a reason to fight? Well, I mean he asked, I guess? Kaken gives Izuku the most murderous look, and Izuku remembers belatedly that he spent nearly 2 months refusing to fight Kaken. He just needed help with a hypothesis, Izuku explains hastily. And it wasn't even a serious fight, anyways it was just a one-time spar. It's not going to happen again. I'm not fighting with anyone else, Kaken. I don't FING care what stupid shit you get up to in your free time, Kaken snaps, but the sense of an impending attempt at homicide dies down to a normal level of simmering anger, so Izuku figures everything's okay now. He lets out a silent breath of relief. I'm meeting him tomorrow, Izuku tells Kaken, but in a public place and with someone else as an intermediary, so hopefully it will go well. He smiles crookedly. I guess I won't see you tomorrow, either. Sorry. Maybe we could do something later instead. He laughs a little even as he says it, because no way the suggestion won't be shot down, right? Kaken kicks the ground beneath the swing moodily. Yeah, whatever, he says shortly. What do you want to do? Izuku's brain nearly short-circuits. Kaken, he begins carefully, is everything okay? Seeing Kaken's blank stare, he clarifies, I mean, are you feeling alright? Everything is fine. Of course it is. Kaken snorts. Why the F would you ask that? Izuku doesn't even know where to begin. Kaken isn't the kind of person to just casually accept an invitation like that, for one, and more than that, the last time he and Izuku willingly spent more than 2 hours together was a few months back when their mothers decided they should all go camping together. Izuku can't shake the feeling that Kaken is trying to be nice. He hasn't even tried to hit Izuku yet today or anything. It's weirdly unsettling, and he can't understand what changed, he can't understand why. But maybe this is a chance for something better, and Izuku doesn't want to let that go. How about mountain hiking, he suggests. It's short notice, though, so maybe we could go next Saturday? Yeah, whatever, says Kaken. Just don't FING fall behind, I'm not waiting for you if you fall. You could bring some of your friends from Yui, Kaken, Izuku says. Like Kirishima. He sounds nice. He's a FING idiot, how the hell does that sound nice? They walk back home together, and Kaken accompanies him to his apartment for some reason, which is kind of weird, but Izuku's apartment is only a slight detour for Kaken anyways. Izuku waves Kaken goodbye and tries not to feel too weird about the fact that they have actual plans to do something together. Friday after school, and Izuku shows up at the designated meeting location, a park near Yui grounds. The myriad trees provide plenty of shade along the path, but they also block Izuku's view, so he spends a couple minutes wandering around looking for Todoroki and Ida. Midoriya, a familiar voice calls. Izuku turns around and sees Ida standing up and waving his arms very seriously. Todoroki is sitting on the bench next to him, hands on knees, face blank. He nods at Izuku as he approaches. Hi, Ida, Izuku says, smiling. And, hi, Todoroki. He bites his lip and averts his gaze. The words he's been carefully planning out and rehearsing seem to have flown out of his head, but he pushes through the adrenaline and anxiety looming at his back. I owe you a better apology than the one I gave you last Tuesday. I'm sorry I said the things I did. It was really, insensitive of me to trot all over your experiences like that, I think. And I shouldn't have yelled, either. I really crossed a line. I am really sorry about that. He bows awkwardly. It's fine, says Todoroki. You already apologized, anyways. I'm here to apologize to you. Izuku looks up at Todoroki, gut twisting with an unfamiliar emotion. Todoroki isn't looking at him. He's looking at his left hand instead, as if it requires his utmost attention, like it's holding his captive audience. It's a little bit silly and shy, and a little endearing too. I gave your words some thought, he says to his hand. And while it could have been said better, I understand why you said it. He lowers his hand and glances at Izuku before coolly turning his gaze elsewhere. Deku, I stumbled across some information about you online. You've helped a lot of people without asking anything in return. I'm still not sure if you're a hero or a vigilante, whether you're licensed or whether the police are turning a blind eye. But that's besides the point. For someone who has devoted so much to helping others, I must have seemed unbearably arrogant to you, using only half my strength and claiming I could be the #1 hero. Todoroki looks back at him and stretches out his left hand. Orange flames spring to life along his hand and arm. I have decided, from now on, that I will use my full strength to help others, he says quietly. Oh. Izuku's stomach sinks, or maybe develops butterflies, or maybe it's just adrenaline flooding his limbs again. He reaches a hand forth until he can feel the heat dancing in his palm. In the shadows of the trees, the firelight is warm and welcome. Healing. Like new beginnings, or the sunlight of spring. A smile creeps its way across his lips, and he tilts his head up to look at Todoroki. I'm glad that you aren't holding yourself back anymore, he says quietly. I'm glad you're letting yourself change and grow. And I can't wait to see you become the best person you can be. Todoroki's eyes widen, startled, before he schools it back into an impassive expression. Thank you, Midoriya, he says slowly. That means much, to me. Izuku smiles. Their fingertips are nearly touching. His hand lingers close a moment more before he lets it fall back to his side. I'm glad everything is resolved between you two, Ida says. Izuku and Todoroki both twitch. Izuku nearly forgot he was there. I have to admit, I anticipated that this meeting would run longer. The next bus doesn't leave for another 40 minutes. Izuku laughs sheepishly. You set aside that much time for this, he says, scratching at the back of his head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to inconvenience you like that. Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you, Todoroki agrees. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all, says Ida. But it's clear that he's happy, from the way his smile seems to pull him up straight and brighten his entire being. I don't have too much to do, so I'll wait with you until your bus gets here, says Izuku. There are some nice shops nearby if you want to check them out. There's actually a good ice cream place, too. I see. Ida looks contemplatively in the direction Izuku indicated, rubbing his chin with one hand. That seems like a good suggestion. Todoroki, would you like to come along? Sure. Why not? And that's how they end up in an ice cream shop. They're sitting outside the shop at one of the tables, picking up their last discussion about heroes and their quirks, when Ida trails off mid-sentence to smile at someone. Izuku turns in his seat and sees two girls approaching, both still in their Yui uniforms. One of them has a brown bob and a bright smile, the other girl has long dark hair tied with a bow and reminds Izuku of a frog. Hi, Ida. And Todoroki, says the brown-haired girl, bouncing up to their table. I didn't expect to see you guys here. Hello, Uraraka, says Ida with a smile. It's good to see you as well. So, what ya doing here? Uraraka asks, and then she peers around Ida to look at Izuku. Oh, hello, who's this? I'm, Izuku says, and stops. This is Midoriya Deku, and Midoriya, this is Uraraka Ochako and Azui Tsuyu, Ida says by ways of introduction. Wait, Uraraka? As in the student Kaken considers a good fighter and seems to respect? He blanches slightly. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Uraraka breaks in. Are you friends with Todoroki and Ida? Hi, just call me Deku, please, Izuku says. He looks at his two companions helplessly, but Ida seems unaffected and Todoroki is as blank-faced as ever. I mean, I guess we are? If friend is an adequate enough term for strangers who met by going through a traumatic experience together. We only met a short while ago, though. Really? What school do you go to? It's a math and science-focused school, Izuku says. I want to be an engineer, I think. He smiles nervously. Uraraka seems extroverted enough that he's a little scared. Azui says, Ochako, we should get our ice cream before sitting down with them. She tilts her head and looks at Izuku. Hi, Deku. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Izuku says, smiling. Her quiet demeanor is much more comfortable than Uraraka's friendliness, and she called him by the name he gave. He likes her already. You're right, Tsuyu. We'll be right back, Uraraka announces. She grabs Azui's hand and heads towards the counter to look at the menu choices. There's an easy, comfortable familiarity between them that makes Izuku feel envious, and at the same time, sad. Uraraka and Azui pull up chairs and sit down with them when they've gotten their orders, breaking up their conversation about UE teachers as everyone shifts to make space. Azui has picked ice cream, but Uraraka has a popsicle. So, how did you meet? She asks them cheerfully. Ida clears his throat and takes a sudden interest in the nearby window, and Todoroki conveniently takes a bite of ice cream at that moment. He and Izuku make eye contact and it becomes clear that the burden of explaining is going to fall on Izuku. It also becomes abundantly clear that Todoroki and Ida are both terrible liars. Izuku hates his life. We met because I ran into a spot of trouble, Izuku explains awkwardly. And they happened to be there too, so we just worked together to get through it, I guess. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Todoroki mouth together incredulously. Izuku kicks his foot under the table. Oh, wow, Uraraka says. I'm glad you guys are okay now. What happened? Izuku grimaces inwardly. I don't really want to talk about it, he mumbles, and hopes that she'll back off. Uraraka nods understandingly and takes a bite of her popsicle. Wait, what? She doesn't even flinch. Izuku watches, dumbfounded, as she chews it, easy as anything, oblivious to Izuku's slight terror. Isn't it freezing? Isn't she afraid of getting a brain freeze or making her teeth hurt or her mouth go numb? Izuku doesn't ever want to get into a fight with her. He tears his gaze away from her and accidentally meets Azui's eyes. Hi, she says. I always say what's on my mind, no matter what. Alarm bells start ringing in his head. That's great, Izuku says, his voice a bit higher than usual. He wants to kick himself in the face. Izuku straightens in his seat and glances at Ida and Todoroki in hopes of escape. 2 weeks ago, she says, her voice dropping in volume, was it you? She looks at Ida and Todoroki. She knows. And no, Izuku stutters out, and he immediately feels horrible for lying and just puts his head into his hands. Please don't ask me that. Uraraka inhales audibly. Todoroki sighs. Ida says sharply, Azui, and gives a significant look at the rest of the shop. It's okay, Azui says, no one else is listening in, and I was very quiet. Please do not speak of this to anyone else, Ida says, but even though it's phrased like a request, it's clear it's more of a command. We said we would do our best to honor his wishes, and it would only be right to continue doing so. Izuku tries to sink through his seat and into the floor, but the world continues to fail him in predictable and unsurprising ways. I'm so sorry for all the trouble, he mumbles. I know everyone's been hounding after answers, maybe it would be easier if I just, his stomach sinks just thinking about it, so he cuts off that train of thought and looks at his shoelaces instead. Oh no, it's totally okay. Uraraka says hastily. We won't tell anyone, right, Azui? Azui nods. We won't tell, she agrees. Sorry for putting you on the spot? I should have been more considerate of your wishes. Oh okay, Izuku says. Today really seems to be a day for apologies, and having so many of them directed towards him feels distinctly uncomfortable. Let's just, finish our ice cream? What kind of things do you like to do? They make small talk. Azui is quiet and straightforward yet oddly sweet, Uraraka is just bubbly and full of stories, and apparently Todoroki goes back to being quiet and aloof when he's around his classmates. Ida, on the other hand, seems to get along with Uraraka and Azui splendidly, so Izuku suspects that they're already good friends. Soon enough, Ida and Todoroki leave to take the bus, but Izuku lingers a bit longer to chat with Azui and Uraraka before finally bidding them goodbye. As he's leaving, he catches a glimpse of Azui and Uraraka lacing their fingers together. Uraraka rests her head on Azui's shoulder, and Azui leans slightly into the touch. Izuku is surprised by the feeling of longing and envy that washes over him, how much he wants NTMT physical contact, too. But he can't remember the last time he really felt safe with anyone touching him besides his mom. It bothers him all day, he can't shake the feeling. Loneliness is a familiar friend, but it's been a while since it hit Izuku this hard. Lying awake at 4 in the morning and watching the ceiling and walls, he can't help but envy the UE students. They seemed so happy and confident in themselves, and more than that, they looked so at ease with each other. Like Ida's happy smile when Uraraka came, a gentle spring sun, like Uraraka leaning over Azui to look at the ice cream selection, like Uraraka and Azui holding hands. He wants it so bad, it hurts, and he turns over and buries his face into his pillow and tries not to let the early morning unreality undo him. He just has to keep moving. Izuku rolls out of bed and washes his face, then goes for a run until the sun comes up. That weekend, Izuku goes to see Kobayashi. She opens the door when he knocks, gives him an appraising look, and says, "I see you're feeling better. Want to hear an update on the prototype?" And that's pretty much the end of the whole Todoroki incident. Kobayashi tells Izuku that, while probably not the prettiest or sleekest design, the prototype is finished. It's simple and easy to use. Fujimura and I even managed to get a hold of a company that will produce these for us, too, Kobayashi informs him smugly. Now we just need to fundraise. I'll take care of that, says Izuku. How much do we need? Think you can get us 1,000,000 yen, says Kobayashi. Izuku's eyes widen, but then he pulls himself together. Okay, he says, determined. I'll do it. He talks to Uemura at the cafe about ways to fundraise. She runs a business, a chain store, she should know how to do this. Oh, I'd love to help, she says cheerfully. I can afford to donate some cakes and pastries for a bake sale. Also, this Saturday, the ladies in my neighborhood are meeting up. We do that every week. Come meet me at my house at 4, and be ready to present your project. They'll be an enormous help. Oh God, public speaking. And what is he talking to the ladies in Uemura's neighborhood for? Okay, I will, Izuku says anyways. He trusts her judgment. On Monday, Mitoki, at school, shows him the nearly finished app. I just have a few KNKs to work out, he complains. Debugging is the worst, you know? I hate that. Isn't that basically all Hatsum has enlisted you to do? Mitoki looks offended. Of course not. I also help her program and point out when she's terribly, horribly wrong. Such as? When she didn't add missiles to her suit design, Mitoki says immediately. Who does that? She already had rocket thrusters set up and everything, and she didn't even think of it before I pointed it out. Izuku digs down to the core of that statement and is slightly scared by what he finds. You added miniaturized rocket launchers to a suit? Hell yeah we did. You should come check it out sometime. Izuku suspects that Mitoki is enabling Hatsum to an alarming degree, which is, frankly, too terrifying for him to think about in further detail. The next couple of days go well, and Izuku tentatively lets himself relax. Things seem fairly normal, and it's reassuring, the familiarity of it. He shouldn't have been fooled. It's 6 a.m., and Izuku is on his usual morning run near the outskirts of Muzurafu, running by dilapidated apartment buildings and cracked sidewalks and fenced-off houses overgrown with vines and weeds. The morning air is crisp and clear, and Izuku has settled into a relaxing and rhythmic pace, when he hears shouting. Hey! Get off! What are you doing? Haha, I'm going to carve you up like a turkey and bleed you dry. Ha 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 ha. His heart rate picks up. Izuku veers off his usual route and turns the corner. There, by the side of the street, a blonde girl with an oversized sweater laughs as she tries to stab a man in a top hat and trench coat, and he is only barely staving her off. Hey! Izuku barks sharply, sprinting towards the two. The girl rounds on him with a laugh, eyes half-lidded and a too-wide smile, and Izuku catches her wrist before she can stab him. He pulls her away from the man, twisting her arm until she drops the knife. It clatters on the old asphalt and he kicks it out of reach, ducking as she lashes at him with the knife that has suddenly appeared in her other hand. He breaks her hold on that knife and tosses it away, too. Stop that, he reprimands, letting go of her and stepping away with a frown. His eyes flick to the man in the coat. What happened? Are you alright? Before the man can answer, Izuku's attention is stolen by the girl latching onto his arm. Ah, Deku-kun, you're so sweet, she says breathily, and the shape of his name in her mouth makes his hair stand on end. I've been waiting so long to meet you. You're even cuter than I thought you would be. I'm sorry? Izuku takes a step back, and she takes the step with him, grinning. Red dusts her cheeks. Who are you? I'm Himiko Toga, she says cheerfully, but you can call me Toga-chan. Let's be friends. Something feels very, very wrong. Izuku's senses tingle, and he pulls his arm out of her grip and ducks to the side. The air shifts. Something misses. Spinning around, he sees the man in the top hat, hand outstretched. He just attacked me? Himiko, the man commands. Haha, you got it, mister, she says. Knives slip out of her sleeves and into her waiting hands, and she attacks. Izuku fends her off easily, but his focus is on the man, who seems to be in charge. He must be a long-distance or stealth fighter if he's letting Himiko do the brunt of the attacking. Sure enough, he hovers around, waiting for an opening to take advantage of, and Izuku would really rather not let that happen. He hits in rapid succession some of Himiko's pressure points, and she drops to the ground. She isn't upset by it. She's laughing. Izuku feels increasingly uneasy as he circles around. Who are you? He says lowly. What do you want? The man sighs, annoyed. Himiko, you're a failure, he says, though not with any real emotion behind it. He puts a finger up to his ear. Come in. A communications device. Izuku tenses, and his senses tingle just in time for him to throw himself out of the way. The impact shakes the ground, rubble flies into the air, and dust clouds his vision. In the epicenter of it all is a hulking blonde man with a crazed grin. He turns to face Izuku, revealing a thick ripple of scar tissue down his face and a menacing mechanical eye. With an excited roar, he charges at Izuku, and the flesh under his skin swells grotesquely before the very muscle fiber itself rips his skin apart in a heaving mass. Horror and disgust course through Izuku's veins. He puts up his arms to block, but then to his surprise the man's blow actually sends him flying back down the street. Izuku rolls with the fall and springs back to his feet. This man is strong. Izuku isn't sure how far he'll have to push in order to defeat him. Still standing, laughs the man. Ha, not too bad for a boy fresh out of middle school. Though I suppose it's to be expected. There's a maniacal gleam in his eyes as the muscles along his back and arms bulge and multiply. It's horrifying, the slick sounds they make and the way the visceral red gleams in the sunlight. Let's see how you take this. If Izuku can't end this quickly, he has to somehow take this fight out of city limits to minimize damage. As the man charges at him with another furious battle cry, Izuku clenches his fists and tries to mentally gauge how much strength to put behind his counter. The next blow only causes him to skid back a couple inches, and the next one, he doesn't budge at all. Izuku nods to himself mentally. The only problem after that, then, is that his opponent's muscle mass makes him much larger an adversary than Izuku is used to fighting against. He'll manage, he's been fighting people bigger and stronger than him his entire life. When the man attacks him again, Izuku uses his momentum to flip him over his shoulder and slam him against the ground, but the man recovers quickly and attacks again with a wild laugh. He manages to grab Izuku by the leg, and he smashes him into the concrete a few times. The pavement buckles under him. Izuku gets some dust in his eyes and his clothes are all scraped up now. He stares up at the man from where he's sprawled on the ground, rubbing at his eyes tiredly. What? You're still in one piece, the man says, irritated. Then how about this? Izuku rolls to the side just as the man brings his fist down. Chunks of asphalt and rock explode outwards. Izuku raises a hand to shelter himself from the debris. A large chunk of rock shatters against his arm and pelts the street. He hopes no one is in the neighborhood right now. Oh hell, the property damage is going to be terrible, isn't it? Sancha is going to be furious about all the incident reports he'll have to write. He rolls out of the way of another punch, only to get thrown back by the shockwave. Climbing back up, he scans his surroundings briefly. A mostly destroyed street, a building that got half crushed somewhere in the fight, and wait, is that Himiko? She's laughing hysterically, lying limp on the ground. Her clothes are dusty and torn, her skin scraped and bleeding. Izuku just hit her pressure points. She won't be able to move for a while more, which means... muscular, she shrieks. Be careful. Haha, I would look terrible with a broken face. Oh? Muscular glances over at her like she's a particularly annoying fly who just reminded him she exists. If you're too weak to fight, then just die, he says, not with any real emotion behind it, but factually, as though this is expected of her. There's no expression on his face but mild irritation as he pulls back his arm. Muscular, shouts the man in the top hat from down the street. Muscular's face doesn't even twitch as he brings his fist down. Izuku flies forward. He crosses half the street and scoops Himiko up in a single instant, then throws himself forward to avoid the blow. The ground shatters behind them and sprays them with shards of rock and concrete. Izuku breaks their fall with a somersault, trying to shield Himiko from the worst of it, and then he rolls to his feet. Sorry, he says to Himiko. I didn't mean to put you in danger like that. Hang on. He dodges Muscular's next attack, and the next, and it gives him an opening to kick Muscular in the ribs. Crack. Muscular stumbles, and Izuku takes that opportunity to kick the side of his knee, breaking that too. Muscular falls heavily onto the ground. His expression is wilder now, less euphoric and more like an animal scared, and he swipes for Izuku with so much force a wind howls through the street and clears a pathway through the debris. Izuku halts the blow with one foot, shifting Himiko in his arms, and he stomps Muscular's hand to the ground. A crater blooms under his shoe, cement flies upward, Muscular yells as the muscles in his arms are crushed and the bones in his arm crack. Careful, Izuku murmurs to Himiko, just before he kicks Muscular in the temple. The villain slumps, and then he lurches forward at Izuku for one final attack with his good arm. Izuku stomps on it. Muscular goes down again, this time, Izuku hopes, for good. F. Muscular rolls his eyes up, straining to see Izuku. Can't believe I lost to. Izuku looks away. He really wishes he was strong enough to end this fight cleanly and without breaking any bones. What are you gonna do, huh? Muscular asks. Gonna kill me? Finish what you? If you say, finish what you started, I am seriously going to punch you, Izuku says. He grimaces. That was bad wording, but you get my point. Himiko shifts, and Izuku down at her. Her expression has been wiped clear of her hysterical laughter, and instead, she's looking between Muscular and Izuku, seemingly awed or baffled. Sorry for forgetting about you at the beginning there, Izuku says to her apologetically. And, sorry about the pressure points too. You should be fine again in maybe half an hour. Half an hour, she repeats. Sorry, Izuku says again. But, I won't let anything happen to you during that time, okay? You'll be fine. He puts her down out of Muscular's reach, just in case, and eases her to the ground as gently as he can. He needs to call the police force. This is seriously not something he is equipped to deal with. Wait. Isn't he missing something? Izuku spins around. The man in the top hat, his hand clamps on Izuku's shoulder. The world folds in on him until everything goes black. 7:45 a.m. Mom, honey, where are you? Breakfast is waiting. 7:50 a.m. Mom, your backpack is still here. Did you forget it again? 7:56 a.m. Mom, the train leaves in 4 minutes. 3 missed calls from Mom. 8:35 a.m. Mitoki, hey man, where are you? 8:35 a.m. Mitoki, you sick? 8:35 a.m. Mitoki, you work out so much and you are so healthy I didn't think it was even possible for you to catch a cold. 8:36 a.m. Mitoki, I'm pretty sure you could actually survive the apocalypse if you tried, so if a virus manages to knock you out then it's time to make the best gas mask the world's ever seen, it's humanity's only hope. 8:36 a.m. Mitoki, you are okay though, right? LMK, when you can Soik you haven't pulled another Hosu or something, LMAO. 8:37 a.m. Mitoki, once was enough. 8:42 a.m. Mitoki, SRSLY, don't ever scare me like that again, okay? LMAO. 9:01 a.m. Sancha, Izuku, where are you? Your mother came down to see us at the police station and asked if we knew where you were. 9:01 a.m. Sancha, did you get into a situation? I've never known you to take more than an hour to respond to an urgent text or phone call. 9:07 a.m. Sancha, if you don't respond soon, I'm enlisting your friend to help. 10:16 a.m. Mitoki, you pulled another Hosu. 10:16 a.m. Mitoki, I swear to God I am gonna install a GPS in your stupid phone so I can come find you when you get into trouble. 10:17 a.m. Mitoki, wait. 3:22 p.m. unknown number, hello minion. Did you get yourself kidnapped? Well, not to worry. Mitoki and I have figured out how to send a bug to your phone via text. 3:22 p.m. unknown number, we took the idea from the Find Your Smartphone app, except our version is so much better than that simplistic thing. Our code is more powerful, and can target specific phones from long distances. It's so simple I can't believe I never thought of it. This is so exciting. I'm going to sell this system to the police force as soon as I perfect it. 3:23 p.m. unknown number, Mitoki says he wants half the cut. That's okay, I guess. He's not a bad partner. Haha, he actually does half the work. Is this what friendship feels like? 3:23 p.m. unknown number, he seems really stuck on the idea of making the ultimate gas mask though. He's really weird. 3:24 p.m. unknown number, anyways, see you soon, minion. I have your location right at this very moment. You know, Mitoki told me about that project of yours. You should invite me onto your team. Whatever Mitoki is doing, I can make it better. And since I like you so much, I'll only charge you 8,000 yen an hour. 3:24 p.m. unknown number, if you always kick up this much excitement and innovation, I'll even let you stick around. 2 missed calls from Tsukauchi. 3:25 p.m. Tsukauchi, I imagine you must be in dire straits if you haven't responded to anyone all day. 3:26 p.m. Tsukauchi, I hope you're safe. Please call when you can. We need to have a talk about balancing heroics and self-care in your life. Izuku's phone buzzes sadly, lying cracked and discarded at the bottom of a dumpster behind a bar somewhere. There is no one there to hear it but the flies. Izuku falls to the wooden floor with a gasp. He lands with an ungraceful thump and tumbles to his feet, muscles tense, eyes sweeping his surroundings. A hand clamps around his neck and he stiffens, but, if you value your life, don't move, someone whispers in his ear, and the smell of an unbrushed mouth washes over him. As soon as all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, you'll disintegrate into ash. Izuku's heart pounds. He's too frozen to even say anything. He flicks his eyes to the side, trying to catch a glimpse of his captor, but he only glimpses patches of color that he can't quite focus on. I've been very interested in meeting you, Deku, the man says lowly in his ear. You keep making waves, don't you? Your fight with Stain was so enlightening. The hand spasms violently around his throat. Haha. I never thought I'd hate someone as much as I hate All Might. We have so much to talk about. But for now, we have an audience. So stand up, the person behind him orders. Izuku slowly pulls himself to his feet and takes in the room around him. It's plain and rather dirty. The plaster on the walls is peeling and grimy, the floorboards are unswept. In the corner is the man in the top hat. Did he capture him? And directly in front of them is laptop, and the light next to the webcam is on. They're on video right now. Is it recording, or is it live? Who is seeing this? Your student, or your planned successor, the man says in a clearly gloating tone. We know you've been keeping an eye on him. We know all about him. His breath puffs on the back of Izuku's neck. Deku, the vigilante. Who would ever have thought that you would choose someone like that? You hypocrite. The man laughs, childishly angry. Izuku's mind whirs. Is he being used as a hostage against Tamanaha-sensei? But she isn't looking for a successor. Who is this message for, and what did they do to earn this man's hatred? The utter despise in his tone feels like lead in his blood. I thought about killing him, says the man maliciously. Why not make him into an example of what we'll do to you? I thought. But this is better. He starts laughing again. I won't even need to tear down your precious justice myself. So. The man behind him leans forward, forcing Izuku to bend with him as he does. If you want him back alive, you have 3 hours to destroy Yui. No. Before Izuku can register what he's doing, he's wrenched back 2 of the man's fingers so far they break. The hand cracks under his grip as he flips the man to the ground. A scream, a thump, a wheeze, and Izuku has already darted to the door, jiggling at the doorknob. Get back here, the man howls, and Izuku chances a glance back. His captor is young and gangly with matted gray hair and disembodied hands all over him, the most prominent one over his face. Izuku breathes in sharply. The villain and his many hands lurches towards him, and Izuku's emotions spike. He slams his fist into the wall and the entire wall is smashed into rubble. The ceiling starts dropping down on them, and Izuku just steps over the plaster and starts running. He's in a hallway now, full of doors. He doesn't know where the exit is. It doesn't matter. Izuku smashes the wall again, and in a cloud of disintegrated plaster and wooden chips, he steps into what looks like a bar. There's maybe a dozen people in there, and all of them turn to look at him. Izuku looks around wildly for an exit. There. A door. He runs and a black void opens in front of him, and next thing he knows, he's run into a wall. Everything's all turned around. The people in the bar are behind him yelling, not in front of him. The exit is across the room still. Where is he? What's going on? Izuku knocks out the first 2 people who come hurtling at him, but after that he doesn't bother with precision, he just sweeps them aside and runs for the door. The black void opens in front of him again and he's back in the room against the wall. He doesn't know what's happening. He's trapped in here. He can't get out. He can't get out. He can't. His breath comes in gasps. No, the door isn't his only escape point, but he has to be fast. He smashes the wall behind him. As the wall and ceiling come crumbling down, kicking up dust and chaos and obscuring his vision, he turns and runs for dear life. He runs and doesn't stop and destroys every wall that stands in his way. He's out in the street in the late afternoon. No, it's dusk and the sun is setting. The street lights aren't on. No, he's downtown. No, he's in a train station and there's a woman telling him he can't get on board if he doesn't have a ticket. He doesn't have any money. Where am I? He asks, bewildered, and the woman gives him a strange look and tells him that he's on the west side of Hayatari. Is he lost and does he have anyone he can contact? Izuku backs away and runs out of the train station. Muzurafu. He needs to get back to Muzurafu. Which way is it? He goes back into the station and checks the routes. There's a train that left just a couple minutes ago. If he's quick about it he can catch up. Izuku runs out of the station again and follows the tracks until a train comes into sight, and then he jumps on and latches to the back. Above him, the sky is already dark. Has he lost some time? His thoughts feel splintered and gone. He pats at his pockets for his phone. Isn't that what he was doing when the man in the top hat somehow captured him? His heart thumps painfully in his chest. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut and starts counting in his head. He jumps off the train before it pulls into the station. He recognizes this part of the city. Now, he can make his way home on foot. The minutes pass by in a blur. Wait. The people who captured him, they knew about his patterns if they were able to stage an attack to draw his attention. They knew about his habits, and his actions. What if they know where his home is, too? Is his mother okay? But what if they don't know and going home only draws their attention to his family? What if they're following him? Deku? Izuku spins around, and his kick nearly clips Kaken's temple. Kaken blocks the blow with one hand, looking at Izuku quizzically. Sure, sorry, Izuku says, backing up a couple steps. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Kaken frowns at him. It's .f dash, whatever, it's not important. It's like 9 in the evening. What are you doing skulking around here right now? Izuku grasps for words. I don't know. Someone just kidnapped me? I can't go home. What if they find me? Oh, or what if they find my mom? He begins pacing. I don't have my phone, I don't have any money on me right now. Wait, says Kaken. Then, venomously, you were kidnapped? Izuku winces. I know, sorry, that was stupid of me. Stupid of? Hell, Deku, that's what you want to say? I don't know. I'm sorry. Just shut up, just let me think for a sec. Sit the F down, Deku, you look like you're gonna collapse at any second now. Izuku's legs fold under him and he sits heavily on the curb. I'm going to call the police force, Kaken says. And then I'm gonna call your mom, okay? Don't do anything, just sit there and wait. He does. Kaken rattles off information to the police force quickly and curtly, then ends it with, just get over here, a-hole, I don't know all the facts either, before aggressively ending the call. Then he calls Izuku's mom, and, since this morning? Kaken grits out. His phone case is creaking alarmingly in his grip. Just no one told me? He cuts himself off and moves the phone at Izuku. She's your mom, you can answer her stupid questions. Izuku takes the phone and stares at it tentatively. Midoriya Izuku, says the contact name. He puts the phone to his ear. Mom? Izuku. She sounds like she's on the verge of tears. God, why does Izuku keep doing this to her? Are you hurt? Where are you right now? He glances down at himself. His clothes are kind of roughed up, but that's about it. I'm okay. I'm sitting on the curb with Kaken right now. I don't actually know where we are. We're by my house, idiot. We're by his house, Izuku repeats dutifully. I'm coming over there, his mom says. No, don't, Izuku says immediately. What? It's not safe being around me. What if they're watching right now and try and kidnap you too, or they hurt you, or... You're there, aren't you, she says. And Katsuki is studying to be a hero, too. I'll be okay. I'll be there soon. And then she hangs up. He pulls the phone away and stares at the blinking call ended with betrayal before Kaken neatly takes the phone out of his hands. We're both here. She'll be fine, he says, echoing almost exactly what Izuku's mother said. Izuku takes a deep breath and buries his head in his hands. We're going inside, Kaken says. What? Inside, Kaken growls, evidently annoyed. We are waiting inside my house. I don't want to wait out here. He holds a hand out to him impatiently, and Izuku only hesitates a second before taking it. Kaken pulls him to his feet and leads him up the steps to his apartment. The door is ajar. Inside, the TV is on. They step inside and take off their shoes. Mom, Deku's staying here for a bit. What? Kaken's mom sits up from where she's been watching TV, eyebrows raised quizzically. Why, hello, Izuku. It's so nice to see you again. Katsuki needs to bring his friends over more often. But it's a bit late for a visit, don't you think? He was kidnapped, says Katsuki. What? Kaken pushes Izuku roughly towards the couches. Sit down, he says. Then, I said, he was kidnapped, and he showed up outside just now, so he's staying here until the police force drags their collective buttes over here or something. Izuku sits down on the edge of the couch just as Katsuki's mom shoots up and says, Are you kidding me? I gotta call the police force. I just did that. Did you think I was standing around uselessly outside or something? Well, how was I supposed to know? She really has her son's temperament. Izuku watches them argue until Kaken snaps at her to stop yelling. Deku's been gone the entire day and doesn't need this kinda shit right now, okay? She pulls up short before rounding on Izuku and demanding whether or not he's had anything to eat at all, and is he hungry, and does he need anything to drink? Izuku blinks and tries to formulate a response, but she's already heading into the kitchen to grab him something, and he can hear the distinct clicking of the stove being turned on. The doorbell rings. Kaken opens the door wordlessly and Sancha steps in. He zeroes in on Izuku and comes stalking over, worry outlined in every sweep of movement. Izuku, are you hurt? He's fine, Kaken says, crossing his arms. Tsukauchi and the distinctive blonde man from so long ago step in through the door as well. Izuku, says Tsukauchi with relief. It's good to see you well. You gave us quite a scare. Sorry, he says, looking down. I lost my phone. I don't know where it is. Sorry? Tsukauchi repeats disbelievingly. You were kidnapped, why are you sorry? None of this was your fault. Well, Izuku sure feels sorry anyways. There was just this man, he says, gesturing vaguely with his hands. And when he touched me it was like everything went black and next thing I knew I was in some strange room with Izuku suddenly stops. The hands. He can't believe he didn't recognize them until now. That was the villain alliance, wasn't it? Then, with Tsukauchi prompts. But that's knowledge Izuku shouldn't have. A guy with dry white hair and these disembodied hands grasping onto him at his neck and arms and sides. He said if all 5 of his fingers ever touched me I would disintegrate. And then he was recording a video, I think. He said Izuku can't help but laugh a little bit, out of hysteria more than anything. He said he was addressing my teacher? But it doesn't make sense for him to be talking to Tamanaha-sensei. I don't know who he could have been targeting. Presumably, it's someone with a penchant for justice and a need for a successor, which doesn't sound like Tamanaha-sensei. She's a neutral good at best and a chaotic neutral at worst, and she loves her dojo more than life itself, so Izuku is pretty sure she'd rather burn the dojo down in a burst of blazing glory than let anyone else touch it after her death. But no one else Izuku knows fits the description either. You're muttering to yourself again, Kaken says. Oh, Izuku says. Tsukauchi and the blonde man exchange glances. Who is the blonde anyways, and why does he look so emaciated and thin? Who the F is Tamanaha, Kaken demands. The best martial artist in the city, Izuku says proudly. He's certain of it. Tamanaha-sensei is skilled enough, he thinks she could beat any pro hero in a purely martial arts fight. She taught me everything I know about fighting. She taught you to fight? Kaken repeats. Izuku looks at Kaken's expression. It is a little bit hilarious. You didn't think I learned all my tricks from you or by myself, did you? He says incredulously. Kaken is struck into silence, and Izuku starts laughing so hard he has to turn away. Kaken shoves him down the couch and throws a pillow at his face. Sancha catches the pillow before it actually hits Izuku, though, and places it gently next to him. How is Tamanaha, by the way? Tsukauchi asks. Izuku's smile fades. I don't know. He glances at Tsukauchi and looks away again. I haven't seen her in a while. Sancha frowns where he's standing to the side. Why? Well, he's been avoiding her, but he's not going to say that outright. She told me to get therapy, Izuku says instead, and indignation somehow creeps into his voice. I like her, Sancha says to Tsukauchi immediately. Hey! That's right. Tsukauchi smiles, but it doesn't quite chase away the worry in his eyes. You aren't injured, right? Then we can save the questioning for tomorrow, I think. It's time to get you home. Everyone's been worried. I can't go home, Izuku says, astonished. What if they find my home or something? And my mom is there, An. If they kidnapped you, they probably already know where you live, dipshit, says Kaken. Whether you stay in the gutter all night or just go home and sleep, it's not gonna matter. Tsukauchi stares blankly at Kaken, and Sancha's head swivels to pin him with a murderous glare. It's the truth, Kaken snaps. God, Deku isn't dumb or something, you can just say it. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku says dryly. He scrubs at his face. Great, and now he doesn't even feel safe returning home himself. Maybe if he asks, Masaki will give him a discount on an apartment somewhere else. It's a bit late for a phone call, but it shouldn't be too much trouble to ask to squat in an empty residence for a night. Fortunately or unfortunately, that's the moment the doorbell rings again. The blonde man, being closest, opens the door, and Izuku's mom rushes in. She sweeps Izuku into a hug, and he buries his face in her shoulder and clings to her like she's the only thing that can keep him safe. Izuku, I'm so glad you're alright, she says, and she's bawling, and Izuku can't help but tear up too. In the background, he hears Kaken's mom enter the room and say something to Tsukauchi. A couple other people join in, and then they get derailed when Kaken and his mom start arguing over pretty much nothing again. Izuku sniffs and wipes at his eyes, and he says, Mom, it's hard to force the words out. I'm scared of going back home. I don't want to be found there. Is it possible to, rent a hotel room tonight, or? You'll stay here, Kaken's mom says. At the same moment Kaken says, just stay here for the night or something. There's a beat of silence. Then Izuku's mom says a lot of things like oh no, we couldn't possibly, we don't want to impose, we couldn't possibly put you in danger, and Katsuki's mom says a lot of things like your son was literally just kidnapped by a bunch of villains and you need somewhere to stay, our son's training to be a hero will be fine, I'm willing to risk a night. And Kaken does a whole lot of glaring at both his mom and not looking at Izuku when Izuku tries to catch his eye. Well, says Tsukauchi deliberately loudly, not that it does anything to stop the two mothers from talking, I suppose that's settled, then. Unfortunately, unless you wish to sleep in a holding cell, the police force can't offer you protection on such short notice. Tomorrow may be a different story. Make sure to sleep well before you stop by, alright, Izuku? Okay? Wait, is that FING it? Says Kaken. You just come here, check he's alright, and then you just FING leave it, till tomorrow? It is a little outside protocol, but still. Well, I wouldn't mind leaving it until tomorrow, for one, says Izuku, and he must look really tired or something, because Tsukauchi and Sancha and Kaken all look at his face and then Tsukauchi and Sancha immediately agree to leave him to rest for the night, and Kaken crosses his arms and doesn't protest it. Sancha gives him a quick hug and Tsukauchi pats him on the shoulder before going, and the blonde man is gone too, when Izuku checks. Just who is he? Izuku's mom and Kaken's parents have apparently worked things out, because Kaken's mom strides down the hall declaring that she's going to find a futon for Inko to sleep on and maybe dig out some of her old PJs. She yells Katsuki, Izuku is taking your room, you can sleep on the couch tonight as she goes. Kaken grumbles but trails away to apparently clean his room a bit. Izuku's mom sits Izuku down at the table to eat the quick dinner that Kaken's mom made just now. He doesn't realize how hungry he is until the food hits his mouth, and it's almost embarrassing how quickly he gets through the bowl. His mom just sits quietly with him, looking worried, as Kaken's mom yells at her husband and son to get things ready for the night. And everything after that feels very surreal. Izuku does his best to brush his teeth with just his finger and a bit of Kaken's toothpaste. He almost doesn't take a shower, but Kaken tells him that he looks like someone just rolled him off a couple cliffs and put him through a sand blaster, and then he throws pajamas and a clean pair of boxers at him and shoves him into the bathroom. Izuku stands there for a second, feeling increasingly weirded out by Kaken's everything, and most especially by the fact that Kaken just gave him one of his clean boxers to wear. There's a giant gap in his memory between when he was kidnapped and when he came back into consciousness at the villain hideout around 12 hours, and apparently it's this that's causing him to overthink the most. Izuku sighs, strips, and takes the stupid shower. And after that, Kaken's mom shows him to Kaken's room and tells him he's welcome to use it for the night, and Katsuki is sleeping on the couch so he doesn't have to worry about him bothering him, and he can go to any of the family if he needs anything at any time. Izuku thinks that since he and Kaken have already shared a bed before, they might as well do it again for maximum efficiency, or something. Maybe this time he'll actually fall asleep instead of staring at the ceiling, till 4 a.m. On second thought, he kind of does want to rest well tonight. He keeps the bed to himself. It's been a while since he was last in Kaken's room. It hasn't changed much, the bed sheets are bold red and black, and there's a collection of dog-eared books scattered haphazardly on a nearby desk and bookshelf. Some All Might posters and memorabilia have been carefully set up around the room. There's a couple mild scorch marks and some patches of old white paint from where Izuku and Kaken once painted over some burns. They're very prominent because they don't have any finisher. The weirdest thing about his relationship with Kaken, Izuku thinks, is that Kaken used to be so mean to him at school and then he could turn right around and paint walls with him. Izuku doesn't want to think about this. He closes the blinds and turns off the lights, then closes the door. He can still hear his mother talking to Kaken's mom in the living room, a quiet murmur as they catch up with each other. Or maybe they're discussing the latest event in Izuku's disastrous life. The thought of it makes him tired, so he just climbs into Kaken's bed and curls up under the blankets. The sheets smell like Kaken. That's a weird thought, but it's true. It's strange being in here all alone. Izuku sighs, it's no use thinking about it, and he's tired, he wants rest. He puts it out of his mind, and breathes, and counts, 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. He doesn't even notice when he passes into sleep. Despite going to sleep earlier than usual yesterday 10 p.m., it's nearly unheard of Izuku doesn't wake up until 9, and even then it's only because Kaken kicks open the door to retrieve his clothes. He dozes while the shower runs, and only reluctantly pulls himself back to the land of the living when Kaken re-enters the room to rummage through the closet. Good morning, Izuku mumbles. He rolls halfway out of bed, arm hanging over the edge. Do you have clothes I can borrow? Kaken doesn't respond. Izuku drags his body, heavy with sleep, into a sitting position on the side of the bed. He rubs his eyes, and so he doesn't see the shirt that smacks him in the face. Izuku catches it as it falls, just in time for a pair of pants and a plaid flannel to hit him too. With a deadpan expression, Izuku lets them fall into his lap. He holds up the shirt for inspection, and he feels his eyebrow twitch. Kaken, he says. What? This is my shirt. No FING really? You stole this from me, Izuku accuses. Months ago. This is the shirt I gave you when you slept over. I've been looking for it for ages. You can have it, Kaken says scornfully. It looks FING terrible. It looks just fine, thank you. It's a mint green dinosaur on a bright red background. Wearing some kind of god-awful blue tank top. It says suns out, guns out. I don't see your point, says Izuku. His arms don't even have any FING muscle to them, Kaken says. They're limp noodles. Am I supposed to be FING impressed? It's a stupid butt shirt. Hey, Izuku protests. I'm wearing this stupid butt shirt, and it's not stupid at all. You're a stupid butt shirt, leave my clothes alone. Kaken inexplicably colors. F off, Deku, he says, and, you're the stupid butt shirt. Why the F, do you even have that? All your clothes are awful. They deserve all the FING criticism they're getting. Izuku makes a face at Kaken. He pulls off the cotton tee he wore as pajamas last night and slips into his perfectly fine dinosaur shirt, thank you very much, and pulls on the jeans. They're a couple sizes too big. Izuku looks at them in inordinate disappointment for a second, and then he turns and says, Kaken, do you have an extra belt or anything? He only catches a brief glimpse of Kaken's frozen expression before Kaken JRKs towards the closet and says, why the F, are you so tiny, in an annoyed tone of voice. Izuku is fairly sure he caught Kaken staring at him. For some reason, Kaken has chosen to make spicy noodles for breakfast, but Izuku just shrugs mentally and digs in. He's hardly complaining. Kaken hands him an extra container of spice and Izuku adds another couple of spoonfuls to his bowl. He asks Kaken if their parents have left for work. Apparently, Kaken's parents have, but Izuku's mom went to the police station about half an hour ago. She wants you to go when you have the chance, he says. And me too, 'cause you don't have your phone, so if anything happens we can use mine. Kaken scowls down at the phone in question. He's been texting someone for the past couple of minutes, getting more irate with each text he receives. Kaken taps out a reply, the phone buzzes again within seconds, and he chucks the phone across the room. It embeds itself between two cushions on the living room sofa. Kaken, we need that phone. I FING know that. When Kaken makes no move to retrieve the phone, Izuku does it himself. And then, because he can, he scrolls through the recent notifications. Kaken does not stop him. 8:35 a.m. unknown number, Bakugo-kun, we are all concerned as to your whereabouts this morning. Has something occurred to prevent you from attending class today? 9:13 a.m. Kirishima, hey bro, where are you? You missed Aizawa-sensei's lecture on kidnappings and hostage situations lol. 9:14 a.m. Kirishima, attachment, 1 image. 9:17 a.m. Pinky, hey Bakugo, we miss you, where are you? 9:19 a.m. Uraraka, hey Bakugo. Are you sick? I was looking forward to sparring with you today but you didn't show up. 9:19 a.m. Uraraka, class just isn't the same without you shouting invectives angrily whenever something doesn't go your way. 9:20 a.m. Uraraka, and you still owe me 200 yen, UJRK. P. And, from just now. 9:32 a.m. unknown number, what? 9:32 a.m. unknown number, what do you mean your friend got kidnapped? 9:32 a.m. Kirishima, bruh Kaminari says your friend was kidnapped? 9:32 a.m. Uraraka, OMG Bakugo. Tell you our friend I hope they're okay. Oh. 9:32 a.m. Kirishima, what happened dude? 9:32 a.m. Pinky, is your friend okay? 9:32 a.m. Kirishima, is this why Aizawa-sensei gave us that lecture today? 9:33 a.m. Uraraka, who knew you had friends outside of Yui who can actually put up with you? 9:33 a.m. Uraraka, take care of them. 9:33 a.m. Pinky. Why, Kaken, says Izuku, I had no idea you were so popular. They won't FING leave me alone. They're worried about you, says Izuku. He grins. Wow, your mom would be ecstatic to know you have so many friends. This is at least 5 people, it must be a new record. He doesn't count the people who followed Kaken around in school because they were looking for power or popularity. F off, shithead. Are you going to give them a proper response or what? Izuku asks. I already FING told them what happened. It kind of sounds like you just said, my friend got kidnapped so I'm staying home today, and didn't explain anything at all. Kaken makes a valiant attempt at murdering Izuku with his eyes. Well, I guess I could just respond for you, Izuku says innocently, and he swipes the notifications left to type a reply to unknown number. He gets out he went missing before Kaken puts him in a headlock and makes a grab for the phone. They roll across the floor yelling at each other as Izuku tries to send a coherent text message and Kaken tries to stop him. In the end, neither of them get what they want, because Izuku still manages to send a message, but thanks to their roughhousing and autocorrect, it says he went missing yesterday due to or hit before he shorts to in front of my hot. The phone buzzes immediately. Kaken sits on top of Izuku and furiously sets about doing damage control, and Izuku just lets himself lie on the floor and watch the myriad expressions crossing Kaken's face. It's pretty entertaining. Kaken ends up throwing his phone across the room again, and then he snaps at Izuku to finish up his breakfast so they can go to the goddamn police station already. On the way there, Kaken is quiet, but the stewing kind of quiet, where he's got something on his mind and is getting steadily more and more worked up about it. Izuku should probably head that off before something gets exploded. Kaken, what are you thinking about? Silence descends. Izuku winces internally, but then Kaken says abruptly, Deku, why the F did the Villain Alliance kidnap you? The Villain Alliance? Izuku repeats. That's what I said. Some shithead with a bunch of hands all over him, yeah? Why the hell would he choose you? You. Quiet, quirkless Deku who wouldn't be of use to anyone. Izuku mulls over what to say to Kaken, how he can tell the truth without revealing his nearly illegal extracurricular activities. He wanted to send a message to someone. He said whoever it was had 3 hours to destroy Yui. Izuku is silent for a moment more. So either he mistook me for someone else, or someone I know actually has the firepower to, destroy Yui in 3 hours and I didn't even know. He lets out a small laugh. I mean, crazy, right? I don't know which is worse. He neglects to mention that the man with the many hands knew perfectly well who Deku is. Kaken frowns. How did you even escape? Decline to state? Izuku tries. Don't mess with me, Deku. Starting this conversation was a mistake. Panic and stubbornness, probably, he settles on, because technically it's true. Panic. Yeah, I panicked. Stubbornness. You know me, Izuku says wryly. I just don't know when to quit. Refusing to give up on his dream, getting training, his stupid training schedule and somehow his impossible strength. That's the only thing that saved him, probably. He doesn't know if he'd still be alive today if not for that. Don't give me that sheet, Kaken snarls, coming to a stop and grabbing Izuku by the shirt. You don't defeat shitheads like that with panic and stubbornness. What aren't you telling me? Izuku opens his mouth, but his mind blanks, and the pause drags on for too long. Kaken's grip tightens. You were about to spit out some stupid excuse, weren't you? Izuku bites his lip and tries to think of a misdirection, but he can't, and he's a terrible liar and Kaken knows all his tells. It's not much, he says. It doesn't really matter. Kaken narrows his eyes. Lie. You really think you can hide this from me? Izuku can feel the presence of his anger like a physical pressure, a heat in the air. You don't get to keep secrets from me like that. As he speaks, Kaken steps closer until he's too much in Izuku's space and looming over him. Izuku's heart rate picks up. He tries to back away, but Kaken steps forward with him and then keeps going, forcing him back until he's pinned against a building wall. Izuku has never been more intensely aware of their height difference. Kaken. Shut up. Kaken slams him against the wall, and Izuku's head bangs on the brick. He brings his hands up to what? Fighting back will only make Kaken angrier and he can't leave because Kaken has the phone. What are you hiding from me? Kaken yells, slamming him against the wall again. It doesn't concern you, Izuku manages, and Kaken's face twists into something frightening and violent. If it concerns you, it concerns me, he snarls. Tell me what happened. Izuku's breath comes in quick, shallow gasps. No. The shirt begins to smoke under Kaken's palms. Try again, Deku. Tell me what happened. He can't tell Kaken, he'll be so mad. But he can't lie either, and he can't not say anything. What can he do? What is he supposed to do? His blood is rushing in his ears, his stomach gives out on him, his limbs are tingling and his fingers have started to shake. An uncontrolled terror sweeps through him. This isn't that hard, Deku, Kaken says, low and smooth. His hands twitch and Izuku flinches, expecting some kind of explosion but nothing happens, only Kaken looks down on him with what might be a snarl or a sneer of a smile. Tell me what you did. Izuku squeezes his eyes shut and counts. What can he afford to give up today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He shoves Kaken away and runs. Deku. Hey, Deku. But if Izuku's had practice at anything, it's probably running away from Kaken and slipping into the crowd. He doesn't stop until he's sure he's safely away, and then he slows to a fast walk, keeping his head down and his eyes on the ground. He just has to keep moving. The police station is only a few kilometers away from here. But Kaken knows that's where he needs to go. Izuku has lost a lot of time by running to this section of the city, and Kaken could be there already. Izuku needs to get there without being recognized. He mentally runs through a list of people he knows, and then he makes a detour. The thrift store is small, squashed between two business offices and announced by a hand-painted sign. Donations are accepted. Can trade in clothes for credit, says a paper hanging in the window. A couple brass bells chime tinnily as Izuku slips in through the door. There's a girl behind the cash register chewing gum and reading a teen fashion magazine, sitting on a chair so low her head only barely peeks over the counter. Hi, he starts. The girl looks up sharply and attentively, and he shrinks back at the intensity of it. Her eyeliner looks sharp enough to shank someone. Is Midoriya Izuku here? I'm her granddaughter, the girl says. She flicks her bangs out of the way and peers at him intently. Why? Who are you? I'm Deku, he says. Something in her eyes sparks and ignites at the name. Deku, she says eagerly, leaning forwards. You seem pretty timid for someone who jumped 6 stories out of a burning building to save my grandma. Before he can stop himself, he says, you'd be amazed what shock and adrenaline can do to someone's personality. She grins. That's more what I expected. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. How can I help you, good sir? Izuku tries to figure out how to say this in a diplomatic and not alarming way, but he can't really think of anything. Well, the direct method is best, right? I need to not look like me. She tilts her head to the side, bird-like. Really? What for? Specifically, I need to get down to the police station without my friend recognizing me, he says, stumbling briefly over the word friend. I don't have anything but the clothes on my back right now, but I'll return any clothes I can get here, and I can pay you later. Whatever you need. Midoriya grins. Nah, I'll give it to you for free, she says, moving towards the side of the counter but oddly so, her head staying level with her previous position the whole way. The reason becomes clear when she rolls out from behind the counter in a pink-accented wheelchair. But you gotta do me a favor, alright? What favor? Izuku asks warily. When you come and return the clothes, you gotta meet my friend. What for? You're a hero, she says simply. I think you can help. That's not ambiguous at all. Okay, you've got a deal, he says anyways. Midoriya beams at him. Great. Let's get started, then. Got anything in mind? Izuku glances down at his shirt. Something less bright? She laughs at that. Ha, is that all? I can do you one better. Midoriya zips away in her wheelchair, disappearing among the clothing racks crowded in the store. Izuku only hesitates a moment before he follows her. By the time he leaves, he is almost completely unrecognizable. Midoriya has given him a pale orange top, a warm green skirt with a minimal red flower pattern, white stockings, and a floppy white sun hat with a green ribbon on the top. Not bad, she pronounces. Now give me your shoes and wear these flats instead. Izuku is a little sad to see his shoes go, but he has to admit the end result is rather nice. She shows him out the back, tells him to wash the clothes before returning them, and locks the door with a grin and a "don't forget our deal." Izuku cracks a smile at the bluntness of her self-interest, but the honesty of it is nice. Or, no, that's not quite right. She's direct with what she wants, but she's so nice and clear about it that it feels completely different from Kaken's surly disposition. Kaken. An uneasy feeling rises in his gut, but like most uncomfortable feelings, Izuku swallows it down and ignores it for another time. No one gives him so much as a second glance as he makes his way down to the police station, but when he nears, he sees Kaken loitering across the street, scanning the passers-by with a terrible heat in his gaze. Izuku ducks his head and walks as casually as he can, keeping his eyes focused on his destination. If he's fortunate, he'll be able to sneak in without incident. With all the bad luck that's hit him recently, though. The wind blows the sun hat off. Izuku grabs it midair and jams it back onto his head, but it's too late. Kaken has already gotten a clear look at his face. For a moment they both just stare at each other, and then Kaken's expression twists as he starts across the street. Izuku yanks open the door and runs in as fast as he can. Sancha is there, and he looks up as he enters. Izuku. His expression changes as he processes exactly what he sees. What in the world are you wearing? Don't ask, and don't tell anyone that I'm here, Izuku says urgently. Where's my mom? Just down the hall, says Sancha, still staring at Izuku. Awesome, says Izuku, and he sprints away just as the door behind him bangs open. He glances through the rooms as he passes by until he finds a familiar face. Peeking through the window of the door, he can see Tsukauchi, his mom, and the blonde man from last night sitting around a table and talking and laughing with each other. Izuku knocks on the door and slips in. The skirt snags on the door handle, so it's less of a dignified entrance than he would like, and all three of them are staring at him now. Hi, Izuku says, and gives a sheepish wave. Izuku, why are you? Tsukauchi trails off. Apparently, words fail him. Izuku feels deeply sympathetic for his plight, but I think there are more important things to talk about than why I am wearing a skirt, Izuku says with as much dignity he can muster. He sits down between his mom and the blonde man, leaving him facing Tsukauchi. Should I? He clears his throat and glances at his mom. Should I tell you what happened yesterday? Tsukauchi looks at him for a moment more, but he thankfully lets the subject of the skirt drop. In as much detail as you can, please, he says, pulling a small voice recorder out of his pocket. Izuku still hesitates a moment before he begins, because he doesn't want his mom to know every true detail of what happened. But she reaches over and squeezes his hand, gentle and warm and alive, and she says, "I'll be okay, Izuku," and he takes a deep breath and starts. It only takes around 15 minutes to wring out all the details, but Izuku already feels tired and worn again. Tsukauchi ends the recording with a final click, and then he sighs. "Thank you, Izuku. I know reliving the experience is difficult, you've done well." He gives Izuku a smile. "I know you have some questions, and I can answer some of them. During the span of time you were gone, we conducted an investigation of our own. I thought you can't officially investigate a missing person report until 3 days have passed," Izuku says, surprised. Tsukauchi grimaces. "Yes, about that. The video that the villain was recording, it was live. We saw it. The connection was cut after you destroyed the room and the computer was crushed under a section of the ceiling." For a moment, Izuku feels a welling of anger that Tsukauchi made him recount the entire video experience if he already knew what happened. Then he takes a deep breath and centers himself. Tsukauchi is a professional, he needs full, unbiased accounts from everyone. Of course he wouldn't tell Izuku any information he already has until he's sure it won't affect Izuku's account. The emotion he feels after that is well, embarrassment. "You saw all of that?" Izuku says in despair. The fear, the panic-induced destruction, it's hardly something he would want anyone else to witness. "Wait. Who was the video for?" Tsukauchi grimaces again. "It's well, there's no good way to say this. The video was intended for All Might." Izuku stares. Then, softly but with feeling, he utters a single, heartfelt F-da. Tsukauchi lets out a startled laugh. "Language, Izuku," his mom admonishes at the same time, and the blonde man to the side chuckles slightly as well, looking surprised at himself for doing so. "I can't believe I dragged All Might into this," Izuku says in despair, and he lets his head fall on the table with a clunk. "I'm a failure. The absolute worst." "I think it would be more accurate to say the opposite is true," says the blonde man. Izuku sits back up and frowns at him. "All Might isn't a failure," he says, indignant. "He's a hero. He's helped so many people. What part of that seems like a failure to you?" The man blinks at him, taken aback, even as Tsukauchi smiles a secretive smile and puts a hand up to his mouth. Izuku looks at Tsukauchi suspiciously, because even though Tsukauchi is an earnest and genuinely good person, he can also be a tricky and disarmingly sneaky bstrd. He isn't a detective for nothing. Izuku has always admired All Might a lot, his mom tells the man with a cheerful smile. He would watch his videos all the time as a kid. He loved the smile, and he always wanted to. "Mom," Izuku says, mortified. "That's not I was like 4. And the smile is only part of it, okay? I admire him for a lot more reasons than that. Like, he's really brave and risks a lot to help others, and okay, yeah, he smiles a lot and it's cool because it inspires hope and confidence in a lot of people. And I think that's why he does it, and I think that if he can keep smiling despite how sad or tired or afraid he is, then he must be really strong, It's just," he sneaks a glance at the blonde man before looking away, flushing. "This is so embarrassing. It's just really important to me. I really look up to him for that." So the smile is a big part of it, his mom teases, grinning, and Izuku curses himself for digging himself further into that grave. "You're right," says the blonde man. "Of course. But I was, trying to say that it's not you who dragged All Might into the situation, it's All Might who got you involved." He lowers his gaze. "If not for him, you would not have been targeted by the villain alliance." Izuku wants to argue with that, but he can't if it's true. "Yeah," he says reluctantly. "I guess. But it's still not his fault," he adds stubbornly. "He'll fight anyone who says otherwise." Tsukauchi, the bstrd, is laughing quietly at the side. Izuku's ambient suspicion levels rise again. He feels like there's some big joke here he's missing out on, but when he glances at his mom, she looks just as confused as he feels. The blonde man, on the other hand, looks slightly embarrassed and irritated by the whole thing, so whatever it is, Izuku thinks he might be in on it too. "Tsukauchi-kun," the blonde man says. "Yes, that's definitely a tone of embarrassment and slight irritation." Sorry, Tsukauchi says with a smile, but he doesn't seem sorry at all. "The irony is just too much for me, Toshi-kun. Let's move on, shall we?" "Izuku, we received the video message at about 5:30 p.m. yesterday. We immediately recognized the man with the hands as Shigaraki Tamura, who we believe to be the leader of the villain alliance and the one who ordered the recent attack on Yui." "Kaken mentioned that," Izuku says. "Do you know the names of any of the other members?" Tsukauchi shakes his head. Nothing else that has been confirmed, yet. Shigaraki we know only because he introduced himself. That's a little bit frightening. The villain alliance seems to have a lot of power, in terms of resources, people, and the ability to keep themselves hidden in the shadows when all of Japan's law enforcement is trying to find out who they are. Following your escape, the police force in Yokohama received some calls informing them of some mysteriously destroyed buildings, says Tsukauchi. As for the hours you can't recall very well, I think you ran all the way to the city of Hayatori. That's nearly 40 miles away from Yokohama, Izuku. Oh my god, says Izuku. As far as the missing hours between your kidnapping and the video go, that may be the fault of the man in the top hat. He handed Shigaraki a marble-like object, and it transformed into you, for lack of better description. It may be that he trapped you in a compressed prison of some sort, or that he transformed you into an object for easier mobility. Izuku nods. That does answer some of his questions, but... Tsukauchi-san, he begins, and he has to stop and search for words. Is it safe to go home? Even as he says it, he knows the answer is no. He can see it reflected in every face there. I'm sorry, Tsukauchi says gently. But there is something of a protection program for people who are actively targeted by villains. Some hero agencies have rooms where you can stay as long as you can pay. There are some safe houses maintained by the police force, and heroes who volunteer will take rotation staying at the house with you. Alternatively, if a hero is willing, you can stay with them full-time either at their house or at a safe house of your choosing. And we're very fortunate, Izuku's mom says, clapping her hands together and smiling at the blonde man. This is Yagi Tashinori, a faculty member at UE, and he's agreed to let us stay with him. Really? Hope flares to life, but with it, suspicion. Life is never this nice to him. Why? Wait, that sounded rude. Sorry, I mean, not that I'm not thankful? But you don't even know us. He frowns. I've only met you like once before. And even then, it was because he was questioning Izuku about his choice to fight the sludge villain. No, it's a reasonable question, says Yagi. He looks at the ceiling thoughtfully. I suppose. Because I have the space, and I happen to be here. But more than that. All Might feels a sense of responsibility for what happened to you. You could call this a personal favor to him. Izuku filters through all that and comes away with, you know All Might personally? Izuku tries not to sound too awestruck, but judging by the way Tsukauchi is laughing, he either didn't succeed or he just played into the giant unspoken joke in the room again. Yagi clears his throat and adjusts the tie of his ill-fitted suit. Yes, he says. We're well acquainted. Izuku has 1,000 things he wants to ask, but his brain is experiencing a critical failure and manages to supply exactly none of them. I have so many questions, he says, upset. You'll have time to ask them later, honey, his mom says. What kind of political literature does All Might like? Izuku blurts out at the same time, and he feels his cheeks burn as Tsukauchi and his mom both begin to laugh. Political literature, says Yagi. Out of all the things your first question is about political literature? It's important for heroes to be aware of the socio-political structures that are in place in Japan. Izuku says defensively. And maybe I'm a fan of Mitsuji Sui and Shibata Kenzo's dissertations and I think everyone should read them, but that's besides the point. Stop laughing at me. He directs this last part at Tsukauchi, because the man has been laughing this entire time and Izuku still doesn't know why. Izuku, Tsukauchi says with a serious face, I promise one day you will look back on this meeting, and you will find it as funny as I do now. He can't even get through the entire sentence without cracking up again. Tsukauchi-kun, says Yagi. Right. Tsukauchi visibly takes a moment to compose himself again. Then he says, well, I believe that's it, so all you need to do now is move in with Tashinori. He's offered his own house for this. Are you sure? Izuku asks. His mom says, be polite, Izuku. Sorry, Izuku says. I just mean wouldn't it be smarter to use a safe house? If something happened to your actual house. I'll be able to afford the cost, even if the house is destroyed, says Yagi. Don't worry about it. Izuku pulls a face. Worrying is second nature to Izuku by now, but he just says, okay. Oh, and before I forget, says Tsukauchi, we were able to recover your phone. It's a little banged up, but otherwise in good condition. He pulls the phone out of his pocket and hands it to Izuku. The screen has been cracked, but the phone starts up fine. Izuku blinks at the flood of notifications on the screen, and he reads through them quickly. This isn't fair. Izuku, why are you crying? Asks Tsukauchi. I don't know, Izuku says, wiping at his eyes. He looks at the notifications again, and it hurts, all this evidence that everyone noticed. That everyone cared. He doesn't deserve this much love, for all the trouble he's caused, or maybe it's just that love hurts like fire when there's self-loathing to burn away. He wipes his eyes again, sniffing, and puts the phone into the pocket of the skirt Morii so thoughtfully provided. Thanks, Tsukauchi-san. His mom, looking sad, wraps him in a hug, and he lets himself rest in it for a moment before he pulls away. She squeezes his shoulder and turns back towards the other adults. I have a car we can use to move all your belongings, Yagi says. He holds the door open, and Tsukauchi and Mom both step through. It's just out front. Are you coming, my boy? He adds, looking at Izuku, but his feet are frozen to the floor. Kaken might still be waiting there. Yeah, he says, and he makes himself step into the hallway. I'll just go out through the back and meet you at my house? Why? Tsukauchi examines his face closely. Is something wrong? Nothing, Izuku says. He accidentally meets Tsukauchi's eyes, and he can see the dawning realization that he just lied through his teeth. No one is in immediate danger, or you would have told someone already, Tsukauchi says slowly. No one else is being threatened, or you would have said something, too. Who's threatening you, Izuku? His mom puts her hands to her mouth, and Yagi has this intense look, like all his attention has been honed to a razor edge. Just for once, Izuku thinks, just for once he wishes Tsukauchi wasn't so good at his job. Because if Tsukauchi finds out that it's Kaken, then won't he be angry at Kaken? And if Kaken wants to be a hero, he needs to have a good relationship with local law enforcement, and all this will only make Tsukauchi want Kaken to stay away from him, and then Kaken will be so mad. No. Think, Izuku, there has to be a way out of this. I'm not being threatened, Izuku says. And that's true, Izuku only feels threatened, so Tsukauchi's quirk won't catch him in a lie. You felt threatened enough to come here in a disguise, Tsukauchi says. It's just personal business. I can take care of it on my own. Izuku takes a couple steps to the side, closer to the hallway that will lead to the back door of the station. If he keeps bluffing, he can get out of this fine. Izuku, his mom says softly, but there's a core of steel in it. Stay here. Let us help you. There's nothing to be helped. He honestly believes it, Tsukauchi murmurs to Yagi, who's standing by his side. Or, he thinks he does. There is, Izuku's mom says with such bone-shaking certainty he feels the ground fall from under him. Something is wrong, so we will help you. Let us help you. Tell us what's wrong. You're already helping me. You know, with everything that happened yesterday, and finding a new place to live. Izuku glances at Yagi. It's not important. Important enough to make you feel unsafe, Tsukauchi says, striking to the core. Izuku opens his mouth, but he has no words, no way to deny it. For the second time today, Izuku feels completely trapped, and this time he doesn't have the option of running away. I'm going to find out what's going on, Tsukauchi says. Wait. Tsukauchi turns and strides down the hall. No. No, he can't do that. He can't. Izuku runs after him and grabs his arm and digs his heels into the floor, forcing Tsukauchi to come to a stop. You can't, he says frantically. It's fine. There's nothing out there, don't look, don't. Tsukauchi tries to pull away, but Izuku stubbornly holds on. Izuku, I am conducting an investigation, he says. Please do not make me charge you on an obstruction of justice. Izuku gapes for a second, because that's a dirty trick, please, he says, and Tsukauchi looks down at him, solemn but determined, and Izuku knows whatever he has to say won't be able to shake his resolve now. If not this, then I'll do it another way, Tsukauchi says, and as Izuku watches, he pulls his phone out of his pocket and, in only 3 taps, makes a call. Izuku stares at the phone with growing horror, and he hopes that it isn't who he thinks it's going to be. Sancha, says Tsukauchi, can you do me a quick favor and tell me who's waiting at the front? Is there anyone waiting outside the station? That sort of thing. Izuku has to strain his ears to hear the response. Sorry, I can't. I'm keeping an eye on a kid called Bakugo Katsuki. He's the blonde kid from last night, if you remember. Why are you keeping an eye on him? This time, the response is too quiet for Izuku to hear. Tsukauchi looks grim as he says, thank you, Sancha. That's all I need to know. Before Tsukauchi can even hang up, Izuku has already run down the hall. He bursts into the front room. Sancha looks up from the front desk, phone still in hand. Kaken, sitting near the window, shoots to his feet, just in time for Izuku to grab his hand and yell, we have to go, right now, and drag him out the door. Deku, what the F? Come on. Kaken pulls back, looking over his shoulder, and then he turns to face forward and runs with him down the street. Their feet pound in rhythm on the pavement, practically flying around the corner, and Izuku doesn't let them stop until he knows they're far away from the usual patrols and easily accessible streets. One last turn, and a sharp tug on Kaken's hand, and he pulls them into an alley so small you'd miss it if you blinked. Izuku lets go of Kaken's hand and paces the narrow alleyway, ignoring the cluttered trash bags and strings of past clothing lines hanging sadly from rusting balconies, ignoring Kaken bending over to gasp for air. Removing himself and Kaken from the vicinity has temporarily put off the inevitable questioning that will come, but he'll have to go home and collect his belongings eventually, and he'll have to face them all. He doesn't have any good answers for the questions they'll ask, and they'll want to know why Izuku was running and why he was afraid. They'll ask about Kaken, and when they find out what their friendship is like, they'll hate him. He can't let that happen. Kaken is as incontrovertible a part of his life as the sun, and he. Deku, says Kaken, still a bit out of breath but standing straight and glaring at him again. What the F was that about? What is Izuku supposed to say? Nothing, he says, and then, something. They kept asking. He cuts himself off. Kaken will be upset if he finds out what nearly happened. I don't know. I needed to get out of there. Kaken steps forward, a stormy look descending, and Izuku stops his pacing in its tracks. Takes a step back. You don't know? What kind of lousy excuse is that? You knew exactly what you were doing. Only in the barest sense? Can't you give a FING straight answer for once? Kaken snarls, taking another step forward. You're always dodging the question, you're always running around and hiding whatever it is you're so determined to FING protect. You're always misleading me, he adds, with the kind of shocked outrage that accompanies a freshly dawning realization. FING Deku. Has this just been some shitty game for you this whole time? No, it's not, Izuku says hurriedly. I wouldn't do that. He bites his lip. What is there to say? Everything else Kaken said is true. Then what is this? Kaken demands, frustration lacing his voice. Izuku doesn't say anything. His eyes dart towards the end of the alley, and then to the fire escapes and balconies. As if reading his intentions, Kaken grabs his wrist. Oh no, you FING don't. Kaken, please let go of me, Izuku says, far more calmly than he feels. So you can ditch me without any FING answers, again? Yes, Izuku says frankly. Kaken looks poleaxed, as though he can't believe Izuku would admit to it so openly. Izuku feels a flash of spiteful amusement. Yeah, he thinks, I would leave you without answers if you could. How does that make you feel? Kaken's eyes narrow, and his shock quickly rewrites itself as anger. Izuku waits for the inevitable first punch, or an explosion, or at least a little bit of smoke, but Kaken does none of that. He just looks at Izuku and says, You really are Deku, huh? Izuku blinks. What? Did I FING stutter? Kaken sneers. You really are useless. The only thing you ever do is run away. Izuku blinks, and then he says defensively, That's not true. He does run, a lot, but all the time he doesn't. He's helped people. He's saved lives. And, if things go well, Kaken will never know. The irony does not escape his notice. You don't know that. Don't I? The quality of Kaken's anger shifts like rain to thunder. You really want to tell me that? Huh. You run from the villains, you run from the police, you run from your FING problems with that shithead loser who fought you, and you run from me. Are you ever going to FING stop? Izuku grits his teeth. I wouldn't run unless there was nothing else I could. Don't give me that bullshit. Kaken snatches his other wrist and leans forward with some strange heat in his eyes. Izuku braces himself for a litany of verbal abuse, but, you're stronger than this. Kaken shouts, and Izuku feels like he's just been slapped. Running away is FING beneath you, but that's the choice you keep going back to. How long are you gonna keep pretending you're that goddamn weak, you FING coward? For a second, Izuku can't breathe past the hurt and anger welling up in his stomach like hot metal. He begins. You don't know anything about the things I've done. You have no place to say that. You don't know anything, and you still think I'm stronger than this. Kaken's grip tightens on Izuku's wrist, palms hot with the beginnings of fire, and Izuku looks up, searching his eyes for what, he doesn't know. Kaken, he says, you can't really mean that, can you? His voice wavers. Kaken sounded like he honestly believed what he said, like he thinks Izuku can do better. Like Izuku is important, or brave, or strong. Stronger than this. It's a joke. A giant, cosmic joke, because Kaken has never thought of him as strong. And if he has, then... Kaken is always at his cruelest when he's trying to be kind. Wind stirs the hot, dead air of the alley. Discarded trash rustles across the cobblestones. I meant every FING word, Kaken snaps, and his red eyes are full of a subterranean heat. You're a coward. You're always afraid. You can't even answer a single stupid goddamn question. Oh. Izuku's world settles back into place, a little worse for wear after being shaken up, but mostly intact all the same. Kaken must have said all of that to get under his skin. It was just about getting some answers, nothing more to it. Izuku laughs, giddy with relief and just a tiny pang of disappointment, feeling a little bit stupid for thinking that Kaken would ever say something like, "You're stronger than this" to him and mean it. That's just not how their relationship works. "Hey, what the F, are you laughing at?" Kaken snarls. "Is this some kind of joke to you?" "No, no," Izuku says, scrubbing away his tears with a grateful smile. "I'm just glad, that's all." "Glad?" Kaken stares at him. What the hell goes on in that head of yours?" A flash of inspiration hits, and the words are all there. "Well, you just want to know how I defeated the villains to get away, right?" Izuku says. "I didn't." Kaken looks ready to throw him out a window. Izuku would know, since that actually happened once. What a life. He sighs and sits down, folding his legs under him so he doesn't stretch the skirt. It takes a second for Kaken to join him. "Look, Kaken," says Izuku. "I had a really good teacher, alright? Tamanaha-sensei is amazing. I meant it when I said she was the best martial artist in the city, and she knows a lot of tricks. And they weren't expecting me to fight? I had the advantage of surprise." He looks down at his hands for a moment, and then he glances back up at Kaken with a self-deprecating laugh. "I mean, even I didn't expect me to fight back, you know? But I totally panicked." A look of recognition flits through Kaken's expression. Yeah, Izuku says. "And then once I started, I couldn't stop. You know? I just kept going, is all, and I got out, and I ran." He thinks about the bar, and all the villains, and how every time he tried to leave he found himself back in the room. He remembers Shigaraki's fingers around his neck and the promise of death, and he remembers the moment of shock when he realized he'd bent two of Shigaraki's fingers back so far that they broke. Shock factor. And then, once Izuku panicked, he couldn't be reasoned with. Couldn't be threatened into compliance. Those who can't be communicated with are always the hardest people to fight, and in this case. "I was lucky," Izuku says. "If they'd been any more cautious, or if I'd been any bit more clear-headed, I don't think I would be here." Kaken gives him a long, measured look, an odd weight to his gaze, before he finally nods, just once. All the tension Izuku's been holding drains out, and he deflates with the force of relief. He smiles wanly and scrubs at his face. Judging from the shadows in the alleys, it's not even noon, and he already wants to go back to sleep. This much of an emotional roller coaster should be illegal to fit into 1 hour. But at least he's at the end of it, and he can finally let himself rest. "I want to meet your teacher," Kaken says. "What?" All the tension he thought he'd let go of comes flooding back. It is, Izuku thinks, what a syringe of pure caffeine injected into his veins would feel like. "Why?" Kaken narrows his eyes. "Do I need a reason?" And no, Izuku backtracks, waving his hands. "Not at all. I was just wondering." "Keep your wondering to yourself," Kaken says. "Well?" Izuku hesitates. I guess." He sets his mouth in a line. "But I want to wait." "Why?" Kaken demands. "Because Izuku starts off, very confidently, and then he deflates a little bit as he admits, "Am still avoiding her." Can you wait a couple weeks?" "Fine." The silence that falls is easy this time. The distant sound of traffic filter back into Izuku's awareness, just a gentle faraway rush of wind and tires and the occasional loud engine rev. Kaken leans back on his hands and looks at the sky thoughtfully. He looks back at Izuku, one eyebrow raised. "So, what are you gonna do now?" Izuku lets out a breath and brushes his bangs out of his eyes. "I guess I should head back to my house. Mom and I are gonna move out, 'cause it's not safe to go back home anymore. We're going to live with I think he's a hero? It's for a witness protection thing, except I'm not really a witness, I'm just a possible target." Kaken's lips tug downwards. "What's wrong?" Izuku asks, concerned. "Nothing's wrong." Izuku snorts and kicks Kaken's leg lightly. Kaken glares at him. "Aren't you the one who told me not to give any bullshit?" Kaken doesn't say anything, but Izuku isn't that surprised. It's one thing for Kaken to express his anger at someone else, but anything concerning himself and he's tight-lipped. Time to play the guessing game. "Are you worried about your home?" Izuku asks. Kaken snorts. "As if. I'm gonna be a hero, a couple of villains ain't gonna scare me off." Izuku frowns. "The only other thing I can think of is that you're upset I'm moving away," he points out. Kaken glares at him. "Yeah? What's FING wrong with that?" "It's not like we visited each other much, anyways," Izuku says. Kaken glares harder. "Except after school." Oh? Is that all?" Kaken demands. "Sorry," says Izuku. "I was just, surprised? It sort of slipped my mind. But we can still hang out after school, you know, it'd just be a little bit more effort or something. Maybe. Depending on where I'm moving to. And we can always do stuff on the weekend or something." Which reminds him. "Hey, weren't we going to go hiking tomorrow?" Izuku asks. Kaken gives him the weirdest look. You just got FING kidnapped. But I'm not kidnapped anymore. Deku, I swear to FING God. Is that a no? Like hell it is. Izuku beams. Kaken turns red and shoves him to the ground. Hey, Izuku says, batting away Kaken's hands. These aren't my clothes. No damaging the goods, alright? No damaging the goods? The expression on Kaken's face is hilarious. If only Izuku could figure out what it means. Where the F, did you even get a FING skirt, Deku? Are you FING serious? I called in a favor, Izuku says with a very serious face. Kaken stares at him, and he can't help but crack up. Kaken punches his shoulder. Don't F with me, he grumbles. And who the hell dressed you? There's no way your sense of fashion is this good. Izuku frowns. We've been over this. My sense of fashion is just fine. You think it's a good idea to wear puffy vests over your hoodies. You say that like it's a bad thing. Kaken looks at Izuku with the most incredible "Are you FING serious" face he's ever seen. F it, Kaken says. I'm not FING arguing with you about this. You are a lost cause. Come on, Deku, I'm tired of sitting in this alley, let's go back to your house. Izuku convinces Kaken to leave for his home before they reach Izuku Street, thankfully, so Izuku doesn't have to worry about any disastrous head-on collision between Tsukauchi and his friend. He finally checks his phone, and yeah, sure enough, he has a couple of missed calls. There's an unfamiliar car in front of the house, though, so Izuku just walks up to the door instead of calling back. The door's open, and he can hear talking from within. Mom, he calls. She appears from the kitchen and swoops in for a hug. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried when you ran off, but Tsukauchi-san said he'd go find you. Ah? Izuku smiles nervously. Should I give him a call? Yes, that would be polite, she nods. Once you're done, you can help Yagi-san and I pack everything. He's a lot like you, actually. I think you'll like him. Ah? Izuku feels sudden trepidation. He doesn't think he would get along very well with someone like him, actually, given how much he hates some of his own qualities. Well, he's not about to tell that to his mom. Got it. He sits outside the door while he calls Tsukauchi. It only takes one ring for the phone to pick up, and the first thing Tsukauchi says is, Izuku, if I ever made an exception for my no swearing rule, it would probably be for you. Izuku laughs, but he feels a little bit like dying. Sorry, he says. I'm home with mom now. Sorry for, making you search for me. Tsukauchi sighs. Well, apology accepted. Try not to make me do that again. Twice in as many days is 2 times too many. Sorry, Izuku repeats guiltily. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're okay. That just makes Izuku feel worse. Why is he such an inconvenience to everyone around him? That said, Tsukauchi continues, I would like to know what is going on between you and your friend, Bakugo-kun. Izuku doesn't move. Sancha tells me you requested he tell no one you were there, right before Bakugo-kun entered. You were wearing a disguise and you felt threatened by your friend. I'm worried, Tsukauchi says. We worked it out, Izuku says. We're fine now. But you weren't fine before? Izuku? Izuku hangs up. Why did he just do that? He shouldn't have done that. It was so rude. Oh God, Tsukauchi is gonna hate him now, and he knows something's up now, too. Just when Izuku manages to fix one part of his life, he messes up another. He takes a couple minutes to fall apart internally, and then he picks the pieces back up and goes inside to pack. They spend the next hour gathering all their necessities, mostly clothes and toiletries, but also blankets and pillows and personal items. Izuku packs all his books in a box because he can't bear to leave them behind, but he's too embarrassed to put in his All Might poster and figurines. His collection of business cards and contact information is tucked away in a box with his jackets. He also takes the chance to discreetly change his clothes. His mom insists on packing all their plates and cups and such as well, and then she gets worried about the food they have in the fridge. She and Yagi decide they'll make a second trip back here after everything else has been moved in. The 3 of them pile their belongings into Yagi's car, and, depressingly enough, they all fit in one go. Yagi takes the driver's seat, his mom takes shotgun, and Izuku sits on the right by the window. He watches his house recede from sight as they drive away, and this feels oddly final, a point of no return. Izuku doesn't know what will happen to him from here. In the front of the car, Yagi and his mom strike up a conversation. Izuku zones out and watches the city traffic pass him by, sunlight pools on his lap, pedestrians chat on their way to lunch, trains clatter in the distance. It's almost surreal, how much nothing has changed, even though so much has happened in the past day alone. What do you think, Izuku? His mom says. He starts. What? He asks. His mom laughs. How do you feel about eating at a restaurant for lunch, she repeats. Yagi-san just suggested Kitsune no Yomiri. Let's have something nice to unwind from everything that happened yesterday. Kitsune wedding? It sounds nice, but it also sounds high class. He doesn't want to go somewhere that costs like 9,000 yen a meal. Izuku frowns, but Yagi preempts him by saying, don't worry about the cost, I can pay the bill. Are you sure? I mean, if it isn't too much of an inconvenience for you, Izuku says. My job pays well, Yagi says, and Izuku belatedly remembers that Yagi works at Yui. Oh, okay, then, Izuku says. Yagi nods and seems like he's about to say something, but he breaks out into a violent coughing fit instead. He puts a hand to his mouth, but even from where Izuku's sitting he can see the blood running down his chin. Oh my goodness, his mom says in a high-pitched voice. What's happening? Are you okay? Oh goodness. I'm sure I have tissues in my purse somewhere. Izuku, call a hospital. No, it's fine, Yagi says, and hacks up some more blood. This happens sometimes. There are tissues in the glove compartment. This happens sometimes, Izuku repeats. You're coughing up blood? That's a sign of internal bleeding. You can't tell me you're just constantly internally bleeding. His mom hastily opens the glove compartment and hands a wad of tissues to Yagi, who accepts them with a quiet, thanks, and absently wipes the blood away from his mouth. What just happened? Izuku asks, a bit hysterically. Yagi shrugs. I received an injury years ago. The doctors were able to save my life, but there were complications. Are you okay? Izuku's mom asks, concerned. I'm alright, Yagi says. He sounds as uncomfortable as Izuku does whenever someone asks him the same thing. Izuku's mom fusses over Yagi some more, telling him to drink some water and not stress himself, and Izuku tries not to feel too traumatized by the whole thing. All in all, it's a very subdued group who enters Kitsune no Yomiri. It doesn't help that the restaurant is so fancy. Red lanterns shed a soft golden light where the sunlight from the tall and open windows doesn't reach. The lower paneling of the walls looks to be a rich, dark wood, and above that, the wallpaper is an understated, pale gold pattern of flowers on tree branches. The tables are draped with white tablecloth, accented with a deep and rich red, and here and there are artfully arranged vases of flowers and glass sculptures of foxes. People in neatly pressed suits and elegant dresses engage in conversation throughout the room. Izuku feels extremely out of place in his hoodie and shorts. His mom looks a bit intimidated, too, but Yagi is fearless, despite his bright and ill-fitting suit. He requests a table for 3, and they are seated near the windows. Izuku is grateful to get a seat with no one behind him and all the exits in sight. A waiter brings them a teapot and pours them all a small cup, and he hands them neatly bound menus as well. Izuku opens his menu hesitantly and looks blankly at the prices listed next to all the dishes. A single dish is more money than he spends in like a month. Izuku is so uncomfortable. He doesn't belong here. He pretends to peruse the menu, but really he's just listening to his mom and Yagi discuss which dishes to order and trying not to fidget in his seat. Dishes are ordered. Yagi and his mom somehow strike up a conversation. Izuku looks out the window and thinks, this is real suffering. I am suffering right now. Kidnapping is nothing compared to this, right? Conversation is interrupted when someone with offensively bright yellow hair waltzes up to the table, slings an arm around Yagi's shoulder, and says, hey there, Toshinori-kun. Fancy seeing you here, and of your own free will too. He laughs. A man dressed in mostly black steps up behind him with a long-suffering expression beneath his long black hair. Izuku nearly has a heart attack, because first of all, present mic. And second of all, Eraserhead. Yagi sighs but smiles slightly. Hello, Hisashi-kun, he says. How are you today? I'm on a roll, present mic says. I convinced Xiaochin to go out somewhere to eat instead of returning to his sad and empty apartment. My apartment is fine, Eraserhead says, disgruntled. And even if we have no more classes to teach today, there is still work we can do. Present mic doesn't seem to hear him. Namiri-san would have come, but something came up, so she's just going to meet us at a bar later tonight. You want to come? No, says Yagi. I'll be busy this weekend, but thank you. Izuku grabs his mom's hand under the table. She looks over at him. Mom, holy sheet, he says as quietly as he can. Language, Izuku, she admonishes, but she smiles all the same. It's Eraserhead, Izuku whispers. He's such an amazing hero, Mom, oh my god, I can't be here, I have to go right now. Mom. What do I do? She puts a hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh. You'll be fine, Izuku, she says. Haven't you met All Might before? Yeah, but this is Eraserhead, Izuku whispers. You know? Like he makes an urgent gesture with his hands, but he doesn't even know what he's trying to say. Mom, he says again, because he is too incoherent to say anything else. His mom has no pity. She is laughing at him and patting his hand. This isn't what he needs right now. He needs to turn around and jump out a window, right this instant. He needs to dump a glass of water on his head. Both of those sound like excellent options, right after excusing himself to go to the bathroom so he can hyperventilate in the stalls. He is a fool. He is such a fool. During his whispered conversation with his mom, Present Mike and Eraserhead have both pulled up chairs to sit at the table, Present Mike on Yagi's right, and Eraserhead between Present Mike and Izuku. Eraserhead is so close that if Izuku happened to pass out he would probably fall on him. Oh God. Izuku takes a deep breath and looks straight ahead and does his best to pretend like he isn't internally just 1,000 exclamation points screaming at the same time. Yagi introduces them all to each other. Present Mike grins at Izuku enthusiastically, Eraserhead just nods once curtly. Izuku manages to say, "Hello, it's nice to meet you," in a normal tone of voice. It's an accomplishment. So you're Yagi-san's co-workers? How nice, Izuku's mom remarks. Unfortunate, Eraserhead says at the same time. Come on, Shudakuin, don't be like that, Present Mike says. Yagi, however, seems unbothered and unsurprised. Yes, I work with them closely, he says to Izuku's mom. If the need ever arises, they're good people to go to. Don't drag us into your mess, Eraserhead says in the deadest voice Izuku has ever heard. Oh, Izuku's mom says, and puts a hand to her mouth again. Then you know everything that happened? Present Mike laughs. You betcha, he says. Oh my God, Izuku says to no one in particular before burying his face in his hands. His mom pats him reassuringly on the shoulders, but Izuku can find no comfort in it. They know. Izuku is ready to walk into the sweet embrace of death. Hey, no worries, Present Mike says. That was an incredible stunt you pulled off yesterday. It saved us a lot of hassle at Yui, he jokes, probably to relieve the tension. It doesn't work. Izuku would really just like to have an airplane crash into his chair, instantly obliterating him so he doesn't have to face this conversation anymore. I mean, that punch, Present Mike continues, grinning. You were like a mini All Might. Oh my God, Izuku thinks. Not again with the All Might parallels. He's had enough of that after the Todoroki incident. There's an odd lilt to present mixed voice like amusement, like a joke not everyone is privy to. Like Tsukauchi, actually, which kind of irritates him, now that he thinks about it. I'm not a mini All Might, Izuku says, face burning. Present Mike laughs. Punching down walls and destroying buildings? You practically could be. Then I guess he owes me 15 years of child support, Izuku says. Wait, why did he just say that? There are two professional heroes here. Why? Death, any moment now would be good. Present Mike is roaring with laughter. Even Eraserhead has cracked a smirk. Yagi just looks mildly embarrassed. Izuku, his mom admonishes. It's true, though, Izuku mumbles defensively. You picked a good one, Present Mike tells Yagi, which doesn't make any sense at all. Yagi shakes his head. I didn't, he says, and there's an odd and deliberate weight to his words. Present Mike quirks his head to the side, bird-like. Oh, right, he says, and he laughs, clapping Yagi on the shoulder. My mistake. Hey, what brings you to this restaurant, by the way? You usually never go out to eat unless I drag you somewhere. Well, this was the first place I thought of, Yagi says. Present Mike looks like someone just gave him an early birthday present. Yes, he exclaims. I knew I'd rub off on you eventually. Inevitable, given your flaky personality, Eraserhead deadpants. Present Mike laughs. You love me, Shudakuin. Only for the free meals. What, not for my stunning personality? The easy way Present Mike directs the conversation helps Izuku slowly relax, until he's not so acutely focused on the fact that Eraserhead is sitting only a few inches away from him. Dishes arrive. Present Mike and Eraserhead request some additional dishes, and then they all begin to eat. Izuku's mom and Present Mike manage to bring the conversation to life, until Yagi has been drawn into their pace and Eraserhead is even contributing a dry observation or sarcastic witticism every now and then. Now that Izuku has calmed down, all the burning questions that failed to come to mind earlier are crowding in his head. He tries to articulate them mentally because there's just so much. He can barely focus on the sheer luxury of the food here because he has so many questions. He doesn't realize he stopped eating food in favor of mumbling to himself and picking absently with his chopsticks until his mom nudges him, and he looks up and the whole table is staring at him in various degrees of amusement. He flushes and puts down the chopsticks. Sorry, he says. Did I miss something important? Nothing much, Present Mike says, smiling, but you seemed pretty lost in thought there. What's on your mind, kid? Izuku takes an instant to be consumed in flames of mortification, but then the rest of him overpowers them through the force of curiosity and the thought of take the opportunity. Take it. Take it. Ah, I was just, he begins, and stops, and thinks about it some more. I was reading Nishikawa Shiho's treatise, Upon the Back of Cerberus, the other day, and she was talking about the existence of heroism as an entity dependent on villainy, but also on public image and entertainment and how that affects the relationship between law and crime. You know, like, heroes are not an organized and unified force like the police are, you just need a license and you can set up your own hero agency. But then you need publicity, and the best way to do that is to fight and defeat a villain in front of cameras, right? Then everyone finds out about you, and you get business. But you only get business so long as you have villains. And I know part of the revenue heroes get is from publicity stunts like advertising, but the way Nishikawa explains it, heroes are only desirable for ads if they are highly visible figures who defeat villains and regularly appear on camera. Otherwise, ad agencies don't care for you at all. Right? So ultimately, a hero's livelihood depends on villains. But with such a thriving heroics industry, you need a lot more villains than you need heroes, just so heroes can keep on with their fighting, right? But when you think about it, there's not much incentive for villains to go on really public rampages. Heroes will come, their faces get all over television, everyone knows about them and they can't go back to their lives peacefully. So why do villains keep, being villains, given how heroes usually defeat them in the end? So Nishikawa suggested collusion between heroes and villains, staged fights, bribes, things like that. There was that whole Sugita scandal like 3 years back, stuff like that, you know? So Nishikawa, she points out that heroes have a lot of incentive to ensure villainy continues, so no one is really speaking up about the greater class imbalance and a shrinking middle class and a greater number of people in poverty, or she says they may even be encouraging it, so then there's an entire class of angry people who have the motivation to break the law. She cited a lot of examples over the past 2 decades. Like, the number of people who make less than a living wage has been rising, right? Things like that. And Izuku cuts himself off. I mean, you've probably read all this already. So, sorry for rambling. I just was curious, what do you think about the theory? How would you, propose to mitigate these problems? And, yeah. Yagi and Present Mike are staring at him, something his mom seems to be greatly amused by. Eraserhead, however, has raised his head, and for the first time during this meal there is a visible spark of interest in his eyes. You read Nishikawa, he muses. Who else? I really like Mitsuji Sui and Shibata Kenzo, says Izuku. I thought Urata had some interesting ideas too, but she also supported authoritarian governments as a way to ensure equality, and historically that hasn't really been that great of an idea. So, I try to be careful. And Karasu, I like his books. Izuku trails off, feeling self-conscious. He's, pretty insightful, I guess. Yeah. Eraserhead hums in acknowledgement. Then, Nishikawa is fairly radical in her ideas. Not to say they are wrong, but they do need some criticism. He looks at Izuku. Taking one of the examples you mentioned, heroes bribing villains to stage fights. Where does the hero get the money to bribe the villain in the first place? Oh, that is a good point Izuku didn't think of before. A loan or seed money, he suggests, then frowns. But that would defeat the purpose of making a profit, because one publicly staged event isn't a guarantee of getting sponsors or donations. It's a big risk. Eraserhead nods. Consider how big your bribe must be, as well, he says. For example, would you willingly sentence yourself to jail for 1 million yen? Most people would say no. 1 billion is a different story. But would a hero be willing to pay 1 billion yen for one staged fight? Unlikely. A far more profitable venture for heroes would be to destroy their own property and agencies so they can collect insurance money. Is that an actual problem in the community? Izuku asks, curious. Yes. Insurance companies have become much harsher with their policies. He sighs. Much to my annoyance. They usually require proof that it was a villain who destroyed your property. Now, Present Mike interjects. Then they launch a follow-up investigation to make sure everything turns up clean. That can take a couple months. As for the rest of Nishikawa's theory, it may hold some water, Eraserhead says. Read Isayama Benny. She analyzes the effects of having quotas in law enforcement. American police forces were once required to arrest so many people a month, for example. Heroes don't have official quotas, but many of her ideas are still applicable. Okay, I will, Izuku says, mentally adding the name to his list of books to read. Miura Seiho also has an excellent analysis on the role of entertainment in heroics. Behind the screens. She is very critical. Many are not ready to hear her ideas, but they are worth consideration. There's a moment of silence, and then Present Mike lets out an impressed whistle. "Congratulations, Shudakuen," he says, smiling widely. "You've found a kindred spirit." Eraserhead levels him with an unimpressed glare. "Shut," he says. "Just that." Present Mike laughs at him, Yagi cracks a smile, Izuku's mom just claps her hands together with a delighted laugh. Eraserhead rolls his eyes and looks back at Izuku. "Find me when you've read some Isayama," he orders, and he proceeds to ignore Present Mike's laughter and teasing remarks. As 1:30 draws near, Present Mike announces that he and Eraserhead should go, and he insists on splitting the bill with Yagi. Yagi puts up a protest, but Present Mike steamrolls right over it and pays half the cost anyways. Present Mike departs with a flourish, dragging Eraserhead with him. Eraserhead, on his part, seems annoyed but ultimately unaffected by being manhandled. They disappear out the door. Izuku and his mom and Yagi trail after them, stepping back out into the afternoon light. "Congratulations, Izuku," his mom says. "You survived a meeting with one of your favorite heroes." "He said to find him," Izuku says, clutching at the hem of his hoodie. I need to just lie down on the sidewalk right now. Can we just take a couple minutes to do that?" She clicks her tongue, but she's smiling. "Not the sidewalk, honey. It's unhygienic. Why don't you wait until we get into the car?" "Okay," Izuku agrees, and he does that. Yagi's home is a small 2-story house away from the heart of the city, nondescript and looking a little bit worn. They park the car. It suddenly occurs to Izuku that the motorcycle he asked Fujimura for an eternity ago is still in his apartment building's parking lot. He should retrieve that when he can, but he never actually explained to his mom that he had a motorcycle. He's a bit embarrassed to tell her now. He can just swing by and pick it up without telling anyone, that should be fine. He hopes. They move all of the boxes inside. The interior of the house is comfortable at first glance, but there's something musty and unlived about it, like most of the house has been untouched for years untold. The kotatsu in the room adjoining the kitchen looks well used, though, judging by the pillows and scattered papers. And are those medicine bottles? Izuku is getting more and more concerned about Yagi's health every minute. Yagi shows them to 2 different rooms they can use, and then he tells them he'll sleep in a room downstairs. "I don't take much space," he says, which begs the question of why he has all this space in the first place then, "so I won't get in your way. Please make yourself welcome here." "Oh, no, no." Izuku's mom protests. "This is your home, not ours. We'll try not to be too much underfoot. You have been so generous already." Yagi voices a protest, but she is very insistent that he not trouble himself too much on their account. He eventually caves, but not before Izuku quietly departs to set up his new room. That takes another couple hours, setting things up. Izuku feels, oddly bereft by the end of it. He runs his hand over the stack of notebooks on the table in his room, then looks at his books on an unfamiliar shelf, then looks out the window at an unfamiliar street. There are actually trees planted outside. This is really nice real estate. Izuku knows that much, at least, from visiting Masaki at his agency sometimes. He still feels uneasy about Yagi offering them his home. It's just that Yagi is a perfect stranger. It's true he offered a reasonable explanation for his choices, but Izuku still feels like there's something missing from the equation. He doesn't know why his mom agreed to this. But she has good intuition, and he trusts her he'll just keep an eye out. It's going to be hard to relax and wind down now that he shares a home with someone he doesn't know. Izuku's mom cooks dinner as usual. She seems mildly horrified by the meager supplies she finds in Yagi's fridge, and insists she go grocery shopping first thing tomorrow. Izuku chops vegetables as she bustles around. It's just about the only cooking skill he has. Well, he can manage soup and noodles, but not very. Best leave it to people like his mom and Kaken, who actually know what they're doing. Speaking of Kaken. "Hey, Mom, I'd like to go hang out with a friend tomorrow, if that's okay?" She purses her lips and throws some vegetables in the wok. The kitchen is filled with a sizzling roar, steam rises from the hot metal. Eventually, she says, "Sure, honey, but you have to stay in a public place and keep your phone on at all times." "Who are you meeting?" Izuku hesitates. Kaken. "For mountain hiking?" Her hand stills on the spatula. Izuku tenses. He's misstepped. "I want you to be able to relax and enjoy yourself," she says slowly. "I want you to be happy. I was going to wait before talking to you about this, but... Izuku, I don't want you to hang out with Katsuki-kun anymore." He knew this was coming, but it still feels like a punch to the stomach. "Why?" he manages. "Because of what happened this morning," she bursts out. "You were scared, Izuku. I don't want you spending time with someone who does that to you. He's bad for you. You can spend time with your friends tomorrow, but not Katsuki-kun. I won't allow it. He's my friend." Izuku snaps. "We don't always get along, but..." There's a difference between having disagreements and being bad for each other, she snaps right back. We already agreed last week to hang out with each other today. No. You will not go see him, she says. That's my final word. They finish cooking dinner in terse silence, only broken by a couple questions or instructions. Dinner is a stilted affair. Yagi excuses himself from the table halfway through the meal, citing lesson plans for Yui he has to complete. Izuku's mom does not stop him. Izuku's emotions feel ugly. His thoughts vacillate between a seething anger and a strange calm, where the world is sharp as glass and all Izuku can think is, I don't have to listen to mom. I can tell her I'm going to Mitoki-kuin's and go hang out with Kaken, anyways. I can leave in the morning without telling her. She won't realize until I'm already gone. His train of thought stutters and blanks. Eventually the thought drifts up to the surface, he hasn't yet told Mitoki or Hatsum that he's okay. He fumbles for his phone, reads over the last messages sent to him, and ignores the lump rising to his throat, and types out a message to Hatsum. 8:47 p.m. to unknown number, Hi Hatsum-san. Thanks for finding my phone. And everything else. I'm okay now. 8:48 p.m. to unknown number, I don't mind if you want to help Mitoki-kun on the project. But I'm not really the one you should be asking about that. He's about to send a message to Mitoki when he gets a text back from Hatsum. 8:48 p.m. unknown number, Izuku-chan. You're alive? 8:48 p.m. unknown number, you a-hole Eve been worried sick. Well, that doesn't sound like Hatsum. 8:49 p.m. to unknown number, Mitoki-kun? 8:49 p.m. unknown number, oops yeah I'm stealing Hatsum's phone lol. 8:49 p.m. unknown number, I'm not the one you should be asking, I feel so touched, love. LOL. 8:50 p.m. unknown number, I'm totally down with bringing Hatsum into the fold though, it's gonna be fun. 8:50 p.m. unknown number, I am gonna introduce her to Kobayashi. 8:50 p.m. to unknown number, oh no. 8:50 p.m. unknown number, it's gonna be amazing. Izuku is pretty sure Hatsum and Kobayashi will be at each other's throats by the week's end, actually. They're both too stubborn and willful to not clash. Which is probably exactly what Mitoki is looking forward to. Izuku slaps a hand to his head and lets it drag down his face. 8:51 p.m. to unknown number, what are you doing with Hatsum-san's phone, anyways? 8:51 p.m. unknown number, I blackmailed her into taking a break from her project and we're getting ice cream right now lol. 8:52 p.m. Mitoki, one attachment. Oh dear. Hatsum-san looks upset. Brooding. Possibly plotting Mitoki-kuin's death. 8:52 p.m. to Mitoki, you blackmailed her? 8:53 p.m. Mitoki, you know the thing she used to find you our phone? Between that and her other projects she hasn't slept since like Tuesday. Someone's gotta intervene. 8:53 p.m. Mitoki, but speaking of the thing. 8:53 p.m. Mitoki, what happened? Izuku stares blankly at the screen. How is he even supposed to explain everything that occurred? He can barely even keep track of it himself. He has to restart his sentence 3 times before he gets it right. 8:56 p.m. to Mitoki, I got kidnapped by the Villain Alliance but then I escaped on my own. 8:57 p.m. Mitoki, what the sheet? 8:58 p.m. to Mitoki, yeah. I was actually going to text you after texting Hatsum-san. 8:58 p.m. to Mitoki, I don't really know how to explain everything over text. 8:59 p.m. to Mitoki, can I come see you tomorrow? 9 p.m. Mitoki, taken out of context that last text makes it sound like we're having some kind of secret sordid love affair. 9 p.m. to Mitoki. 9 p.m. Mitoki, LMAO I can just imagine the look on your face RN. 9:01 p.m. Mitoki, dude of course you can come over tomorrow. 9:01 p.m. Mitoki, any time is cool just give me a heads up. 9:02 p.m. to Mitoki, thank you. 9:02 p.m. to Mitoki, I will. Maybe he can visit Mitoki-kun as a cover for mountain hiking with Kaken. The thought drifts away from him, and he drifts away too, and then he realizes he's just been staring at the wall for the past 15 minutes. He should do something about it. Like getting up, maybe. That seems like a nice thought. He thinks about getting up for a while, but nothing actually happens. His body stays sitting right there on the bed. At some point, his mom comes in and says something. She's sorry for upsetting him, she says, but she's trying to do the best she can for him. She hopes he can try and understand what she's seeing. Izuku remembers he should nod, but it's like his body is lagging behind his thoughts. It takes a few seconds for the action to actually occur. She looks concerned. Izuku says he's fine. She doesn't believe him, and she talks at length. He feels like he's watching her from afar, like everything around him is a movie and he's just a bystander. Her face and visage seem somehow flat and empty. Izuku, what's wrong? She asks. Nothing, he says. She doesn't believe him and talks to him some more but her words keep slipping through his head. Izuku just tries to nod in the right places, and she finally leaves, looking dissatisfied. A distant pang of something. Regret? Izuku thinks about the feeling long after it has been smoothed away to numbness, and then he doesn't think about much at all. The sky outside darkens and dyes his room umber, then ink blue. The street lamps outside flicker on and cast a bright yellow square of light through the window. The sound of distant traffic slows down. The phone buzzes. It should be checked. The phone fades away into the background. By the time he comes back to himself, it's past midnight. Izuku scrubs at his face and pulls the blinds closed, then checks the phone. 10:25 p.m. Kaken, 1 p.m. Bring a meal. Don't be late. 10:25 p.m. Kaken, 1 attachment. It's a picture of a map. Kaken has traced a route and circled the destination in the same distinctive red pen he takes all his notes and does all his work in. Izuku quirks a smile, but his face feels heavy and doesn't hold it for long. Tomorrow will be better, he tells himself. Tomorrow. He slips under his blankets and finally goes to sleep. It's 6 a.m. Izuku silently gets dressed, grabs a bag, some supplies, and his phone and keys, and then he removes the screen from his window and climbs out. It's a bit tricky to replace the screen when he's outside, but he manages. He drops to the ground and sets off at a jog for his old apartment. The sky above is still slightly gray with fog. Fujimura's motorcycle is pretty much exactly where he expected it to be, lurking in the back of the parking lot. Izuku pulls out the goggles and beat-up helmet Fujimura gave him out of his bag and hesitantly dons them. He sits himself down and tries to remember how to use the motorcycle. Maybe he should invest some time in actually acquiring a license. Yeah right. When's he ever had the time? The engine shudders to life beneath him, and Izuku guides it gently out of the parking lot and down the street. And the utter emptiness, the utter freedom at his fingertips seems to yawn open in front of him, a great and ghostly maw with dead eyes and two large teeth inhuman indifferent ready to swallow him whole. Izuku pulls the motorcycle to the curb sharply, slamming on the brakes over the sound of his harshly beating heart. He can't do this. Izuku lowers his head and forces himself to breathe calmly. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. It doesn't help. Is this what a life without structure and responsibility feels like? He has over 6 hours until it's time to meet Kaken, 6 hours of freedom, 6 hours of nothing. No one knows where he is. No one will be able to find him. If he chose, he could drive this motorcycle out of the city right now. And once he did, he could just keep going. Who would know until it was too late? Not his mom. Not Kaken. His hands are trembling on the handlebars. He can see it in his mind's eye, the highway out of Muzurafu, the sun rising in the sky, and he could disappear into a distant prefecture of Japan, never to be heard from again. It would be so easy. It's terrifying. Izuku SCKs in a deep breath, and he lets it out slowly, counting to 10. The image lingers in his head, him, the road. Him, gone. And for long moments, because he can, he wants to. He wants to see. Try not to make me do that again, Tsukauchi's voice says. Twice in as many days is 2 times too many. One last shuddering breath, and Izuku finally settles back into his own skin. The image slips away from him like a dream, leaving him unsettled by how strongly it took hold. He needs to deground himself. Uemura's cafe? No, his mom knows he goes there a lot, she'll be sure to call. None of his usual haunts will work. He needs something she doesn't know about, something recent, something new. Shinsu's cat cafe. Izuku breathes. He revs the engine, kicks back the brakes, and moves forward. The cat cafe doesn't open until 7 a.m., so Izuku sits himself at a coffee shop across the street and gets himself some breakfast. A few of the people in there recognize him and strike a conversation. Apparently he prevented them from being crushed by a car during a villain attack, about a year or so ago. Izuku doesn't remember them. They laugh and tell him it's okay, they just wanted to say thank you, and how are you? Who are you? We weren't able to find you in the official hero registry? Izuku explains, a little awkwardly, that he's not a hero, but he's not a vigilante either and the police force are fully aware of him and what he's doing. It's all legal, he adds. They want to know how. A bare technicality, Izuku says, though he's been thinking about getting an official license at some point. They offer to treat him to breakfast and he accepts, but as soon as he takes a bite his stomach turns. It's going to be one of those days where his anxiety is too bad to let him eat, he can tell. The trio persuades him to at least have a smoothie, which he manages. They also invite him to take a commemorative selfie, but he only accepts once they promise they won't share the photo on social media. They spend the next half hour talking to him about the happy lives they've been living since he saved them. They've rented an apartment together and one of them has landed the job she's always wanted. They're thinking about adopting a dog together. Thank you, one of her companions says. We're truly grateful for what you did. That we have the opportunity to be together here today. Thank you. It was just a car, but it's no problem, Izuku says, and bids them goodbye as they leave. They hold each other's hands as they walk out the door. Izuku pays for 2 hours at the cat cafe, and Isao greets him almost immediately, purring loudly as he winds around his legs. Izuku scoops him up and holds the purring cat in his arms, taking comfort in his warm presence of life. He sits himself by the window in the sun and spends most of his hour there. Fuku climbs into his lap and Isao settles into his arms, and it is so peaceful Izuku nearly dozes off. His phone buzzes. It's from his mom. Where are you, sweetie? Izuku manages to text back with one hand, went out for breakfast, at a cafe. Am safe and in public. Sorry for leaving without telling you, you were asleep and I felt cooped up. When will you be back? I don't know. I'm going to go see Mitoki plus the others, so I might not be back until after dinner. I'll tell you where I'm going. He can practically feel his mom frowning. Don't go anywhere alone, she finally texts back. Be back before 8. Please stay safe. Izuku is so surprised he nearly drops the phone. It's a sign of trust, he thinks. She is deliberately trusting him to do what's best for him. She's trying to fix things from last night. His stomach sinks, because he's about to turn around and break that. Isao purrs reassuringly against his chest. Fuku is warm in his lap. Izuku closes his eyes, and breathes. Around 9:30, Izuku presses the doorbell to Mitoki's apartment. A minute later, the door swings open to reveal a barefoot, sleep-mussed Mitoki still finishing putting on his shirt. Did I wake you up? No, Mitoki says, yawning widely. I just fell asleep again after I got your text. Izuku huffs in amusement. He's about to drop a witty comment when Mitoki throws his arms around him, and he flinches. I'm really glad you're okay, Mitoki says, squeezing briefly before stepping away. Izuku lets out a shaky breath. His heart pounds hard just once against his ribs. Come on in. Did you eat breakfast? I have breakfast. Kind of. Cereal and milk, anyways. I can't cook so you will have to settle for slightly burnt toast at most. That's okay, I already ate, Izuku says, which is kind of a lie but also not really because he did have a smoothie. A small one. Half size. How are you doing? He feels like slapping himself, he is terrible at conversation, this was such a bad way to open up the dialogue he wants. Bad, Mitoki says immediately and so cheerfully that Izuku's mind briefly stalls. Come on, you can keep me company while I chow down. Tell me everything. Are you sure? If I'm imposing. No way, dude, I'm totally fine having you over. Besides, I gotta get the juicy details from someone, right? Mitoki waves him in. Izuku toes off his shoes and looks up to see Mitoki trip over the cluttered floor and curse. You okay? Izuku calls, shutting the door and locking it. Yeah, I just tripped over this piece of whoops. Mitoki holds up what looks like an industrial-grade water gun. I don't remember leaving this out last night. What? Izuku says. What is that? In response, Mitoki picks up a nearby sock, tosses it into the air, and shoots it. A glob of resin-like liquid smacks into the sock and slaps it against the wall with a wet splat. The sock starts to slide very, very slowly down the wall. It's like watching molasses. Check out me and Hatsume's real-life glue gun, Mitoki says triumphantly. Says Izuku. The sock oozes down maybe another half a millimeter. How is he even supposed to respond to this? I don't understand. Because glue guns. Picture this, I shoot your shoes and glue them to the ground instantly. Bam, stuck. That actually sounds pretty useful. It could help the police force with capturing and holding criminals, at least. Are you going to sell it? That's up to Hatsume. It doesn't matter to me. Mitoki pauses contemplatively. We should probably come up with a way to dissolve the glue before we sell the gun. Izuku stares at the sock, which is apparently now permanently glued to the wall. Congratulations on your new modern art piece. How are you going to explain this to your parents? My mom will be mad, but my other mom will probably just find it hilarious, so it's cool. We'll just put a frame and a title and caption on it. They finally go to the kitchen where Mitoki makes himself a breakfast. Over the next half hour, Izuku haltingly retells the tale for what feels like the umpteenth time. Mitoki is a good audience, with all the right reactions, though when Izuku mentions staying at Kaken's house overnight Mitoki gets all squinty-eyed and only says, huh. Izuku decides not to tell him what happened yesterday with Kaken, and only mentions moving to Yagi's house. Dude, that's pretty sweet, Mitoki says. It SCKS you can't go home but at least everything else lined up for you, yeah? Who is this Yagi guy, though? I don't know, Izuku says. I only met him maybe a couple times before? He's connected to Tsukauchi-san, cause Tsukauchi-san calls him by first name, so they have to know each other really well. And Tsukauchi-san is a good judge of character, so Yagi-san's probably a good person? Oh, Yagi-san also said he was offering his home because of a personal favor to All Might. Mitoki bursts out laughing. Izuku glares half-heartedly at him. All Might keeps coming up, Mitoki gasps. The thing in Hosu, and now this, it's like he's got a personal eye on you or something. Don't joke, Izuku grumbles, kicking Mitoki's chair lightly. Too many people are bringing up parallels with him already, I don't need this too. Isn't that a good thing? All Might is the #1 hero, any comparison has got to be flattering. It's just troublesome and embarrassing. I wish people would stop bringing it up. Mitoki starts laughing again. Izuku sighs and waits for him to finish. When he does, Mitoki says, "Man, you gotta do something about your life." "I know," Izuku says glumly. "But despite my best efforts, it continues to happen." "Yeah. Take this day to relax or something, man. Actually, I'm gonna go check up on Hatsum to see if she actually got any sleep last night, and we'll probably make more stuff this afternoon. Wanna come?" Izuku hesitates. "Well," he begins, and stops. Mitoki waits a moment more. "Then, you got something else lined up?" I was gonna go hiking with Kaken this afternoon." Mitoki's eyebrows shoot up. "My mom said no, but, I mean, she doesn't know what I'm doing 24/7. I was thinking about, going hiking with him anyways. But." He looks at Mitoki askance. "You need someone to cover for you. Just like if she asks where I am," Izuku says hurriedly. "And she probably wouldn't even ask you, but just in case it comes up in the future or something." Mitoki frowns and picks at his napkin for a long minute. "I dunno if I'm comfortable with this," he finally says. Izuku's stomach sinks. Mitoki looks at his face and hastily elaborates, "I'd be cool with pretty much any other friend, but like, the first time you told me about this Kaken guy it was, 'cause he made up a nickname to call you stupid and useless, and the first time I actually met him he was yelling at you and you were crying." "Okay, I guess it does sound really bad when you put it that way," Izuku says, curling his hands into fists on his knees. "But he's getting better about it. He's just bad at expressing his emotions is all. He's a really perceptive and ambitious person and he's gonna become a great hero." "Is he really a good friend to you?" Mitoki asks, looking at him closely. "Yes," Izuku says forcefully. Mitoki chews on his lip and casts a look down at the floor, but he seems to be wavering. "Please," Izuku presses. "Okay," Mitoki relents. "I'll cover if your mom asks me anything. But you gotta come hang out with me and Hatsum for a bit now, okay?" "Okay." Izuku can't help smiling. He nearly gives Mitoki a hug, but that would be kind of awkward and weird, and wouldn't that make this into a bigger deal than it already seems, and he's terrible at initiating these kinds of things anyways. "Thanks, Mitoki," he says instead, trying to convey the full force of his gratitude. Mitoki coughs and looks away. It's no problem," he says, and downs the last of his milk so enthusiastically he spills it on his shirt. He doesn't seem to notice, just kind of pats it absently with his napkin and stands up and walks deliberately towards the living room. "Let me just go grab that glue gun and then we're good to go." They walk over to Hatsum's house. "It's only like 20 minutes from here," Mitoki says cheerfully, and they ring the doorbell without any weird gadgetry making an appearance. "What happened to all the things at the door?" Izuku asks Mitoki. "Her parents asked us to remove them after they burned a guest's coat." Mitoki's explanation is cut short when a groggy Hatsum opens the door. She's dressed in a tank top and overalls with a utility belt around her waist, but it's obviously must. "Did you get some sleep?" Mitoki says with a cheeky grin. Hatsum glowers. "Yes. Did we just wake you up?" Izuku asks. "Yes," Hatsum says. She swipes the glue gun from Mitoki's hands. "If this has a single scratch on it, I'm never letting you touch any of my babies ever again. The stuff we build falls apart or blows up all the time," Mitoki says, looking amused. "A single scratch?" Hatsum repeats, and sniffs. "You're lucky I'm even letting you back in the house." "Sorry," says Mitoki. "I couldn't think of a way to get you to take a break." Hatsum looks at him a moment more. Power Loader Sensei does the same thing. He's always worried about overworking and burning out, so whatever, she finally says grudgingly. "Is that Hatsum talk for it's okay?" "But," she adds when Mitoki grins, "I don't gotta be happy with it." "Don't gotta?" "Ah, Hatsum-chan, I think I'm rubbing off on you." Hatsum rolls her eyes. "Don't flatter yourself," she says, waving a hand in the air and walking inside. Mitoki follows her in, and after a moment of hesitation, Izuku does too. "I think I figured out what's wrong with the robot suit. Finally the pneumatics weren't hooked up to the right places on the left leg. So I was thinking." They walk past a man and woman sitting and reading at the table. "Hi, Hatsum-san and Hatsum-san," Mitoki says, waving absently to them, but quickly getting reabsorbed into Hatsum's conversation. Hatsum's parents respond absently themselves, but Izuku with more curiosity, so he introduces himself briefly. They nod, tell him to try not to destroy too much, and go back to their reading. They're very laissez-faire. Hatsum must be happy with the way things are run here. He enters the garage, where Hatsum is chattering away excitedly and gesticulating wildly as she points at a gutted robotic suit on the table. Her previous grumpy lethargy has disappeared, completely subsumed by her usual bubbly personality. Truly amazing. Ah, minion. Perfect. Hatsum zips over to Izuku, grabs his hands and twirls him around, then zooms away to the corner of a garage. Wonderful to see you are all recovered. Thank you for the wonderful ideas you generated. It's all wonderful. Mitoki-kun, tell him what we need him to do. There's a rattle as she knocks over a box, which she doesn't seem to notice, rummaging instead through a bin full of stuff. Izuku thinks he recognizes some voltmeters in there. Oh, I'm so excited to build some new babies. But we need to fix up Ida's suit first. Wait, Ida-kun's suit? Izuku asks. Hatsum thought his hero costume SCKED, so she's making a new one, says Mitoki. It's great. It kinda did SCK though, cause it was mostly for the aesthetic and some protection and didn't really play to his strengths. So we're giving it a boost here. See, we've powered it to give you some extra move whenever you want, that's the power source, and we added a couple of voltage amplifiers here and here. For the next couple of hours, Izuku helps them fix up Ida's suit. He's kind of glad Hatsum took on the challenge. Ida's old suit didn't do much against stained swords. Soon enough, though, it's noon and he needs to go. Mitoki offers him lunch. He declines. Thanks again for everything, Izuku says to Mitoki at the door. It's all cool, Mitoki says. Just take care, alright? He sees Izuku off and then disappears inside. Izuku feels surprisingly good, given how bad the start of his morning was. Those emotions already feel distant. Maybe today will turn out fine. He returns to Mitoki's house to get his motorcycle, and then he sets off for the city limit. For once, he's in good spirits, and hopefully, the mountain hike will go well. 1 o'clock, and Izuku rolls into a small dirt parking lot at the base of a mountain, 1 prefecture away from Mizurufu. There are a few banged-up cars and motorcycles there. No one is in sight, but there is a dirt trail disappearing up into the trees. Izuku follows the path uncertainly. Where exactly is he supposed to meet Kaken? Fortunately, that question is answered when he hears talking and laughter and the distinct sound of Kaken yelling at someone. Izuku quickens his pace. He hopes Kaken isn't yelling at some random passerby. Rounding the curve of the path, he sees an open picnic area with wooden benches to the side. Kaken is yelling a boy with spiky red hair, a bright floral shirt, and a bright smile. To the side is a girl with pink hair and pink skin, laughing uproariously as the red-haired boy makes a comment and sets Kaken off again. Kaken snaps at them and swipes at the red-haired boy, who ducks with a laugh. Izuku tentatively allows himself to relax and walks closer. Stood up, the red-haired boy is saying, patting Kaken sympathetically on the shoulder. It's okay. Happens to the best of us, even the strongest, handsomest, and manliest of us. I haven't been stood up, Kaken snarls, smacking the boy's hand away. For the last time, it's not a FINGD. Hey, Kaken, he calls, waving as he walks over. The unfamiliar boy and girl turn to him with alarming enthusiasm, while Kaken only tilts his head the bare minimum required to glare at him. Then Kaken's face sort of twitches, but incredulously. Deku, he says. Seriously? Izuku looks blankly at Kaken. Kaken looks blankly back not at Izuku, but at his clothes. Izuku glances down, but he can't tell what he's looking for. What? Your taste is atrocious, Kaken informs him flatly. The pink girl bursts out laughing. Kaken turns to glare. The red-haired boy shushes the girl but looks on the verge of laughter too. Don't be rude, Kaken, says Izuku, unimpressed. I think it looks cute. You are FING hopeless. Listen, where is this criticism coming from? Izuku says, crossing his arms. We went over this yesterday. My sense of fashion is just fine. Your favorite shirt is a t-shirt that says, t-shirt. Don't talk to me. Izuku sputters. You have no right to be talking. Your favorite just says, FOFF, in all caps. Yeah, as a FING joke. You're wearing it right now, Izuku adds in furious realization, pointing an accusing finger at Kaken. You're the one who made me the shirt, fuckhead. Well, you're the one who bought me the t-shirt. Kaken swipes at Izuku, and Izuku ducks. Shut up. You're a FING eyesore. Kaken kicks one foot out from under him and puts him into a headlock, but Izuku drops to the ground and forces Kaken to fall with him, then rolls over and pins Kaken under him. Kaken, however, bucks him off and blasts him across the clearing. Izuku lands on his feet and skids back through the dirt. When he looks up, Kaken's fist is flying at his face. Izuku ducks, grabs the wrist, and throws Kaken forward with his momentum. He crashes into the bushes with a minor fireworks display. "Ha, take that," Izuku says triumphantly. "Who's an eyesore now?" "Still you, shithead." Kaken rises to his feet with a grin, leaves and dirt spilling off his jacket, and leaps forward. Izuku clashes with him halfway, catching Kaken by the shoulders and trying to twist him to the ground, but Kaken wraps his legs around Izuku's neck and flips him down instead. Izuku lands with a heavy thud, reaches up, wraps his arms around Kaken's waist, and performs the beginning of a suplex, but Kaken twists away before he can finish it, then circles around him in search of an opening. Izuku feels a fierce smile tugging at his cheeks, and on a wild impulse, he darts forward in an uncharacteristically bold first move. Kaken catches his kick and manages to throw him back, but he lands nimbly. Kaken charges with a yell, but he leaves his right side open as he is wont to do, and Izuku seizes the opportunity to throw Kaken over his shoulder again with a "ha." But Kaken has grabbed onto his shirt. "Eat sheet, dickhead," Kaken yells as Izuku stumbles forward, and they fall together in a glorious tangle of limbs and yelling and explosions. The red-haired boy catches them. Then he dunks Izuku on the ground. Izuku rolls to his feet easily, eyebrows raised, but before he can say anything, "Dude, get down," the boy says. "You're on fire." Izuku looks down. His shorts are, indeed, slightly on fire. He smacks the flames out with his hands. "Oops. Sorry about that." The boy stares at him. His jaw has dropped slightly. The pink girl, somewhere behind him, repeats, "Sorry about that," and starts laughing uproariously. "Bakugo, your friend is crazy," the boy says, sounding slightly in awe. Kaken ignores him in favor of slapping Izuku on the shoulder. "You're still on fire." "Oh, okay." Izuku smacks out the fire on his sleeve. "Anywhere else?" "No," says Kaken, and then he punches Izuku in the shoulder. "Dumbass." Izuku rolls his eyes and kicks Kaken in the shin. "You're the one who set me on fire." Then he turns to the red-haired boy and the pink girl with a bright smile. "Anyways, sorry about that. Kaken, introduce me to your friends." Kaken says in the flattest voice, "They're not my FING friends." Izuku quirks his lips. "So what are they?" "Leeches." Kaken's companions start laughing again. The boy clasps his hands together and beams at Kaken so brightly, he's practically sparkling. "Ah, Kaken, you love us. Never call me that again." "But Kaken," says the girl, putting her hands to her cheeks demurely, "you're so dear to us. F off and die." Izuku snags Kaken's shirt, cutting off his forward movement. "Don't punch your friends, Kaken," he says. "That's rude. Don't FING tell me what to do, sheet for brains Deku." But Kaken just smacks Izuku's hand away and folds his arms crossly, so Izuku considers it a victory. The boy and girl both stare at him. "Hey, Ashido," says the boy, "did you just see what I saw? Did Bakugo just back down from a fight? On command?" He totally did, oh my gosh," says the girl. He's learning self-control," she sniffs, and pretends to wipe a tear away. "He's growing so much. I'm so proud." For a moment, Izuku thinks Kaken is going to say F it and punch his friends anyways, but Kaken just closes his eyes and breathes very calmly through his nose. When he opens his eyes, he looks at the boy dead in the eye and peels back his lips in a mirthless grin. "No one will believe you." The boy looks astonished. "You what?" "Oh you're right. No way. He's got a witness." The girl slings her arm over the boy's shoulder with a cackle. "Your plans are foiled. You are a lifesaver, Ashido-sama," the boy says. He gets down on one knee. "You are truly a goddess. Where would such a lowly man as I be without you?" "You can call me Alien Queen," Ashido says imperiously, holding out a hand for the boy to take. "Bow down before me." Then she lets out an impressively evil cackle. "Bakugo's reputation is going down the toilet. If either of you breath a single FING word to anyone, I will tell everyone what happened with the pigeons." Ashido gasps, and suddenly she is in Kaken's face, clutching at his jacket dramatically. "No, you wouldn't," she gasps. "You wouldn't expose yourself like that." "If I'm going down, I'm dragging you fuckers with me," Kaken says, and his smile is all teeth. Ashido throws herself backwards with her hand over her head, exclaiming, "Bakugo, we never should have trusted you," and the boy bangs his fist on the ground and he would. He absolutely would. Izuku puts a hand to his mouth to stifle a laugh and wonders at their relationship to Kaken. Ugh, shut the F up, your beaching is giving me a headache, Kaken grumbles, hauling the red-haired boy to his feet. Introduce yourselves so we can go already. Okay, says Ashido, recovering instantly from her theatrical flailing. She bounds forward into Izuku's space and seizes his hand to shake enthusiastically. Hi, I'm Ashido Mina. I'm Kirishima Ijiru, adds the red-haired boy from the side, grinning easily and giving an insouciant wave. Oh Kirishima. The one Kaken mentions the most. Then maybe the girl is Pinky? Deku, right? Midoriya Izuku, actually, Izuku says. Izuku is fine. Deku is just Kaken's nickname for me. You're his classmates, right? You betcha, says Kirishima, striking a thumbs-up pose. Man, your fight with Bakugo was incredible. I was kind of surprised when you just started duking it out like that. Ah, Izuku says again. That's just how our friendship is, I guess. We fought all the time in middle school. Yeah. Ashido cheers. Those moves were so cool. First you were like bam, and then Bakugo was like boom, boom, she demonstrates with little mock jabs at Kirishima, who puts a hand to his forehead and falls back dramatically. Haha, no wonder Bakugo's so good at fighting. He cut his teeth fighting you. Izuku shifts uneasily and glances at Kaken. Comparisons between them are always a touchy subject, especially if they imply that they're on an equal level. Deku doesn't have a quirk. There's no way he'd ever beat me, Kaken says moodily. You don't have a quirk? Kirishima says, looking astonished. He was just using his pure, raw fighting prowess. Ashido clenches her fist soulfully. He's really just that good. Izuku clears his throat uncomfortably. I had a good teacher, and it wasn't an all-out fight, he says. Anyways. It's nice to meet you? Sorry for starting things off with a fight, and, are you here to, go mountain hiking? We sure are, Ashido cheers. We're all decked out and ready to go. Izuku considers her clothes, bright but passable, and Kirishima's clothes, dressed for hot weather, both lacking any supplies but a small bag. They don't look especially prepared. Then again, Izuku isn't, either. He just has a bag and a bottle of water. Okay. You're just going to accept that? Kaken demands incredulously, flinging out an arm to gesture at Kirishima's everything. He's wearing Crocs for a mountain hike. Kirishima flashes a smile. Don't they look nice with my shorts? They're bright pink. You're wearing camouflage. I think it looks fine, Izuku says. Your opinion doesn't count, Kaken says. At the same time, Kirishima grins triumphantly and says, see, he gets it, he holds his hand up, and Izuku obliges him with a high five. Dude, your friend is a riot, we're going to get along great. I should never have let you two meet, Kaken says flatly. Ashido laughs, throwing an arm around Kaken's shoulder. Kaken tries to push her off, but she effortlessly ignores it. I'm so glad you brought us here, Kaken, she says. This is going to be so much fun. You invited yourselves here, Kaken says accusingly. And I told you not to FING call me that. Deku's the only one with that shitty habit. Don't FING pick it up from him. Aw, your relationship with Izuku-kun is so precious, Ashido coos. Kaken puts her in a headlock, but Ashido mysteriously shimmies her way out of it and dances over to Kirishima, cackling. Okay, let's go. Lead the way, Bakugo. Kirishima says, giving Kaken a thumbs up. Fall off a cliff and die. The hike seems like it's off to a good start. As they start hiking up the mountain, Kaken grumbling about their lack of preparedness along the way. Izuku gets drawn into conversation with Kirishima and Ashido. They pepper him with questions. Where did you learn to fight? How did you meet Bakugo? Do you have any embarrassing stories about Bakugo? Most of their questions are about Kaken, actually. They are delighted every time Izuku absently drops a new fact about him, and every single time, Kaken ends up punching at least one of them. Okay, but I have to ask, Kirishima says at one point. What's the story behind the F-off shirt? Oh, that, says Izuku. He looks at Kaken and raises an eyebrow questioningly. What are you looking at me for? I'm not telling the FING thing. Contributing to conversations is a great way to make new friends, Kaken, Izuku says seriously. Or, in other cases, to keep them. Kirishima and Ashido gawp at each other, and then Ashido leans in for a high five. Kirishima whispers dramatically, oh my god. Oh my god. Is he dead? Does he have a death wish? Do I need to plan for a funeral now? F off, shitty hair, Kaken yells at Kirishima. And F, you too, Deku, I can FING make conversation if I want to. Then you should tell us the story, Bakugo. Ashido bounces to Kaken's side. Did Izuku-kun really make you that shirt? None of your FING business. He gave me the t-shirt for my birthday because I'd probably love something as stupid as this, Izuku explains, making finger quotes. I couldn't just let that lie. Were you telling him to F off, or were you implying that he had the same tastes as you? Kirishima asks, looking morbidly curious. I request the right to remain silent, Izuku says seriously. Ashido picks up Kaken's arms and peers at the shirt. Kaken swats at her and she magnanimously ignores it. You are, like, really good, she says admiringly. This totes looks like a professional job. Probably because it was, Izuku says. Everyone turns to look at him, and he rubs his neck uncomfortably. I knew someone with a screen printing machine, and, he made the shirt as a favor to me. That's why it looks so nice. I don't even have nice handwriting. And another conversation that occurs when Kirishima and Ashido make a detour to climb a cool-looking tree and dangle around in the branches, and Kaken tells them they're all idiots, and Kirishima says that's not true, you love us. And Kaken yells that he'd happily get rid of them in an instant. Don't be a liar, Kaken, Izuku says innocently. Kaken turns to him with all the fury of 1,000 nuclear explosions burning in his eyes. You like them both. Ah, Kaken, I, love you. Too, Ashido calls, at the same time Kirishima says, ha. I knew it. Really? Tell me what you know, and Kaken tries to punch Izuku. He has both your numbers saved in his phone, Izuku says. F off, shitty Deku. And he mentions you too in conversation a lot when I ask him about his day, Izuku continues, even if it's just to say things like, Kirishima is an idiot of scientifically impossible proportions, but that means he remembers your name and actually cares to mention you, which is more than what he does for most. Shut the F up. You're so embarrassing. F dash. Why don't you just jump off the top of this FING mountain? Izuku gets pulled into another scuffle with Kaken. When they finally get back on track for mountain hiking, though, he sees a pleased flush on Kirishima's face. He learns more about Kaken's classmates, just listening to Ashido and Kirishima talk. They mention Todoroki and Ida and Uraraka and a couple others, a Kaminari and a Siro come up, and they happily regale Izuku with tales of battle simulations and training sessions and all the things that have gone wrong. Kaken occasionally interrupts with a comment, or a correction, or a particularly creative invective. It was a good call to tell Kirishima and Ashido to call him Izuku. Hopefully if they mention him to the other students at Yui, they won't connect Izuku and Deku, and Izuku can continue on with the precarious balancing act that is his life. Who is he kidding? This is inevitably going to end in disaster. But at least he can try and put it off. By the time they get to the top of the mountain, it's 4 o'clock and Kirishima and Ashido have apparently accepted him into the flock. They're friendly, they've tossed out a few nicknames for him, they've started including him in their trend of casual touching. Ashido even throws her arms around him and cheers when she sees the picnic site. Lunch, she says, and she picks Izuku up and swings him around, laughing. We made it. Look at the view. You can almost see Mizudafu from here. Izuku awkwardly pats her on the back. Can you put me down, Ashido-san? She swings him around one last time, but instead of setting him down, she carries him to the edge of the picnic area and says, look how high up we are. Imagine falling from this height. I don't need to imagine, Izuku mumbles. The slope starts flattening maybe 10 stories down, and Izuku's jumped down that far before. Really the only inconvenient thing would be the trees. What was that? Ashido asks, putting him down and looking at him curiously. Nothing, Izuku says. She blinks. I thought you said. Hey, Ashido. Izuku-kun. Let's eat. Kirishima calls, waving at them from the picnic table he's occupying with Kaken. He has a bento set on the table already, and Kaken is digging into his lunch as well. Oh my god, you're right, I'm totally starving. Ashido bounces over and slings her small backpack onto the table. Izuku trails after and sits next to her, across from Kaken and Kirishima. He's happy to just listen to the conversation that springs up between Kirishima and Ashido, occasionally offering his own comments. Then Kaken slams his lunch on the table and says, Deku, where the F is your food? And the conversation grinds to a halt. Izuku tries for a nonchalant shrug, fails, and looks away. I didn't bring any. Kaken's brain almost visibly stalls. What the F dash, he says, then, I told you to bring something. We just went on a 3-hour hike, a-hole, it's another 3 hours back down. I'm not hungry. It's fine, Izuku says, waving his hands, I don't really have much of an appetite, anyways. Last night was the biggest meal I've had in like a week, actually. He laughs uncomfortably and scratches his head. Dude, Izuku-kun, Kirishima says. That's not good, yo, you gotta keep up your strength when you work out like this. You want some of my lunch? Yeah. You can have some of mine, too, Ashido says determinately, shoving her bento at him with a fierce look on her face. I'd rather not, Izuku says, trying to wave them off. Don't be FING stupid, Deku, Kaken snaps. Eat the DMN food. Izuku chews the inside of his cheek, and then he reluctantly accepts the chopsticks from Ashido's outstretched hand and takes a bite of her food. It tastes nice, but at the same time, his stomach roils and he feels repulsed by the feeling of anything in his mouth. He can barely swallow it. He puts down the chopsticks and puts a hand to his mouth, closing his eyes, trying to tide over the nausea swelling in him. When he opens his eyes again, all three of them are staring at him. Oh no, Ashido frets. Was the food bad? I didn't think it was bad. No, it was fine, Izuku says hurriedly. It's got nothing to do with your food. I knew that would happen. That's why I didn't bring a lunch. Wait, are you sick? Kirishima asks. He looks alarmed. Did you come mountain hiking right even though you were sick? No, it's okay, I'm not sick. This just happens sometimes. Just happens sometimes? Kaken demands. What do you mean, this just happens sometimes? Kaken, you're going to burn your bento box, Izuku says. Kaken's fingers tighten around the box, but he stops emitting smoke from his hands. The FS wrong with you, he seethes. Never shoulda FING listened when you said we should go mountain hiking today, especially since you were just FING kidnapped. I'm not kidnapped anymore. Oh my god, that was you? Ashido leans over and grabs Izuku's shoulder, and he has to fight the urge to flinch. Are you okay? Oh my god, you're, like, a civilian. A civilian who's been keeping up with you just fine, thanks, Izuku retorts, and he immediately feels contrite. Sorry. I mean. Look, I'm fine, alright? I'll eat more when I get home, or something. I'm fine, I've dealt with this before, and it's not a big deal. Just a clarification, Kirishima says, by this, do you mean the kidnapping thing or the nausea thing? 'Cause if you've dealt with kidnapping before, I think you've had a little too much kidnapping in your lifetime. Izuku is so surprised he laughs. No, the nausea thing, he says. It'll pass in a couple days. Actually, he has no idea if it will. It's not often his anxiety is bad enough to give him nausea, but when it is, it lasts anywhere from a few days to a few weeks. He'll just have to bear with it, though. What the F even is the nausea thing? Kaken demands. You just said you ain't sick, so what the F? Oh, shove off, Kaken, Izuku snaps. I came here to enjoy myself and relax, not to face my problems like some kind of problem facer. Kaken stands up abruptly, shadows falling over his face. DMN it, Izuku messed up. Did you hear fucking nothin' from yesterday? Stop fucking runnin' awa. Izuku's already fraying temper snaps. It's been 1 day. Can you give me just 1 day? But sure, if you want to spill all our personal problems to your friends, then be my guest. Tell them all about yesterday. Kaken snarls and lunges across the table for him. Adrenaline floods his limbs and he slides away, already bringing his hands up in fists. He shouldn't have lost his temper like that. He F'd up, but then Kirishima hauls Kaken back. Whoa, hey, Bakugu, maybe chill out a little bit? Ashido stands up, and for perhaps the first time that day, she has a serious look on her face. You shouldn't be fighting him like this, she says. That isn't okay. It's fine, Izuku cuts in, and scrubs at his face. We fight all the time. Sorry to have made you watch all that though. Sorry, Kaken. Look, the problem facer thing was just a joke. I'm gonna try to do better. But I just need a breather, okay? Just for today. It's okay to take more than today, Ashido says. You were just kidnapped. Why does everyone seem so stuck on that? It's not like he even remembers most of it. Yeah, people get trauma from that kind of thing, it takes time to get over it, adds Kirishima. You gotta take care of yourself, you know? Sure, says Izuku. But, Kaken was right with what he said yesterday, so yeah, it's advice I'm gonna take. Kirishima slowly lets go of Kaken. Okay, he says, looking doubtful. If you're sure. Izuku nods and sits back down. Ashido hands him a bottle of water and watches him expectantly until he drinks some. Kaken subsides, but isn't entirely satisfied, judging by the moody way he starts stabbing at his lunch with the chopsticks. Kirishima and Ashido manage to pick up the conversation again, but Kaken's dark mood keeps everything a little bit strained until they start hiking back down the mountain. The trek down is fine, and then it's just wild, devolving rapidly into chaos as almost everything that comes into contact with Izuku these days does. By the time they all tumble down into the parking lot, the sun is setting, and they're all flushed and slightly out of breath and more than a little scuffed up. Hopefully no one will notice their minorly destructive trailblazing. Izuku is grinning uncontrollably, Kirishima is exclaiming incredulously at him, Ashido is holding up Kaken's hand so she can fist bump it, and Kaken looks as relaxed as he ever does. Oh my god, that was— Kirishima shakes his head. We are never telling anyone what happened. Agreed, Izuku laughs. Ah, but it's such a great story, Kirishima, Ashido says, looking at him beseechingly. It, like, totes needs to be told. No, says Kaken. No, agrees Kirishima. You're outvoted. We're shaking on it. They shake on it, and then Kirishima and Ashido start walking to the bus station. You coming, Bakugu? Kirishima calls back. Kaken starts after them, but Izuku, seized by impulse, grabs his hand. Wait. Kaken pauses and looks back at him. I've got a quicker way back home, he says, and smiles sheepishly at Kaken's what the F are you talking about glare. Surprise? No way you have a car, Kaken says suspiciously. No, Izuku agrees. I've got a motorcycle. What? Izuku laughs and points at Fujimura's motorcycle. There's room for two. You want a ride? Kaken stares. How the hell did you get a motorcycle? I know some people, Izuku quips. Kaken gives him a look. Haha, no, really. But you know, if you wanted to, I don't mind if you come along. Kaken hesitates, and then he says, this thing better not fall apart while you're driving it. I promise it will not go the way of events from this afternoon. Izuku gives Kaken the motorcycle helmet and goggles, but Kaken refuses the goggles. You're the one driving, a-hole, you better be able to see. He also tries to make Izuku take the helmet, but Izuku's more likely to get out of a crash unscathed than Kaken. Izuku pretends not to notice him until Kaken finally snaps and says, fine, I'll wear the fucking helmet, but if you go a fucking hair over the speed limit I swear to fucking a god I'll smash this thing to smithereens and make you fucking walk back to Mizudafu. Sure thing, Izuku says. Come on, then, we don't want to get back too late. Kaken looks at the motorcycle like he's trying to mentally put together a jigsaw puzzle. Finally he swings his leg over the wheel and settles behind Izuku, and Izuku really did not think this through. They are too close. He can feel Kaken's body heat against his back. Kaken, Izuku says, and he has to clear his throat, you need to put your arms around my waist. A moment of hesitation, and then Kaken leans against him and laces his fingers around Izuku's stomach like a belt. Izuku makes himself take a measured breath, and then he turns on the engine. Wait, Kaken says. What is it? You do have a license, right? Don't concern yourself over small details, Izuku says, and before Kaken can do more than sputter and drop a few swears, he revs the engine. And shoots out of the parking lot. Deku what the F dash, Kaken yells in his ear, past the roaring of the wind, and Izuku pictures the expression Kaken must be making right now and he can't help but laugh. Just enjoy the ride, he calls, and Kaken yells some gibberish in response, his words blown away. Izuku takes that as permission to speed up. The wind rushes cold and tingling against his skin, threading through his clothes and his hair and carrying with it the sweet smell of the forest and night air. The setting sun gleams orange-gold over the treetops, then colors the highway warm with summer airs. The motorcycle hums ready under him. It feels like freedom, like euphoria, like endless horizons stretching before him and beckoning him to find. It fills him with peace and with something that, if he were brave enough, he might call joy. Far too soon, Mizudafu draws into sight, sparkling with evening lights under the dusk moon. Izuku laughs, wildly and breathlessly, as he urges the motorcycle on faster and further until the city limits force him to slow. Izuku takes them through the back roads, where the police force are less likely to be, and a few minutes later pulls over to the curb in front of Kaken's house, hands and legs tingling with the memory of the motorcycle's purring engine. Here we are, he says to Kaken a bit unnecessarily, but he can't find it in himself to care. His cheeks hurt from smiling. Let's do this again sometime. Kaken doesn't respond immediately, but when he does, Deku, he says, with some strange overtone that Izuku doesn't quite understand, and he tightens his arms around his waist and buries his face more firmly into the crook of Izuku's neck. What is it, Kaken? Izuku asks. He almost tilts his head, but Kaken is in the way. Did you not like it? It was fine, Kaken says roughly. Izuku feels his smile light up, without any volition of his own, and far stronger than he remembered he could smile. That's good, he says softly. I'm really glad we got to spend some time together like this. Kaken just squeezes him tighter. Izuku is content to just sit there for a while like that, but Kaken pulls away and gets off the motorcycle, leaving an imprint of cold where his body was pressed against his. Unbuckling the helmet, he says, don't do anything stupid, and hands the helmet over. Without another word he turns and walks to his apartment, quickly hidden by the shadows. Bye, Kaken, Izuku says, quirking his lips in a smile. He puts on the helmet, starts up the motorcycle, and leaves. He drops off the motorcycle in a parking garage and then jogs the rest of the way back to Yagi's home. It's 7:30 and the stars are out, but still, he's back before curfew. Izuku rings the doorbell. His mom opens the door and takes in his scuffed clothes and the smile on his face. "It looks like you had a good day," she says with a smile. "Did you have fun?" Izuku briefly flashes back to the events of the afternoon. "Best not mention it." "Yeah, it was really nice seeing Mitoki-kun again," Izuku says, taking off his shoes. "We helped Hatsum-san put together a hero costume for one of the students at Yui." "I'm glad you had a good day," his mom says. She wraps him in a warm hug, he basks in it. "Are you hungry?" "No, I ate dinner already," Izuku lies. "Thank you though. How were things today?" They chat for another hour on the couch before Izuku leaves for his room and collapses on the bed. Today was exhausting. Socializing is just so much. He showers and spends the rest of the night curled up on the bed, looking up Eraserhead's recommendations. It's so absorbing he ends up staying awake until 1 a.m., when his heavy eyelids finally force him to shut his eyes with the promise of, just for a moment. His mom has to shake him awake at 11 the next morning. God, this is going to throw off his sleep schedule for days, isn't it? Not that he had a great one in the first place. He stops by Uemura's cafe. Uemura, upon seeing him, purses her lips. "And where have you been, young man?" she says. Izuku blinks. "Oh, I'm sorry," he says. "I was, sort of kidnapped on Thursday." "You were what?" Uemura's expression changes completely. "Are you alright? What happened?" "Why yeah, I'm fine. Mostly. If he wishes really hard. The Villain Alliance grabbed me, and I, escaped by myself that night, but then on Friday I had to go tell the police force about everything, and I had to move, and a lot of stuff happened, and yesterday," Izuku bites his lips, and shrugs. "I'm sorry I haven't been by. How have you been?" "Oh, dear," says Uemura. "I was wondering why you didn't show up yesterday. This explains so much. Here, Izuku-kun, have a cake." "Yesterday?" He watches her pull a slice of strawberry chocolate cake out from the display. "You were supposed to come meet the ladies in my neighborhood," Uemura explains. "We were quite disgruntled when you failed to come, but a kidnapping. This hero activity is getting dangerous, isn't it?" She sounds worried. It's okay," says Izuku. "I got myself away, so it turned out okay. I'm so sorry I missed the meeting on Saturday. It totally slipped my mind." He feels terrible. Uemura frowns as she places the slice of cake in front of him. "Don't worry about it. You had extenuating circumstances, after all," she says. "You are taking some safety measures now, aren't you?" Yes," says Izuku. "Tsukauchi-san at the police station helped get all that set up on Friday." "Good," says Uemura decisively. "You need to take better care. I'll tell the ladies what happened, Izuku-kun, and whenever you're ready you can swing by on a Saturday." Izuku eats the cake and feels horribly guilty the entire time for missing the generous opportunity Uemura gave him. On Monday, school resumes like normal. The utter normalcy of it all feels a bit jarring. It feels like years since he set foot in a classroom. His classmates greet him and ask him where he's been, and he has to make up some lie about being sick, and his teachers give him the homework he missed and tell him to get notes from someone else. Izuku asks Mitoki for the notes, but Mitoki says, "I haven't taken any notes since the beginning of the year, and I skipped on Thursday. Sorry, dude. You could try Sanjuro, though, he's pretty good about that all." Sanjuro, thankfully, gets him everything he needs. It takes him a few more days to pick up his usual rounds through the city, both because he has to adjust his routes and because Yagi and his mom have joined forces to try and limit his extracurriculars. "No staying out later than 7, his mom says firmly. 8, Izuku tries. "Sunset is at 7 during the summer months," Yagi points out. "By the time it's 8, the sky is already dark." Izuku feels very teamed up on. He finally agrees to a curfew at dark rule. At least there's enough time for him to visit all the connections he's made over the years before the sky gets dark. It cuts down on the number of incidents he's able to stop, though. He feels kind of guilty about all the people he isn't helping, now, but his mom is worrying so much and he doesn't want to cause her more stress. Life with Yagi is a surprisingly easy transition. He's pretty quiet, mostly working in his study or sleeping. He seems determined not to inconvenience them. It's odd, because sometimes it feels more like Yagi is the guest here than they are. His mom quickly takes over the kitchen and unofficially claims the living room for her sewing projects and such. Izuku mostly sticks to his room, and occasionally the kitchen or living room when he needs a different environment to think in. Things are pretty awkward between them all, at least until the day Izuku comes home and finds Yagi sitting at the kotatsu with a long-suffering expression and a stack of papers to grade next to him. Izuku peeks over curiously. "What are you grading?" "Essays," Yagi sighs. Izuku blinks. "I thought you said you taught, foundational hero studies? Hands-on work, right?" Yes, but occasionally I give classes on how the hero system came to be, as well as the laws regulating it. Yagi scans through a paragraph and pinches the bridge of his nose. And so, a research paper. Izuku smiles. I guess good heroes don't necessarily make good students, huh? He sets down his backpack and sits on the opposite side of the kotatsu, digging out his notebooks and homework and pencils. The entrance exam measured battle skill and potential and strength of character, not academic prowess, Yagi acknowledges. We have a range of students. Izuku hums in response, and then settles in to do his homework for the day. Yagi doesn't comment. His mom comes in and, seeing them working quietly together, disappears for a moment only to reappear with her sewing supplies in hand. She sits down between them, across from the TV, and makes a few minutes of light conversation before concentrating on her work. It becomes an unspoken habit afterwards to do all their work at the kotatsu together. Izuku has had to change the time of his daily workout to the afternoon. His mom won't let him go running early in the morning anymore, so one day, while he's out, he runs into Kaken in the vicinity of his old neighborhood. Hey, Kaken, Izuku says, waving. He smiles nervously at the brooding look on his friend's face. How've you been? Kaken just glares darkly at him, so he ventures hesitantly, is something? I'm fine. Kaken barks. Izuku flinches back. Kaken stares at him for a second, and then he turns and punches a nearby wall. The hard, fleshy impact makes Izuku wince. It's fine. What the F are you doing back here, huh, Deku? Thought you moved away with a fancy hero. I'm just on a run, Izuku says hesitantly. A run, Kaken repeats. The corner of his lip twitches upwards derisively. You're so stupid, Deku. Why the hell do you even try with these things? They'll never make you better than you actually are. You're gonna be Deku for the rest of your fucking life. He's in a really bad mood. What set him off? Kaken, do you, want to fight? That usually helps Kaken vent his feelings and cool down a bit, but most of those cases, Kaken's anger is sort of like a volcano ready to erupt. This anger feels more like a fire simmering in the ashes of a plagued wasteland, darker, and somehow more tarnished. It's making Izuku nervous. No, I don't want to fight. Kaken grabs Izuku's shirt, snarling. What the hell makes you think you could fight me? You're quirkless. You aren't a hero. So then how the F are you still keeping up with me? Because, Izuku grasps Kaken's wrists, I have a really good teacher, Kaken finishes, and his eyes waver and flash like heat waves on a summer day. Yes, you've said that, BSTRD. When am I gonna meet this amazing teacher of yours? He leans in closer. How about right now, Deku? You aren't too busy, are you? His tone makes it clear that there's a correct answer to this, but... Kaken, I don't think that's... I didn't ask what you think. Didn't you say you'd introduce me to her? Izuku bites his lip. This is a bad idea. Kaken's in no state to meet Tamanaha-sensei, she'll kick him out in a heartbeat, and then he'll just be even angrier. I just don't think you should meet her right now. Too bad, Kaken snaps. We're going. Izuku wants to protest, or fight back on this, but he's so tired of fighting. Is it really worth the effort, just to put off a simple meeting? It'll be fine. Izuku has gotten through a lot worse than this. He can get through Kaken in a bad mood. Oh okay. It's this way. Izuku takes the shortest route there because he doesn't want to be alone with Kaken right now, but it still takes 15 minutes to get to Tamanaha-sensei's dojo, a building in a rundown and quieter neighborhood. Tamanaha-sensei is helping a couple students through a drill, so Izuku gestures for Kaken to sit on the sidelines quietly with him until she finishes. Kaken levels Tamanaha-sensei with an accusing glare, judging her capability and worthiness, he can tell. The students get a water break. Tamanaha-sensei glances over and meets Izuku's eyes, and her expression warms slightly, in the sense that she smiles and looks slightly less like a glacier-given humanoid form. Hi, Tamanaha-sensei, Izuku says, waving. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. It's been a while, she says simply. Izuku winces. Where have you been? Izuku shrugs and looks down. Figuring stuff out, I guess. A lot of stuff happened. Tamanaha-sensei waits expectantly. I'll tell you about it some other time. I'm actually just here to introduce a friend. Oh? Who is it? Tamanaha-sensei looks over at Kaken, who stares back at her challengingly. She just raises an unimpressed eyebrow. This is, Bakugo Katsuki. Kaken, this is Tamanaha-sensei. Izuku can see the moment when Tamanaha-sensei processes the name, because her entire expression goes icy, murderously cold. He's a good friend. Izuku says hastily, trying to head off the impending train wreck he can sense coming. He's going to Yui, and he's going to be a hero. Leave. Her voice cuts him off like the cold, shining steel of a knife. Her gaze is pinned on Kaken. "Excuse me, fuckhead," says Kaken, remarkably calmly. "Leave," Tamanaha-sensei repeats in a cool and lethally smooth voice. "You are not welcome here, nor will you ever be." "Tamanaha-sensei." Izuku protests. "Kaken's my friend. He'll be on his best behavior, I promise." "I don't care how good his behavior is," says Tamanaha-sensei in that same awful, perfectly level tone. "I will not forgive him." Kaken sneers. "Forgiveness? What the F do I need that for? There's nothing that needs to be forgiven." Izuku says. "Oh, isn't there?" Tamanaha-sensei says. "You may have forgotten the days you used to come here with new bruises and burns, but I haven't. And a recent conversation with Sancha-san has suggested things are not resolved as I once thought they were. Bakugo is not welcome. He will leave, or he will suffer the consequences." Izuku tries to form words, but he can't. He doesn't have a rebuttal to that. Kaken rises to his feet, snarling, "F you, Beach, you don't know a FING thing about me and Deku, so you can take your FING consequences and shove them up your." Tamanaha-sensei kicks Kaken, and Kaken ducks, only to be met by Tamanaha-sensei's other foot. What follows is the most ruthless and brutal fight Izuku has ever seen Tamanaha-sensei engage in. Kaken has his explosions, but she never gives him a chance to use his hands against her. In seconds, she knocks him to the ground, and she steps back, expression as cold and unmoving as the carved stone face of a sphinx. "You are talented. Perhaps I would have commended you for it, if not for your actions." She turns away. "If you do not change, your career as a hero will come to an untimely and fiery end. Get out." She moves away, and everything about her screams cold, cold, cold. The students seem wary when she resumes the lesson. She ignores it and continues with tightly controlled poise. Kaken glares at her back, then glares at the students who dare to look in his direction. Izuku cringes. Kaken picks himself up and stalks angrily towards the door. "Kaken. Shut the F up, useless Deku," he snarls, knocking Izuku's outstretched hand away. "I'm never looking at that FING hag's ugly face ever again." He leaves. Izuku stands there, dumbfounded, torn between chasing after him or going after Tamanaha-sensei. He doesn't know what to do. Class ends. The students trickle out. Tamanaha-sensei sits next to Izuku where he's been sitting numbly for the past half hour, trying to process the mess of emotion swirling in his head. "How are you doing?" she says, and waits. Izuku picks at the bottom of his hoodie, and it's a few seconds before he can make himself respond. "Why did you?" Kaken's he's strong, and smart, and he's getting better. He's a lot better than before. Why can't you give him a chance? Tamanaha-sensei purses her lips. "I don't find him worthy of one. He has hurt you, badly, and he showed no signs of remorse when I brought it up. He's just bad at expressing his feelings," Izuku says. "He does that by fighting. His words aren't there not a good picture of him. He's going to be a hero." "Some hero," says Tamanaha-sensei, unimpressed. "I'm sorry this is distressing to you, Izuku, but I will not allow people like him in my dojo. You don't have to let him in your dojo. Just give him another chance. Like could you, maybe, forget about the things that happened, and let him make a new impression on you or something? On his own merits?" "He's already done so," Tamanaha-sensei says scornfully. "He has made his bed, he may lie in it." "Why? Don't people deserve second chances?" Izuku demands. "Perhaps. Tamanaha-sensei, I know he's brash but he's going to do great things. You can't just discount him like that." "He hurt you," she says, narrowing her eyes. "It's fine," Izuku snaps, voice climbing to a not quite yell. "It's not a big deal. I can deal with it, he's fine with it. Why can't you just let it lie? It doesn't concern you. Stop holding a grudge against him on my account. It doesn't even matter. Can't you just be kind to him?" Tamanaha-sensei looks at him with the most awful combination of righteous anger and hurt he has ever seen. "You cannot possibly ask me to forgive that boy for you," she says. Izuku tries to glare right back at her. "You're not even the one he hurt in the first place. The problem is that he did hurt someone. And as far as I've seen, he has never taken responsibility for it." Tamanaha-sensei snaps. Izuku's shoulders tense. "Tell me. I'm wrong, then. Has he ever apologized for what he's done to you?" Izuku flinches back like he's been slapped. "I thought so," Tamanaha-sensei says, voice quiet but no less hard. "I will not allow abusers in my dojo." Izuku feels like he's been dunked in a bucket of ice water. He realizes a moment later that he stood up and stepped away from Tamanaha-sensei defensively. "Abuser? Yes. Don't say that. That's what he is. He's not. He's not an abuser. He cannot be. He absolutely, 100% cannot and is not allowed to be, because Izuku cannot FING deal with that." "Oh? He isn't?" Tamanaha-sensei's lips twist. So then, he respects your boundaries? He doesn't use physical violence or intimidation against you. He backs off when you say no? Stop it, Izuku snaps. He's not abusing me. I'm not some kind of victim. What he's doing to you is wrong. I know it is, he shouts. I know, alright? But I'm not powerless. I can fight back, and I do. Don't make me out to be helpless, I'm not, he's not. His voice cracks in the middle of the sentence. I'm not being abused. Stop saying that. Tears are welling up in his, and he wraps his arms around his head like he can physically stop himself from crying. He hates himself. Hates the way he always tears up during emotional moments like this, hates how he can't make a coherent argument, hates that he's losing it right here on the dojo floor. Tamanaha-sensei's anger morphs into concern, and she half stands up, hesitating when he backs away. Izuku, she says, and pauses, like she doesn't know what to say. Good, Izuku thinks vindicatively, good, I don't want to hear what you have to say. I'm sorry for pushing you, she says. I should have known you weren't ready. Those aren't the words he wants to hear. Something in him cracks, and he starts to cry. Izuku, Tamanaha-sensei says again, just his name, no expectation of another sentence after that. Izuku puts a hand to his mouth and bites down on the ugly keening that keeps worming out of his throat. Izuku, she says. Can I touch you? Can I hug you? The question tears at him. He wants safety and warmth and comfort. He wants to not think about this, to return to 10 minutes before when Kaken hadn't been so unapologetically and unequivocally labeled that. He wants to not feel angry at Tamanaha-sensei. He wants to stop being sad. He wants to be happy. I didn't want this, is all he can force out, wiping furiously at his treacherous eyes. I didn't want. I'm sorry, Tamanaha-sensei murmurs, and slowly she puts her hand on his shoulder and looks at him, waiting. Izuku leans into the touch and tries not to cry harder. I'm sorry, Izuku, she repeats, and gently guides him to sit down on the floor with her. Go ahead and cry. There's no one else around, just us. Do what you need to do. It shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't, that Tamanaha-sensei is trying to help, that she's trying to take care of him. It's not fair. Izuku curls up and lets himself drop his head against her shoulder. His tears must be soaking her shirt, he thinks, but he can't make himself pull away, can't make himself stop being horribly selfish for this one moment, and he just can't care anymore. I don't want to think, he gasps, that Kaken, he can't finish the sentence. That Kaken is, it's too much, it's unthinkable, and he feels so pathetic for crying even harder. Tamanaha-sensei hugs him gently, rubbing soothing circles on his back. I know, she says sadly. I know, Izuku, I'm so sorry. They stay like that, Izuku sobbing out his guts on the floor, mourning the loss of something unnameable and vital, and Tamanaha-sensei holding him as though she can keep him from falling apart.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.